Hello and welcome everybody to the World of Warcraft Mythic Dungeon Invitational, the Great Push Shadowlands Season 4 Global Grand Finals. I'm your host, Doe. With me are our four wonderful casters and analysts, Nagura's Ironic, Tettles, and Dratnos. This is it. We got two teams from EU, we got two teams from China, we got two teams from NA, and they're going to throw down, run the dungeons to see who is the best dungeon running team in the world. As far as pushing really high keys go, we'll see what happens. I'm going to start with Nagura first, because right now you're our only EU representative on the desk, as it were. Now, EU's coming into this one pretty hot, huh? So I'm going to ask you, are you, as an EU denizen, afraid of the Chinese teams at all? Because they've looked pretty good, too.
First of all, I want to say that I missed makes already.
Understandable.
But yeah, so I do think that the European teams, to me, are the favorites, right? Because in the EU weekend that we had last weekend, both Monka and Echo just looked incredibly good. Now, the Chinese teams also looked really good, though, especially the first team. They had a lot of high keys that they've done. It didn't look as good as the European teams. And I think America is hard to compare because they had, like, their weekend was 1 week earlier. They didn't have as much information. The dungeons weren't nerfed yet. So yeah, I think the weekend is definitely going to be very interesting, but I still think the EU teams are the favorite.
I was watching some of the Chinese broadcasts yesterday, and Jishu Gaming, they're 31 Iron Docks and their 32 Gambit both looked quite impressive. And then, of course, they also two chests of the 35 Junkyard. So they can put up competitive times, but even then, I heard from some of the Chinese people that they are very worried about the European region and believes that Europe is still actually a step ahead of where China is, which is that was actually very surprising to hear, that they thought that the European region was better than them.
Interesting. Surprised, huh? I mean, the thing is Jishu Gaming, or Jishu Gaming, we're figuring out the pronunciation as we go along. But three members of this team were members of that Aster Y squad that won the last Great Push. So there is precedent for at least most of this team anyway to perform very well. And obviously they crushed their qualifiers over in China. So we'll see what happens, I guess. It's ironic. What are you predicting here? Actually, let's just go to predictions. I just want to see
the predictions.
I've
heard that
let's do it.
Not a single one of our casters has predicted a North American team to win the competition, and
yeah,
that is definitely the case.
Wow. Well, Nagura and I went for the full. Well, I went for the full NA betrayal. Not really a betrayal for Nagura being from EU, but you know, I have a long storied history of predicting NA teams to not win esports tournaments, so I feel right at home here.
I gotta know, how are you guys allowed to literally pick Jishu Gaming to as the dark horse? How are you allowed to pick that?
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Because
Tettles, you don't understand how this works.
I don't think you do. I agree.
How are they a dark horse? How are they?
Let me explain to you.
Let me explain. They're the first seed from China. How are you allowed to pick them as the dark horse? They are the first seed from China.
I think from now on, whenever we talk about dark horses, I think Tettles' microphone should just be muted.
Yes. I like how it went from wildcard back to dark horse for the finals. But
they are the first seed from China, and they won the last Great Push.
Yeah, but the thing is they are coming into this one at a weaker power level than both EU teams, thus making them the dark horse in that if they win, it would be a little bit surprising. We're saying they have the potential to do it, but if they do it, it'll be a little bit of a shocker, so that's why they're the dark horse. Easy. Am I right, Dratnos?
Yeah, the dark horse, it's based off of public perception, and definitely all the teams we've picked there are ones that are less thought of as the front runners here. What I'm surprised to see is that 3 of the 5 of us have Echo not winning this tournament, which honestly, from the way that Monka looked last weekend, you know, technically they did come second to Echo, but they got to their point threshold first. It could very easily have gone the other way. They were looking unbelievably strong, and for 13 of the 15 hours of the European weekend, Monka were actually in the lead. So I'm not surprised by the choice, but it is big. Monka are looking so good. That being said, I still have Echo picked to win because
there's the Echo clutch factor, right?
Yeah, it's just so scary to not put Echo as the winning team, so that's why I've got them there.
I agree completely, but I wanted to ask you, Tettles, the Donuts in Despair pick for your dark horse. What made you go with them?
Well, for one, they're a dark horse. They're an actual dark horse here.
Okay.
In addition to that, I feel like this team has a decent amount of upside. So whenever we hadn't seen them since the NA region, they've actually been putting in an intense amount of time just practicing, putting upwards of like 10 hours a day just in dungeons, making sure that they're getting their practice in. And I think that just like on an individual level, this team can absolutely show up. It was weird because they ended up losing to Ambition in the NA regional weekend, but I felt like they could have played a little bit better. It's one of those teams that they have a very high amount of upside if they show up and can perform and do their strategies super fast. But at the same point, they're not exactly the favorite in many situations. I think if they got top 2, I would be pretty shocked, but at the same point, I do see a path for them to be able to get there.
All right, I approve of that. I think that's an okay dark horse pick. You're saying they're a team that you think has potential, but you'd be a little bit surprised if they got there.
Like Echo, right?
Not quite like Echo, more like Jishi Gaming.
You're not allowed to pick them. They literally won the last TGP just because you don't know anything. Okay, never mind.
I don't know.
Triggered him again.
We're going to find out very soon. I think if you know what dark horse really means or not, I think we're going to be able to prove it definitively.
All right.
It's just the greatest.
Just saying. So let me explain how the tournament works here. All right, we got 15 hours total play time, 5 hours today, 5 hours tomorrow, 5 hours on Sunday. You're obviously pushing the keys as high as they can, and guess what? You can actually push keys higher than 35 now. That's right. It was capped out on the tournament realm at 35 over the last 2 weeks. Not anymore. That if we do see workshops, it could get very high. We also do eliminate one team each day, so don't be the bottom team or you're going to get wrecked. You're going to get kicked out. You can get removed.
Why do you say keys plural, like anything except for junkyards going over 35?
I don't know. I just, you never know.
I mean,
could be cool, right?
It would be really troll if we added that functionality and then just didn't have it in the tournament.
Yeah.
I would love that so much.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that a team is getting eliminated at the end of each day is so crazy as well, given how good all 6 of these teams look. Like, the pressure at the end of the day and the pressure on teams to not have like a bad hour on day 1 or day 2 is going to be so intense with this rule in place. So excited to see how it plays out, and definitely feel very bad for whichever team ends up not having a chair when the music stops at the end of the day.
True enough, yeah. So the question is, who do we think is going to be the first team to be eliminated? That's the other prediction that I'm kind of curious about. A little bit toxic, maybe, but let's talk about it. What team do you think, I should say, has the most to prove coming into this weekend? We can frame it like that.
Second seed China.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Was it Team Perception? Is that their name?
Performance.
Performance.
Performance,
close
yeah.
enough.
Perception, performance.
Perception
yeah.
sounds cooler, to
Sure.
be honest.
Yeah. Or of course the both American teams out of the tournament by Sunday storyline. We'll see if that comes true or not. Hopefully not, but a little bit of a worry for our region here. I do think though that the American teams are actually. I agree that the second seeded team out of China looks to be the weakest one in the tournament, but 5 hours of play is enough that almost anything could happen, right? You could see a big shakeup, and one or two dungeons going well or going badly for a team could change the whole thing.
Oh, and here's our dungeons for day 1. We got Streets, Gambit, both Tazvesh dungeons, Iron Dock, and Lower Karazhan. Interesting. So, okay, all right. So all of these dungeons can be pushed fairly high. Interesting to see our 2 Shadowlands dungeons on Season 1, and here are affixes. All right, so...
Okay.
Ooh, okay. Some spicy stuff there.
We're starting at 26 as well this weekend.
Yeah.
So we were starting at 24 in the previous weekends. This will allow the teams just less time to ramp up. So I suspect that we're going to see some pretty high keys done today, maybe in that 30 to 31 range in a couple of these dungeons. Fortified Iron Docks is that's going to be a tough one. My goodness.
Yeah.
I also think that there's a lot of really long dungeons, right? Streets is long, Lower Karazhan is also really long. And Iron Docks, when you do high keys, you can't really do that dungeon super quick either. The only fast dungeon is Gambit, really. So I wonder how high the keys are even gonna go today, considering that.
Yeah, there still should be. I mean, we're starting at 26 instead of 24, which we did during the qualifier weekend. So that kind of creates 30 minutes per dungeon. So I think we're still gonna see the levels go up to, like, I think we're probably going to be getting up into the 30s across these, right? We're going to see, what, 26
Probably.
two-chested on some of these, three-chested maybe in like lower Karazhan or Gambit, perhaps?
I think if you don't at least 2 chests of 26, you're in some pretty serious trouble starting things off.
Yeah, and then we'll get into those 28s, 29s. Again, doing each of these dungeons, each of those takes like 30 minutes, like Nagura said. They're all fairly long dungeons, so we probably only get to right around to the 30 level on average, I'd say.
Yeah, Gambit and Iron Docks are some of our shorter dungeons, right? They're both at the 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
I think that will help at least somewhat. The big deal coming into the beginning of day today is 2 chests. Like if you're able to 3 chests to 26, I say 2 chests, but if you're able to 3 chests to 26 and other teams aren't, that will actually put you in a massive advantage. We saw that a lot in the European regional weekend. That's how Monka built up a lot of time advantage.
Before I hop off here, by the way, I want to mention Ambition did leak a screenshot to me of a 3-chested 26 earlier today, so
Ooh.
they have that capability.
All right.
I want to see the strat they're going for. Check them out in the bottom right, though. Look at this pull they're pulling off here.
Ooh,
They're
that's not
brawling
weird,
the foot
though.
soldiers in Iron Docks.
I like the weapon
That's
spinning
3
around the pod.
pots.
Oh, yeah.
So, oh no, like both NA teams having not
Abort.
too good of a start, because Ambition is resetting, and Donuts in Despair also had to reset as they started a key without Fortified or Tyrannical on it. So, not a good start for both of the NA teams.
It's very early, okay? It's very early for them. They're not used to waking up before the crack of noon.
It's
The bear
10
hasn't
a.m.
really
NA
woken up
time.
yet.
That's like 5 a.m. esports time.
True. I'm gonna agree with that one.
So NA's doing fine, is what we're saying. Good luck, NA.
Well. Alright, so we see a lot of teams are actually in Gambit. I think it makes sense, right? It's the fastest dungeon they have in the pool. The affixes that they have are really easy. It is Tyrannical, of course, which probably is a bit more annoying than 45 would be. But it's Bursting Volcanic, which is basically a non-affix for those teams with the Master Spell and the possibility to go Dwarf as well. Should be fine. Interestingly enough, though, the Hunter of Shishu Gaming is playing... this is Tauren. Tauren Warrior.
Oh my goodness, they
Tauren
are
Hunter.
They are Tauren. Okay, so Tauren is the best damage for Hunter. I'm surprised that they are playing Tauren. That is especially in a bursting situation. That seems like that's a very weird decision from Zishu Gaming. They're actually playing a different route than what they played during the China Finals. During the China Finals, they went left for their first pull, and then they back pulled the double infiltrator pack and then went back around the left side, so there was a lot of backtracking. But with the first pull, they actually just went right into the double infiltrator pool. So they're doing a little bit of a different route. That may be due to just affix decisions. It was Tyran during the China Finals, but they've already changed up their route at least a little bit. Also something to note, from what I was seeing, Anuo, big blue D&D enjoyer. So, unlike what we saw from Europe, who were almost strictly playing Kyrian Blood Death Knight, it seemed like the Chinese DKs were all playing blue D&D for most content that I saw.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about this Tauren decision. Do you think it may be because of an AoE stun? Like for trash that on the last boss? It's nice to have an extra stun, but...
Warstop is target capped at 5? I think?
Yeah. It's a pretty bad stun.
They're definitely better. Okay, yes, after a Google search, it is target capped at 5. I'm pretty sure it's just because it's the best damage option for serve, but... I'm
Devil's saying Tauren is the same damage as Dwarf.
Alright, well, you know, it is what it is.
I guess if you would be using Tauren for... Like if you care about the stomp, then you would rather go... what is it called? High Mountain Tauren, right? Because that one does not have a target cap. And it's also an interrupt.
It's true.
It's a knockdown, I think, instead of a stun. So it's just straight up better, because it doesn't DR other stuns. It's just a bit slower to get through, I guess.
I would say maybe it's the stamina increase
it's a DPS loss.
for Hillbrand.
Yes.
Right. I would say maybe it's the stamina increase for Hillbrand, but it's a 26. So you're not gonna you're not getting one shot as a Surf Hunter in a 26. That's just not happening. Maybe
it's not that deep. Maybe they just like the way Tauren looks.
Well, You're making good points.
Yeah.
Can't argue with this. All right, Ambition, after having brawled with the foot soldier pull in a 26 fortified Iron Docks, they've decided to now be able to actually kill that first pull. They have made it into the first boss here, getting Dreadfang pretty low. Their trash count is a bit low here at 28.75%, but I suspect that they're going to be pulling a lot of this trash that's in the back right area here. There are a lot of technicians. There are some deckhands, which end up meleeing your tank pretty hard, and then I believe that there's one of those shooter mobs that are over here as well. And so you kind of have to make sure to be really cautious whenever you're pulling a lot of this trash into the boss. It's a large amount of tank damage, but on a 26 fortified, it should be fine.
Yeah, and if you look at the bottom, Shishu Gaming versus Monka, they have basically the same timer in the key. Shishu is 8 seconds ahead. And if you look at the boss's HP, I think Shishu is actually killing this boss quite a bit quicker in comparison to Monka. So looking pretty good. The only difference I see right now is trash difference, but only it's like 2% in favor of Monka. But other than that, the dungeon timer is basically equal, so we can compare those two teams and see the differences.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was talking about. Shishu likes to grab different packs, like in that opening area, than a lot of the other teams that we're probably going to see across this weekend. I wonder, it's just like a 1 or 2 pack distinction, but I think it may end up coming down to like wave jumpers on like giant pulls, or maybe even omitting giant pulls at the beginning, because once you start to get to that 31-32 level that we know that Gambit is doable on, those giants become very dangerous, and so it kind of depends on how you feel like you can play your route. In addition to that, wave jumpers plus bursting, a pretty nasty combo if you're not also dwarf, which again we're going to talk about it again. The hunter is not for Shishu Gaming, so that again is just another decision that is, I still don't fully follow why it was made, but maybe it's something that we can find out later.
Ooh, could we get Ambition back, because they're currently doing the Iron Star pull, and I was kind of interested to see how they're doing it. I think Ellesmere was just standing in the back, outranging the burst thing, I think.
Okay.
There we go. I think they're gathering up the last pull. I don't see JPC on the Hunter, so I would assume JPC is doing either some pet shenanigans or just running around with Turtle. You see Turtle is already used. So there we go. A lot of trash being gathered up. Ellesmere is walking.
Here's the second
probably
one.
using the Iron Star on the priest there.
Yeah, so they're firing off the second Iron Star. I feel like they need to be...
They're out of range.
I think they need to be doing this a little bit faster. So whenever we saw this in NA weekend, they were really slow to get their third Iron Star pack grouped up, and any of the trash that they have to kill by hand, that teams were also incredibly slow of getting those packs just like pulled and dealt with. Where whenever I was watching the China finals, Jishu Gaming, they we're 3-manning the trash pack that they have to do, and then the 2 other players, so their healer and I think it was the healer and the hunter, ended up doing the third Iron Star basically solo. And so that actually allowed them to make up a lot of time. And so that could be an advantage for Zishu Gaming, at least timer-wise, because this dungeon, we know that there can be a lot of pressure. With how Ambition are setting this up, they're setting it up, I would say pretty slow. They have all 5 people actually participating in this pack, and now they'll have all 5 people participating in the trash pull that they have to do by hand. Their count is really good though, 75.75%. Exiting this area is rather high. Normally you're somewhere in the range of like 65, so they're going to be skipping a lot of these Wranglers that are at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, we'll see what they do later. In the meantime, Echo actually being pretty far ahead to all the other teams that are doing Gambit. Echo is not even 8 minutes into the dungeon, and they're already on Captain Hooktail's trash mobs here, while both Shiju and also Monka were still fighting the trash in the back. So approximately a minute ahead for Echo, and they also had more trash coming into this area too. So Echo having a really quick clear here in this 26. In the end, there is no big difference if all the teams 3 chest. It doesn't really matter if we're like a minute quicker or not.
Yeah.
I think so, at least, right? It will add up eventually, because obviously they have 15 hours in total. So doing a dungeon quicker in general is always good. No matter if you 3 chest, as long as you 3 chest, right? But it still matters if you're 5 minutes quicker than the 3 chest timer because then you save the 5 minutes, right? But a minute, I don't think is going to make the biggest difference. But then we also see team performance at the bottom right. They're the only team who actually does streets first, which is also interesting.
I don't know why you pick streets first,
easy.
But you know,
I think it doesn't matter, right? I guess Sanguine can be a bit annoying.
It doesn't matter. You're actually spot on with that. Like, it's one of these things that you have to do all 4 dungeons today. It doesn't really matter what order you go to them in. I think you would probably prefer the ones that you're the most comfortable on doing them first to make sure that you're able to get those 2 or 3 chests pretty early. Circling back to that Echo thing, that was one of the things. So through days 1 and days 2, Monka built up a pretty big time advantage over Echo because they were able to 2 and 3 chest a couple of dungeons that Echo was not able to. I believe it was notably like that Upper Kara being the one that sticks out in my mind. Echo, though, at the end of the European TGP finals and how they were the #1 seed, I guess, coming into this weekend, they were like 4 minutes ahead of Monka. I'm really surprised, though, that Echo is so far ahead in Gambit compared to what we saw from them last weekend.
I think it's just the Echo factor, right? It seems like when the pressure is on, that's when they really sort of play at their best. So I feel like I was coming into this weekend expecting Echo to be better than we've seen them, so far this tournament. I don't know. I feel like that's just what they do,
They killed Hillbrand at 6:44.
Oh, I know what they did. They didn't kill Sulgamux. Look, they have 9 stacks and Monka has 12.
Oh.
So I'm pretty sure that's why Monka is slower.
Zishu Gaming are also Zulgamux skippers. In the dungeons that I saw them play, they skipped Zulgamux in all of them. Granted, it was Gambit, Iron Docks, and well, okay, actually they did end up playing it in Upper Care, but it was Gambit, Iron Docks, and then Lower Care. They also skipped it in that dungeon. So I think that the China region may be Zulgamux skippers, where Europe, whenever we saw them last weekend, they were playing it pretty frequently, although the Zulgamux and Gambit is not exactly the most ideal one. Gambit and Streets, those 2 Zulgamux mobs are generally seen as like the 2 worst ones, or like they're very difficult to play in any meaningful capacity.
I think I definitely agree on skipping it on the lower key levels. On the higher key levels, I think it always depends, right? Because you have 2 bosses that have intermission phases.
Yeah.
And if Zulgamux makes you save one of those phases so you don't get them at all, then it's for sure worth it. And otherwise, it's probably not. So maybe Echo thinks that on this low key level it's not worth it, and Monka thinks it's worth it. We'll see if they change their minds on higher key levels. But yeah, we can also have a direct comparison now. If we assume that all of the teams play on the same level approximately, then we can see the difference now exactly. Like if it was worth it to do Zulgamux or not. We will see how quick Echo can clear the dungeon and how quick Monka and Zhu can clear the dungeon as well.
Please put some respect on Donuts and Despair.
I haven't been looking at them yet because they weren't on the screen, but yeah, they also killed Zulgamux, right?
Yeah, they are Zulgamux enjoyers. They play. So whenever we saw Ambition in the first weekend, Ambition never pulled Zulgamux in basically any dungeon that they could avoid it. Donuts and Despair, they were Zulgamux enjoyers, and they pulled it basically every single dungeon. It's a really interesting decision. It matters a lot less than a 26, though, like you were saying.
Yeah. They're also the only team that played Demo Warlock, Donuts in Despair. All the other Warlocks playing Destro, so that's also interesting, because Gambit is definitely a dungeon that has a lot of... Like, Destro Warlock is just so good for the Murloc area, and also for this last boss's trash area as well. But then, of course, it is tyrannical, so I can also see why Demo Warlock would be good for the boss fights, too.
Apparently, and I got a DM, thank you for the anonymous DM, Echo pulled the Stormforged Guardians into the first boss. That is how they made up that much time. That is a crazy pull. I don't think that that's going to be something that scales up to a 32, but I do think it's super sick for a 26 because like you have to have strategies that allow you to 2 and 3 chest these 26s. It's super important. The 3 chest timer, I believe in this dungeon is an 18-minute 3 chest timer, and so you need to make sure that you're able to actualize that. And Echo in the top right already have Celia down to 71%, while the other teams that we do see in Gambit, they're still finishing up trash packs in front of Celia. So it looks like Echo's going to be able to 3 chest this. If other teams only 2 chest it, though, that could be a problem.
Looks like Monka might be, well, I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, might be able to,
That's
too.
a bit close.
Yeah.
For Sishu as well, if you look at the timer.
Monka's
3 minutes left.
Where's Monka's count?
Oh, Monka's looking even worse.
Oh, that's a
Sishu
good
is
point.
already fighting Celia and... Or is it still phase 1?
Yeah,
There's
it's still
still
phase one
phase
for
1
both.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really close for both of those teams. Echo looking pretty good on the 3 chest though.
Oh, there's Monka's count. Look at this. Okay, so Skylark is actually grabbing this Ritualist and double accomplices into the boss after they face Celia. I really like that. It makes sense because you're actually not in danger here, assuming that you can just get these kicks on the accomplices and Ritualist. You can also let the Ritualist cast go through, and Crims can spell steal it and get actually a massive amount of haste, and that can save you some time. We saw Giga Chats last weekend, Dr. J busting out the "keep my Ritualist alive, I have to spell steal this" tech to make sure his overall was at the top in this dungeon last weekend.
So I have a theory about Echo here, right? Because the pull that they did with the Guardians into the boss, that's definitely something that is more of like an MDI style thing. Right?
Okay, I'm listening. Yeah.
And I have a feeling that last weekend, Echo said on Twitter afterwards that they didn't think they could two-chest the upper Kara, and that's why they didn't go for it. But all the other or some of the other teams actually managed to do so. And I think that probably annoyed them a lot, and they were thinking, oh, we should know how to two-chest and three-chest these dungeons. So I have a feeling that they put a lot of practice into these lower keys and really like changed up the routing, like kind of MDI style, speedrunning style, and really optimized the three-chesting and two-chesting for some of these keys, which definitely, I think all of the teams have done that. But Echo, of course, being like a veteran MDI team, they are really smart and know how to pull things efficiently to be as fast as possible, right?
Okay, so bottom right, it looks like Monk is going to be able to get that 3-chest. 18 minutes. They have 1 minute left to be able to get 5% of Celia. Even if they go into another phase, it's totally fine. Top left, we have Ambition and Iron Docks. They have around 3 minutes to kill this final boss. I wonder if they're going to have to just commit to Skull Lock. This is really dangerous for them. If they will, it's going to be very close. They don't have Lust up, which is not ideal, but it is fortified. So I think it's possible to maybe do this in 2 minutes. It's going to be like 2 minutes 40 seconds. I think you have to commit to Skull Lock here, though. They are good? Are you sure, Zyro?
Echo also finishing their key now. 16-19 for Echo.
Jishu Gaming, though.
Monka was 17-03.
Jishu Gaming.
Jishu is definitely looking... They're definitely not
That's
retesting
bad.
it. Okay, so that is...
Yeah.
That is not great to see. If we saw two teams already three-chesting and then them just barely missing the timer too, because if you look at the deaths, they have 0 deaths, but still just barely missed this three-chest. Huh. I wonder if there was something that went wrong for them somewhere.
Where are Donuts?
We didn't see.
Are Donuts going to be able to get the 3 chests in this dungeon? That's also important because they were also in here as well.
They're in... Well, yeah, it's showing them in streets from what I can see here.
Okay, so... Oh, they have 50 seconds to kill the
Oh.
boss? I don't know.
I think they can do it.
We'll see. It's in high
Like the
man...
demo Warlock.
True. They're the only...
They play demo and Destro. I was thinking earlier that they only have a demo, but they actually have both. They're missing the mage.
I think that's a hack. In a lot of these dungeons, I actually think that the double Warlock is very, very good. It seems like it's like the 4th best DPS, and in some situations it is better than mage. It just kind of depends on the affixes. It seemed like on Tyran in particular.
Yeah.
It seemed like on Tyran in particular, the Demo Lock was a little bit better than the Fire Mage.
Yeah, instantly being popped. There's
God.
10 seconds left. It's not looking good.
Cryptix
As
in a
pot is being
pod.
procced as well from Cryptix. So I don't think they're gonna have the time. 3 seconds left. Yeah, very unfortunate.
Oh, that
Another
is...
team missing the 3-chest timer here.
Well, okay.
Ambition do it? Yeah, they're fine.
They committed to Skulllock, so you see Kormar's at 43%. So now once you push Skulllock below 25%, Zagash hops out of the cannon. It's really dangerous to do a strategy like this, but on a 26 fortified, it's one of these things that like the cannon's not going to be one-shotting you. Kormar's not going to one-hit you with his Berserker Leap, and so you're able to push this. And now they're killing off Skulllock. They're not going to get any more of these pushbacks, and so now they just have Zagash and Kormar to deal with. They got this. This
Nice.
is sick.
Yeah, a lot of 3 chests here in the 26, which is pretty crazy to see, right? Because we started the regionals, the EU and the NA regionals, and of course the Chinese ones as well at 24. And we've seen a lot of 3 chests on the 24. But when we got onto hierarchies, we definitely didn't see as many 3 chests anymore. So it's really cool to see that the teams kind of stepped up their lower key routes, and we actually see some of those 3 chests, which is still pretty crazy. Because whenever I play at 26 on live servers, I just have to see if I can time it at all.
I'm happy to get my score from the 26.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question. How bad is it that Donuts and Despair and Jishu Gaming only 2 chests to the 26?
Okay, so sometimes missing 1 chest is not actually the end of the world. But it depends, right? So let's say both Echo and Monka, they can now, of course, do the 29. But let's say they can only 1 chest at 29. But Donuts and Despair and Chiju can 2 chests at 28. Then it would be the same again in the end, right?
Okay.
But I don't know if that's true. I don't know if they... I think they can 2 chests at 29. Or? I think so.
I think it's possible, yeah. It'll be close. I do think it'll be close, but I do think it's possible to 2 chests at 29 if you have basically a perfect run. It's
I also think you can definitely 2 chests at 28 though, right? So that will be the difference now. If both Monka and Echo manage to 2 chests at 29, then Shiju and Donuts and Despair are gonna have a problem. If they don't, and the 28 does get 2 chests, then they're in the same level again, right?
Alright, so I'm gonna run some... I have a tinfoil hat theory. Both of the teams that are running blue D&D, only 2 chests to the dungeon, while the Kyrian Enjoyers, 3 chests to the dungeon. Coincidence? I think not.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well, because for some reason... I understand the reason behind it, I understand why they play Night Fae.
Yes.
But the EU teams don't seem to be agreeing with this at all, because we haven't seen any of the EU tanks actually run Night Fae, right? Well, a lot of the NA teams and also the Chinese teams are running it. So I wonder if there's just a really big disagreement with them, or if it's just a personal choice. Of course, usually when it comes to tanks, it's not like a science, it's not like this is better. So you can kind of go with whatever you think is better. But we can take a look at actual damage numbers, maybe.
Wait, Ambition.
See if there's a big difference.
Ambition didn't go and do their 29 Iron Docks. Instead, they immediately went to Gambit. So I think that Iron Docks allowed them. It was just the dungeon that we were talking about earlier that they felt the most comfortable on. And so then, after having a second to kind of really think about where we want to go next, they're like, this Gambit's a little bit more our speed. What if we went there next instead of 1 chesting or 2 chesting this Iron Docks 29?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that has to do because technically you want to do the same. Yeah, Echo's doing the Guardian pull now on a 29.
Wow.
Ooh.
Just Echo things.
Okay.
Well, I said that this is a 26 special. Maybe this is just their strategy? Like, at what point is it not a, oh yeah, we're just trying to 2 chest or 3 chest
I think this is a 2 chest 29 strategy, right? I think
surely they're not going to do this at a 32, here. Right?
No, because as soon as you can't 2 chest anymore, I guess they'll stop doing this. I would assume so, at least.
These are really very count efficient mobs. Really obnoxious for your melee. Really obnoxious for your melee because it's very difficult for you to get stuns and interrupts on the purifiers. So obviously the DK does have a ranged interrupt. Mind Freeze is pretty good in that regard, but for Genji it's incredibly difficult for him to be able to get CCs and kicks on these purifiers just in general. He can do some damage too, but the amount of damage that he's going to be doing from range is not great, and if they end up missing a phase on Hillbrand because of it, it's not worth, at least in my opinion, it's not worth the time that you're going to be saving just from these Stormforge Guardians.
You can see Mirrors is single target combusting Hillbrand still. While all of these Guardians are still up. So it's probably just Clix and Gingy passively killing those Guardians. And honestly, both Survival and Destro don't lose that much single target damage from AoEing. So, yeah, I mean, maybe they don't lose a phase. We'll see it.
bottom right, team performance. They're in a 26. They're in the 26 streets. We haven't talked about it too much, just because it's very difficult to compare because we haven't seen anybody go in the streets yet. They're not going to be 3-chesting this. They're only going to be 2-chesting this dungeon. It is Sanguine, in which, whenever we were looking at the, so we were talking to some of the teams and we got some. We just asked them some questions and we're trying to like get to know the teams a little bit better. Basically, every single team said that they were hoping to avoid Sanguine on the weekend, and so that streets only being able to 2-chest that by team performance. I wonder what happened. Maybe there was a Sanguine-related incident. I wonder if any team is going to be able to 3-chest that 26 streets, because that we kind of predicted that performance was going to be the team that got eliminated at the end of the day today. It could be off the back of something like that.
Huh, yeah. I definitely, like, that streets for sure looked like it was retestable, right? Because they were really close on the timer as well. Very similar to how that Gambit ended up being for Donuts in Despair and Jeju. So, yeah, we'll see what the other teams do when they get there. But, yeah, now we see a lot of teams in Gambit. We see Dorky.
He's going to get summoned, I think.
Yeah, because they just did Slulgamug, so I assume Dorky just doesn't have a pot ready. Something like that. Actually playing High Mountain and Foreign Blood DK.
They said in their notes, hold on, let me pull it back up. I'm pretty sure the direct quote was High Mountain's OP.
All right.
Love that.
Interesting.
We wanted to share that High Mountain is indeed OP. That's what they said.
Also, people have been complaining, well, not necessarily complaining, but just talking about the words that we use for +2ing and +3ing a key. Like the fact that we say 2-chesting and 3-chesting.
Yeah.
In case some of you guys don't know, when M+ got introduced, if you +3'd a key, there would be 3 loot chests that actually spawn at the end. If you +2 the key, you would get 2 chests, and if you +1 the key, you only
I kind of
get 1
missed that.
chest.
I like
Our
the
age
extra
is
chest.
showing.
It was fun. It's fun opening
Well,
chests.
That's why we still say that, but it's obviously not true anymore. That you get multiple chests, but it's still true.
a duo
that the
died.
key is 3 levels higher.
A duo died for Jishu Gaming. Oh no. They are going to be able to have
You don't have a res.
They don't have a res. Oh god. They're going to be
that means-
zoning out here. That's
Why, right?
that's 8 minutes down the
Are
drain.
they gonna try?
I
Why
feel
would
like
they
you
try?
have to
There
try
we
it,
go.
but
Yeah. It's
oh, no,
won't be
they're
able to
going.
tank
They're
the
going.
boss.
Okay.
also that's bad.
That's pretty bad for them,
Ouch.
yeah. It's only 8 minutes technically, but on the first day you don't want to lose that much time, right? Because the first day is really crucial. Well, all of the days are crucial, of course, but there's just so many dungeons you have to do today. It's the only day where you start from scratch with 4 dungeons. So you really need to make sure you're not falling behind on score.
So they just lost 8 minutes there. They lost 25 minutes in the 26 because they didn't 3-chest, instead they 2-chested it. These are the kind of spots where they may get punished. Like, it's one of those things that they could absolutely be up for elimination now. I feel like that's a bit of an overreaction because we are 30 minutes into the first day to say that they're going to get eliminated. But those are the kind of things that whenever they happen to a team, especially with the caliber of teams that we have across the board here, that's how you get eliminated on day one. Is just you have a couple mistakes there, and then your time efficiency is not that great. You end up not 2-chesting or 3-chesting the dungeons you need to, and then you can get eliminated off the back of that.
Yeah, for sure. And we also see Echo. You can see the split, right? Echo 7 minutes 54 on Hillbrand. Monka 9 minutes 41. So quite a bit slower in comparison. And then we'll see a split for Ambition as well here. They're in the 26, so I guess we can't really compare that. Donuts in Despair will also be slower than Echo, even though they are 1 key level lower.
But there's Zulgamux Enjoyers.
True, yeah. Slugamax obviously takes a long time to finish off.
Alright, Performance is back in that Streets of Wonder as well. They're pulling Zulgamux here. This is very interesting that they're electing to pull this Zulgamux. It is fortified, so with this Zulgamux in particular, the issue with this boss, or this mini-boss, is that you end up having to lust it more often than not in Streets, and so then you're not able to have lust for the boss, and then you end up getting a lot of the containment cells. It's less of a thing on Fortified, I guess, because the boss is going to be dying quicker, but once you start to run out of those potions of unhindered passing, so like I think it's... Is it unhindered passing? Is that the stealth? Is that the invisibility potion? Anyways, the potion that brings you out of CC.
That's the correct potion.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you have like basically one get out of jail free card with unhindered passing, and then both the mage and the hunter have get out of jail free cards, and they're also playing human. So they have a lot more.
Yeah, so they have a lot.
It makes sense.
I think they're fine.
Yeah, it makes sense to lust the Zulgamugs then, especially too since it's not
Why don't you pull
Tyrant.
Zulgamugs into the boss so they can use lust for both?
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
that sounds easy, right? That doesn't sound
Put
too
it like
bad.
Yeah.
that, you know? I'm kind of down.
I'm here for it. It's the global finals. Pull out all the stops.
Exactly, I want to see it. I want to see some MDI style pulls in these dungeons. We've seen some of it already, but I want to see more.
Well, Ambition's doing one right here. They're doing a triple pull.
Yeah.
This is very scary,
This was
actually.
also like they didn't even finish off the trash yet, and Elsmere was already gripping Nerf to the next pack. Just the mobs were just running after Nerf. But yeah, they're going really fast in that 26.
I have a question. How do you feel about the double Warlock in here from Donuts and Despair? And how do you feel about double Warlock in general, Nagura?
I think there isn't like I honestly think it's pretty much the same thing because you're replacing the mage with the demo warlock.
Yeah,
which
sure.
I think is fun. If you think that demo warlock is better in certain keys, I think it's very situational probably. In some, I'm talking within a dungeon, right? If you're inside a dungeon, I think on some situations mage is probably better, and in other situations demo is probably better. And overall in the dungeon, I think it's about equal. I would assume, because otherwise those teams wouldn't be like one team playing demo, the other plays mage, right? If there was one of them that was clearly better, then all of them would play it, right? So I'm thinking that it's so close that it probably doesn't matter as much.
I think that seems pretty reasonable. It seemed like 3 Pots and Speed last week, they ended up playing double Warlock in a lot of dungeons, and they were very fast in most of their keys. They had the time advantage over all the teams if they were able to do the dungeons on an equal level. So it seems like the double Warlock is at least good in some situations, but I think that's a pretty balanced take, Nagura. Like it's not clear cut. It's definitely, if it was, they would all be playing it.
Feels like a bit of a comfort thing too.
Donuts and Despair.
It could be a comfort thing as well, right?
Yeah.
Donuts and Despair have 3 Warlock players on their team, so it does make sense for them
very
to be the team
comfortable.
that's playing multiple Warlocks as well.
I think it's one of the coolest looking specs in the game when it's like firing on all cylinders and you got like a million imps out and the dogs are there and like Felguard's swinging away. Like I think it's one of the coolest looking specs mid-rotation.
Personally,
I think Warlock in general has just amazing animations. I'm a big fan of Warlock spells. I'm super jealous that I don't have those like cool looking spells as well.
It's almost
I do
as
have full
cool
moons
as
falling from the sky, right?
Enhancement Shaman. It's close. It is cool.
my personal favorite is intentionally letting Warlocks get mind control, Demo Warlocks specifically, and then all of their imps show up, and then I get more additional targets to pad on.
Oh, there you go.
Oh no! You
Pro
have
strats.
best one is when you do Jailer and then the Demo Warlock gets MC'd and you press Convoke and all of your spells hitting the imps.
Well,
bad.
I'm surprised that you're able to press Convoke because my experience on Jailer is every single time they forget to Implosion, they have 30 imps there, and now I'm lagging.
That is cool.
I'm impressed that you can even press Convoke there.
Echo is not rechesting this 29, right?
Oh,
I don't think so.
well,
to-
It's 18 minutes. They have.
so they still have a Star Seer to kill. So
three and
I
a
don't
half.
think so.
No, they can't kill the boss in 3.5 minutes, right? There's no way.
I mean, that'd be awesome. They could jump into
that would
32,
be awesome,
but
but-
I think they'd be happy with 31 too.
I think
out
the
of this.
boss is killable in 3.5 minutes. I don't think the rest of the trash is killable in 3.5 minutes with the boss.
Yeah. It's pretty close
I don't
though.
even think the boss is killable in 3.5 and 29 tyrannical.
I think you're probably getting. I think
maybe?
you're probably getting a third, like a second one of those intermission phases. So I don't think it is doable with this comp specifically, but it is. But that's mostly because it's tyrannical. It's really close though. But they're not getting the
That's
trash.
just why are they going so fast? Like it looks like they're just like chain pulling and pulling and pulling.
Why not?
And if their 2-chest timer is so safe right now, why would they do that? I guess because they want to.
Faster you go, the more runs you get in. You know.
That
Well-
is true. That is true.
The downside is that they could have wiped to that Starseer because they're playing it too fast
Yeah.
and loose, right? That's I think that's the point that Negro was trying to make.
But are they playing fast and loose, or are they just being Echo? You know, have they just become Grand Finals Echo at this point? I
if
think
you're so confident that you're not gonna die to the Starseer, then why not?
I guess.
I think they're back with a vengeance. I think they're trying to rectify what happened in Great Push 2. I think they're up for revenge.
And they're looking really good from the get-go. I mean, this must be really good for the motivation as well, seeing that they 3 chested at 26 and 2 other teams did not. And now they're definitely going to 2 chest at 29 as well.
Oh my goodness.
Which is something we talked about earlier, and we were not even sure if you can 2 chest this, and now we're talking about 3 chesting at 29. But they're definitely incredibly fast. Monka is already on Celia as well, and they're also pretty easily 2 chesting this 29. Which means that both Donuts and Despair and Shiju as well are gonna have a problem, right? Because they're not looking like they're 3 chesting their 28. So that means now they're definitely behind, because both Monka and Echo got that 2 chest.
I have a question. How do you feel about Miraz actually going and getting his MD in Mageology while Dr. J only has a doctorate?
That is a very good question. Maybe that is why Echo is qualified and Dr. J isn't, right? Having that MD
Checks
must
out.
have been the difference.
Yeah. I just noticed that his name was Miraz MD. I love that all the mages just name themselves something doctor or MD, and it's just like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever.
I love it. Oh, it's this is not as fun as we thought it is. Dratnos just says it means mage dwarf.
Oh, Dranos the
No,
fun
no,
killer.
it means MD. It means he's a doctor, of course.
Yeah, I think
His
so. I think
character
it's
is
Dr.
called
Miraz. Yeah, clearly.
WD, which is the warlock dwarf, right? So I guess it does make sense.
No.
Warlock Doctor.
And Sally is just trolling, honestly.
Well,
No, he's just
Sally
from the
is
past.
trolling clicks and mirrors. He saw that clicks and mirrors was always calling their characters after their race plus class. So Sally was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. So he says ABC. Sally ABC.
Zalia artwork.
And these mute Dratnos.
Zalia.
Oh my gosh! Mute Dratnos has been called.
Going in hard on day 1.
Good morning.
Yeah. I mean, good morning for us. Naguro's been awake for a while, I would imagine.
That is
You.
correct.
Yeah. For us,
They're
though,
actually
way too early.
they're a bit. I don't want to say slow on killing Celia. I think that they're going to end up getting a 3rd phase though, which it makes sense on a 29 Tyrant to get a 3rd phase. I feel like they're pretty average speed at killing this. Like you were saying, there's no way that they're going to be able to get this killed off in 330. It's going to be
Yeah.
4 something. Oh wait, are they actually already 312 in combat? Maybe that's like with the trash too. That's the only thing that would make sense, is that also includes trash.
So I saw Shiju was also in the 28, but they're only like 9 minutes into done. Oh yeah, because they were resetting on the first boss. I remember now. Okay, that completely slipped my mind. I was like, what happened?
A train wreck.
Now I remember.
A tragedy.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate when teams can't finish their 29 tyrannical gambits in less than 19 minutes. What's the world coming
Is his
to?
ambition not 3 chesting, or I think we have one more intermission phase?
Okay, so they have something in the order of like 20 seconds left to be able to kill this boss.
They're not 3 chesting this.
They're not gonna make
before
it.
the phase.
No.
I don't think they're gonna make it. So wait, does that mean that Monka and Echo are the only teams that are gonna be able to 3 chest this dungeon? Ambition,
So.
their
Guess
strategy
so.
for the first area, like you were saying, Ellesmere was
Wait, they're
ripping
making
Nerf
it anyway?
around.
Unless the
They-
transition happens now.
They have a couple seconds for the transition. Yeah.
Maybe.
This is the problem.
They got it?
Oh,
They got it.
Wow.
Oh, that
Nice.
was so close.
9
That's the no
seconds
peek.
to spare.
Oh my
Plenty
God.
of time.
that's the no beak diff right there. NA pride.
Wow.
It was easy. NA, no problems. They already 3-starred their 26 Iron Docks. EU were coming for you. Don't despair though. On track to 2 chests this comfortably, so they'll be doing well.
But they're still like 1 dungeon behind, right? Like they're
yeah.
Teams are 2 chesting the 29 right now.
It's not good.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, so
Not a great start.
Do you think that both Monk and Echo are gonna go somewhere else, or do you think they're trying to 31?
Well, okay, so there's room for both, right? So you want to go and do all of the 3 chests first that you can today, and then like kind of divide and conquer the 2 chests after the fact. But it also makes sense to stay in Gambit for 1 more run, and then +1 the 31, and just get because like the 29 2 chest is good, but you don't get 2 points for that until you actually time that key on the 31. And so I think it would make sense for them to stay and do the 31 and then go somewhere else. But then I don't think it makes sense for them to stay in the Gambit beyond that. I think that both decisions make sense. I would probably stay in the Gambit. What would you pick here?
I think I would also stay in the Gambit, because if you look at the time, we're 14 minutes into the competition.
Yeah.
And you have 5 hours in total, right? You have 4 dungeons that you have to do. But they have... Of course, there's some dungeons that are longer and some that are shorter. So you probably want to spend more time in something like Lower Karastan than you want to spend in Gambit. But I think at least 1 more key makes a lot of sense, considering that they 2 chested at 29. So they're not gonna reap the rewards of that 2 chests unless they actually go and do the 31, right? So I think it makes a lot of sense for them to do that. And then once they only get 1 chest, so if they, let's assume they would 2 chests to 31, then I would still think it makes sense to go to the 33. But as soon as you start 1 chesting, you just go to a different dungeon, right? In my opinion, that would be the best idea.
I agree.
Probably,
I think Ambition actually switched from the Iron Dogs because they saw that so many teams are in Gambit. And I think it makes a lot of sense to see what the other teams are doing, because you can adjust your route a little bit on the fly. But if you see, oh, all of these other teams are free chesting the 26, then we can do that too, right? If they see everyone's only 2 chesting, then you can adjust your strategy a little bit. So I don't think you want to be the only team in a different dungeon compared to everyone else.
Monka bottom left, they've actually moved to streets, and they're playing double Warlock in here. This is so interesting. Crims is a well-known mage player, but electing to play this Demonology Warlock that you and I were talking about a little bit earlier, and Echo in the bottom right also making the exact same decision as Monka. Are they copying their homework?
Wow.
Are they cheating?
Are they communicating to each other? Are they, like 10 people in one Discord channel just all talking to each other?
Wow, EU, interesting. EU cohesion.
That's a way to self-sabotage too. They just be like, kick next, and then you just don't.
Yeah.
Then you miss the kick. I wonder if is Monka gonna play Zulgamux here? Oh, they are. Okay, this is cool. I like this. They're lusting this Zulgamux. It makes a lot of sense for them to actually commit lust with this composition here, because they do have that Demonology Warlock that's going to be able to do so much damage on this like stack cleave.
Rake in chat is saying Cryptic's drain life to full HP, thinking that the explosion would kill him, and then he lost 0 HP because Dark Pact was up.
Well,
Warlock life.
they
yep.
So they just know that,
that.
Donuts and Despair just know that Timber wouldn't heal them. Timber said, "I'm booning."
Forgot that you are a Warlock, and forgot that you have a healer. Anyway, Ambition doing the 29. Now that they know that it's 2 chests, but well, to be fair, I think the 2 chests honestly looked so easy. Well, obviously it's not easy, but
Easy.
for these teams it looked easy.
Okay.
So I don't think you have to be incredibly fast to still do it for Ambition. Like, I don't think you have to do some super crazy strategy or to do something like super insane, because for both Monka and for Echo it seemed somewhat easy, right? Am I wrong? I think Ambition got it.
Well,
Even though their 26 looked definitely slower, because that 3 chest was really close.
it's also one of those things too that the Donuts and Despair 28 2 chest also looked pretty free. I think that Ambition, since they were able to 3 chest the 26, they should be comfortably able to 2 chest this 29. I mean, let me go and look at the exact timer on both Echo and Monka's. Okay, so they were 20:06 and 21:14, and I believe the 2 chest timer is 24 minutes in this dungeon.
Yeah.
I think that they should be able to do that with how under the timer both Echo and Monka were.
Yeah. It seems pretty easy. I could log in right now in live servers and do the same thing easily.
Yeah, me too. No problem. On enhancement, Shaman. Yeah.
I don't think a 29 Gambit is score for me, but a 29 Gambit 2 chest would certainly, I think, be score for me.
Alright, so let's take a look at what they're doing in streets. Both Monka and Echo in streets, you can look at the bottom left and right. Apparently it also took Echo 3 times longer to go and switch their characters compared to Monka. Because you can also see the key timer, right? Echo
Where is
finished
this
Gambit
stat
earlier.
from? Okay.
Zira just said it in,
Oh, okay.
in chat. But,
Something to be
yeah, it was
aware
oddly
of.
specific. Yeah.
Could make a difference towards the end of the day. I mean, that is true.
Yeah, because if you look at the timer, Echo finished the dungeon first, the Gambit.
Yeah.
Now they are 1.5 minutes behind on the dungeon timer. So they started the key 1.5 minutes later, which definitely could add up in the end. So they spent all of this time really min-maxing their routes, right? Like pulling the Guardians into the boss and whatever and saving like 1 minute over the other teams in those dungeon. And then they take 1.5 minutes longer to switch their character, so that means they lost all of that time again, right?
Their menuing is bad, is what you're saying, yes?
Exactly.
They got to get better at the real speedrun stuff. They got to swap their character sets. It's weird because Monka also had character swaps to do. They swapped into this double warlock composition, so it's not like they didn't have to swap their comp or anything. They just
and
did
like
it faster.
all the humans, right? They need to be all 3 damage dealers per human.
You're right.
That's also something that is a switch.
Human is very good in this dungeon. Being able to break out of those containment cells with just a human racial, every man for himself, is so nice.
Yeah. And priests can play human. Oh no, priests don't get the containment cell, obviously. Yeah, it doesn't run healers, right?
Yeah.
So there's no need for that.
Okay, Jishu Gaming in top left, they're actually looking pretty good on their 2 chests on this 28. I think that them missing that 3 chest on the 26 is not ideal for them.
We've seen that kind of thing make such a big difference over the last weekend, especially. I feel like where the difference between 2 chests and 3 chests, ended up being 30, 40 minutes depending on the dungeon too. So we know how big that is now, and I'm curious to see if that's going to contribute to whoever goes home later today.
I don't think that the Gambit in particular will, but say Monka and Echo actually 3 chest this streets and do it in a comfortable fashion, and we saw performance, only 2 chest that could be a problem. In addition to that, I think the biggest thing is not just the 2 chest instead of 3 chests by Jishu, but the fact that they also then had to bail and they lost 8 minutes on Hillbrand due to Anuo dying. I think that both of those things combined are very bad.
Yeah, I do agree as well. There also was a little bit of a difference in strategy as well between... Oh, she's actually having some issues as their healer goes into a pot. It should be fine though, they're still really easy. It looks really good on their 2 chest timer. They also have 2 battle rests available. We see the angel actually being popped now. So they have to use the battle rest to get the healer back up. They need to make sure they're healing the Steve up now, because not having a healer for so long actually cost them a little bit of time. Yeah, the 2 chest timer is 24 minutes approximately, so they're definitely fine. You just have to get through this intermission. But yeah, what I wanted to say is that Monka and Echo have a different strategy in that streets.
Yeah.
Echo actually used to last on the boss, while Monka used to last on the mini bosses you talked about, on Solgamax. And I believe Echo is just going to skip Solgamax, because I don't think he played that right after a boss fight without lust. It seems a bit weird.
Yeah, so they're only 3 stacks.
So,
They're definitely skipping it. Okay, look at what. So Monka is doing all of these cats and the dinosaur. They're actually running at the left side. This is something that we saw Donuts of Despair popularized in the NA weekend, and then basically Ambition ripped their route after they saw them do it. And so now these European teams are copying Donuts of Despair. I will not say that they would have come up with this on their own. They're copying Donuts of Despair, of course. NA's Pride and Joy. And doing these NA's
Pride and Joy. All right.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Where's Maystein going? Wait a second. What is he doing? He was jumping up on the wall. Does that make the Peacekeeper not dash, maybe?
That is very possible. No, there he is.
Actually,
He's back.
He came back. What was he doing?
I'm just checking out
Chilling.
the art, you know?
The art.
Does he look like an
Make
art
bits?
connoisseur?
Oh,
Oh,
there
look,
it
there
is.
he's back.
Yeah.
What is it? Okay,
Yeah.
so what I think this is, and I'm not 100% sure why you would do this, but it kind of makes sense in isolation with whenever you have the Infiltrator here, is it may make the Peacekeepers not charge you. Since
Definitely
he's
doesn't.
like a
yeah,
target at
it's
range.
definitely doing that.
It-
But then I wonder, is it like, do you actually gain a lot from that instead of just standing in melee? I wonder.
My initial inclination is no,
seems
but
to think so.
but so the Infiltrator's there, and it's annoying to dodge. But so with the Peacekeepers, you can just be in melee; they don't dash.
Yeah.
I don't get it,
I don't
but
know either. I mean,
I thought
mean,
they were gonna do more Peacekeepers is what I thought was gonna happen. And so if they did like 5, it would make sense. They only do 2, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
yeah, so a really big difference between Monka and Echo strategy here in Streets is definitely the fact that Monka has a lot more stacks from the Shrouded buff here.
Yes.
Which makes me believe that is definitely like a higher key strat, right? This is something they are going to do all the way up to like 32, 33. While Echo, I assume so at least, that this is like more of a low key strat for them and they would change it up later on. Because the higher the key, the more valuable these Shrouded buffs actually are, because it makes things safer. Because the bosses are going to die quicker, everything is going to die quicker later on, and so it's just more of a safety thing. While going out of your way to kill Shrouded mobs is of course also a time loss. Not all the time, because if you can pull it into a big trash pool, it doesn't really matter. Or if you can pull it into a boss, like we just saw Monka do, then it's not that big of a deal. But killing Sulgamax, for example, is obviously a time loss, especially if you commit Bloodlust to it as well, and if you go out of your way. If you look at the timer, they are not that far apart, even though Monka has double the amount of stacks than Echo.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Is like having 6 stacks for six stacks over Echo for 4 bosses basically. I mean, that feels like a lot, right? So they have across the board 12% haste, so basically half of a loss permanently for this remainder of this key. Yeah. At some point, it should average out. Just like you should have that should be a lot more damage in your favor. Just on these bosses, on the bosses in particular, but even on the trash as well. Especially with like this double Warlock composition, it may be a thing too, where like the Demo Lock is very happy to have all of these stacks also.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because I think the Fire Mage, of course, scales really well with haste.
Yeah.
But mainly inside like cooldowns, right? Outside of cooldowns, I'm not sure how valuable haste is still. Cyro?
They get like Sun King's Blessing, Sun King's Blessing and stuff like that. Like whenever you have a lot of stacks of haste, I have heard from mages that it is very good. I don't know if it's better than a Demo Lock.
It's probably better. I'm just gonna say this. I'm not 100%. I'm just gonna say that Demo Lock scales better with haste. Like if you look at it like overall, like all the time, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, Mage might scale better with it during Combust. I think if you look at it overall, it's probably Demo Warlock. So I guess it does make sense. For Monka, playing the Demo Warlock to just have the extra stacks here. Probably gonna gain more damage from it overall. But yeah, we can compare the timers a little bit. So Monka killed Grand Menagerie at 12 minutes 26, while Echo killed it at 9 minutes 35. So it's 3 minutes in favor of Echo, but Monka also has more trash percentage, 15% more trash they had when they actually pulled the boss. So it's not... Actually, 3 minutes.
You're playing this dungeon. Which route are you taking here?
So I think going Menagerie first makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, sure.
So basically, what I would want to do, I last first boss or Sulgamax, then I go Menagerie, then I last Menagerie. Probably in the 26 you can't do that, but on higher keys you can, right? Then you go Oasis. And then you come back to Postmaster, because that's when you have the most stacks. And you want the most stacks for Postmaster to make sure you're not going to wipe.
Okay.
And you have last again, and then you go Celia. That's what I would do, at least, on high keys.
Okay, but whose route are you taking? gonna need you to make a decision.
Between Echo and Monka, I would
but...
probably go with Monka for sure.
Really?
Definitely Monka.
That's the one I would have picked as well, but I don't know. I feel like I don't mind like what they're doing. They're going and fishing out 12 stacks of the Shrouded buff before going into Menagerie. It seems good.
I like it a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense for high keys. The only thing that you could argue is not that great is that maybe their trash percentage is a bit inefficient.
Okay.
Because they're doing a lot of like, I don't want to say a lot, but they did some pulls that were like insanely big, right?
Top left, Monk is actually getting this trash in the Postmaster area killed off a little bit before Echo are. This is the last pack that they have to do before they can actually end up engaging Postmaster. On the top right, Echo, I think, still has one pack left to deal with.
Yeah, Echo is behind in the dungeon timer, right? They're 1.5 minutes behind.
That is true. Okay, yeah.
So technically, Echo is faster.
This is true. But they killed Menagerie first. Like, and not even just in dungeon time, but they also killed it real time, like, a little bit faster. But there was that count difference that you brought up that they have to make up. Where Marco was something in the order of, like, I think it was like 15% count coming out of Menagerie ahead of where Echo were. But they also did that Peacekeeper pull that we were like, what is this? What is this pull?
Yes. So Monka technically should be killing Postmaster in no time whatsoever because they have 15 stacks of the Shrouded buff already.
Oh my god!
Bloodlust.
Look at that!
Look at that!
I don't know, that boss is dying fast.
No, look at the Doom Guard! He's blasting!
Yeah, Crims is doing a lot of damage, it looks like.
Huh.
Yeah, I think that this is why Demo Warlock is actually so good in this dungeon, because you can get so many stacks, right? And because you can just blast those bosses. I mean, look at that. You have the bubble as well from the elemental, and then, I mean, that's just insane. I do think that one argument to make as well is that I think Echo, even if Echo would think that Demo Warlock is better than Mage, I don't think they can play it. I don't think Mirrors would have the possibility to play Demo, right? Because Mirrors, of course, being like a last, not a last second replacement.
What are you trying to say?
Usually,
a little bit.
I'm just saying that Mirrors is not. First of all, Mirrors used to play tank a lot and then melee, and now he needs to play range for Echo, which is of course really hard for someone to just switch from 2 roles to a different one, and then also like learn different range classes as well. So I do know Mirrors can play a lot of different classes, but I'm not sure if Mirrors can play Demo.
Hear me out. I think Mirrors can play Destro, and Clicks can play Demo.
That's true. Okay, that is very true. I think Mirrors definitely could play Destro.
I think
Pretty sure anyone could play Destro.
I think Mirrors could have made a Destro Warlock this morning and play Destro in these dungeons.
You know what? You're right. I didn't think of that possibility. I was just thinking about Demo. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, look at how much time Monka made up. If you look at the Grand Menagerie split between Monka and Echo, 3 minutes behind, and then you look at the mailroom difference, only like 30-40 seconds difference in favor of Echo. That's pretty crazy.
I like this Monka route. I feel like they're going to be able to make up like just the stack differential. I think that this double Warlock composition, I suspect if Monka's playing in the streets, they'll likely play it in Lower Karazhan too, because that's the other dungeon that we've seen it have high play rate in. Is Lower Kara is the one that donuts in Despair and 3 pods and speed. They were the double Warlock enjoyers. They played it in both of these dungeons. If they're playing in the streets, I don't see a reason that Monka isn't going to play it in Lower as well. I think that this double lock comp is broken. I think it is so good. I'm convinced. I've been sold.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense for this dungeon, and as you said, it makes also a lot of sense for Lower, because again, those 2 dungeons, you just have so many stacks. Even though Lower is definitely a key where we've seen some teams skip a lot of stacks, because in Lower, if you would kill all of the Shrouded mobs, you have like, I don't know how many stacks, like 30 or whatever, and a lot of teams ended up skipping some of them because they were like unfavorable trash groups, or because you want to take a different route. So we'll see if they change that up, if they decide to play the Demo Warlock there. Right. But yeah, 4 stacks in favor of Monka in the shrouded difference here.
Well, speaking of differences, we need to have a different set of casters come in because it's the hour swap, 4 hours remaining of the day. I know.
Good
I know.
segue. Good
I know.
segue.
Thank you so much. Nagura Tettles, we'll see you a little bit later. Welcome, Zyronic and Dratnos. What stood out to you in the first hour? Get ready. Uh-huh.
Oh. I was muted on VMix, but Dratnos and Doa heard what I said, but I'll say it again.
Classic blunder. It was
the
brilliant.
thing about the
again.
demonology warlocks here in this streets, right? They're only doing so good because they have so much of this haste buff in this dungeon,
exactly.
right? Look at Monka. They got 18 stacks of that. So yeah, that was my cool and interesting point. What were you going to say, Zyro?
Well, not only that, but the haste bubble also scales exponentially on that mailroom boss, and in this dungeon, mailroom is pretty much going to be the wall, so if you want to do as much damage as possible, and you want to be as safe as possible, I'm okay with the Demo Lock pick in this dungeon. They can make use of that haste bubble plus PI plus lust plus 18 stacks of the debuff better than any other class in the game, because when you cast your tyrant doesn't care about GCD lock. Your tyrant doesn't care about anything. It'll just keep pumping out those bolts over and over and over again as fast as it possibly can. And of course, it's only up for 15 seconds, so making sure its cast is as short as possible so that it can cast as many times as possible is pretty important. That's why you saw that Demo Lock bursting for like 100k DPS, because they make use of every single one of those haste buffs stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, the haste buff even in the music room that we're seeing here, looking pretty good. Also for Destro, though. But yeah, both Warlock specs, I think, really happy when you're in a dungeon where you're getting a lot of stacks of Shrouded, and Streets is one of those dungeons where you can hunt down so many of those infiltrators and get so many stacks. So the question now is going to be that 3-chest timer for Monka. It's looking pretty good for them. They do need a little bit more count before they can stop the clock here, but they do have a couple more minutes. Echo also looking solidly on 3-chest pace in their 26. So both teams, I think we expect both teams to put that 3-chest up. It's going to be closest for Monka, though.
Huh, so you're telling me even though Demo Lock did that much damage, it's going to be closer to the 3-chest for them over the group with the mage? Interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, hunting down those extra Shrouded stacks, right? Like, Echo has the less Shrouded stacks. Especially in the lower keys, the time it takes to get that stat buff in a shorter dungeon run, sometimes not as worth. That's why we're seeing some teams doing stuff like skipping Zolgamux in the lower keys, when we expect that once they start getting above 30, that Zolgamux mob is going to start getting pulled because the benefit is just so good for the rest of the dungeon, right?
Yeah. Not to mention also, there's some line-of-sight shenanigans you can pull off with Demo Lock 2 in this dungeon too, so there's that as well.
Yeah.
But let's...
Yeah, in upper as well, if we have that, which we don't currently have that on day 1, but I guess it could be on days 2 or 3.
Yeah. I already covered my opinion on this last week, and my opinion's going to stay the same. I think Demo Lock is just a worse mage in almost every single situation. I think the only time you're ever playing Demo Lock is if you think there's some cheese you can do with it, or if there's a particular scenario where it'll be better for burst and make the dungeon safer. I think Fire Mage will always be faster overall, though. Which is why it's so interesting to see Crims actually swap to the Demo Lock here, because, Mage main. Why are you playing Demo? They must have some particular reason why they think they have to play it. But look at that. I mean, Monka actually had 2 people get by the ring there.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
And RX is down. They do have a battle res, but the timer is actually getting rather dangerous here for the 3-chest. I'm actually not sure Monka are on pace anymore. The time we're looking for is 23 minutes and 24 seconds. So they are almost over that time. There's 20 seconds here to do 37% of Soazmi's health. Even with 18 stacks of Shrouded, I think Monka are actually going to be depleting, well, not depleting, but missing their 3-chest here, only going to be 2-chesting the 26. Whereas I think Echo are going to be securing the 3-chest up in the top right thing there. Yeah, you can see that timer is going over the 3-chest bar for Monka. They have missed it, but Echo are going to be beating that 3-chest timer with more than a minute to spare. So Echo coming out strong here, getting effectively an extra point advantage. And the question is whether they'll be able to capitalize and do the same thing, and keep the extra points in the higher key levels, right? Mhm.
Yeah, so if you go back to the discussion they had earlier today, I feel like, is that really that big of a deal, though? Because they're going to push their keys up to 29 and 28, right? If you can two-chest both of those pretty easily, go up to 31 and 30. But at that point, I don't think you can two-chest the 31 anymore, but I do think you can two-chest the 30. So if they get to that point, is it really that big of a deal? I mean, it's nice right now, for sure.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Obviously, we may get to a point where Monka can get that point back against Echo, and they can both end up having the same, like getting to the same key level and the same number of runs. But it is going to require Monka to either two-chest something while Echo one-chests the key one level higher, or obviously potentially three-chest something while Echo two-chests the key one level higher. But we don't think that's really going to be a possibility at the 29 level, so... Yeah, it's going to be an interesting question. Either way, Echo got to be happy about getting that on the board at least as the three chest, because worst case, it's an extra minute of them in the competition today, which even that is worth something.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's too early, right?
Yeah, it is indeed way too early to tell, and something we may not even see for today. That might be a tomorrow thing, depending on how time looks. We are getting into the 30 Solia pull for Jizu Gaming in the top left soon. Team Performance working on the same dungeon down on 26 in the top right. Ambition also on a 26. They've started out their streets. They've gotten Zolgamux nice and early and will be going into their first boss. While Donuts and Despair really close actually on the two-chest timer, but have successfully two-chested a plus 30 Gambit. So they only two-chested their 26, but then they two-chested their 28 and their 30. So that's at least good news for them. We'll see if Echo and Ambition and Monka are able to two-chest the 31s that they've unlocked. That would be bad news for Donuts.
Yeah. Ooh, I've already found a gameplay problem for Team Performance. Their mage has decided that drifting left and right during combustion is the correct play instead of jumping. Every real mage player knows that jumping during combust is the proper play. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a rookie mistake for sure. You can see there the sidestepping instead of jumping. It's bizarre. Why would you do that? The jumping is absolutely superior. Although sidestepping looks good against the cannon barrage there.
Nope. Jump and let it hit you. And then call for heals.
I see, yeah. Just heal me.
Yep. One heal.
A little bit worried that the cannon barrage one-shots. I'm not sure at this key level. Probably does. Maybe not.
Sounds like a healer problem.
I guess you've got Cauterize and Pod for a reason, right?
Exactly. Use them early and often on cooldown. That's how you play mage.
You got Guardian Spirit as well that you can call for.
Yep. Exactly. Well, alright. So, the question is, as we're still kind of, moving on through these early keys, we know, from the last couple of weekends how this is going to work, is teams are pretty much just going to push up their starter key most of the time to a level where they feel comfortable with, and then just move across the other dungeons doing that in order. But Donuts of Despair already pushed their Gambit up to 30. Do you ever think that they just kind of break the mold and keep going with that key and just try to get a 32 done right away? Or do you think they're going to do the thing that we expect them to do and go to different dungeons?
I think you should head to a different dungeon at this point. If you're looking at Donuts and Despair, right, you've got one key out of 4 on your board, and you've used 1/4 of your time in the day. If you spend too long in that keystone, so doing the 32 Gambit, it does sort of realize that 2-chest potential, but you've got 3-chest potential in your other dungeons you really need to make sure that you don't miss out on by the end of the day, and a lot of those are going to turn into 2-chest potential keys as well, so... I would be looking at not staying in Gambit if I was Donuts. I'd be heading to, in fact, looks like Streets of Wonder in the bottom left is exactly where they are off to. Maybe you can get back into Gambit at the end of the day if you want, but I think that it makes the most sense to... you want to make sure that you get your streets and your docks done, and you want to make sure that you get your lower to a level where you can, start a good lower key as your last thing of the day, because lower is our longest dungeon. Usually teams are going to want to be in a lower as the time ends on the day so that they can get the most value out of the unlimited overtime rule we've got at the end of the day.
Very true. Right now, Monka is taking their break. Remember, teams do need to take 15 minutes total worth of break time at some point in the day. Ooh, team performance losing somebody there, but it can be a 5-minute, 10-minute break, can be a 15-minute break. So anyway, Monka regrouping a little bit, figuring out where they're going to go next.
Yeah, taking some breaks. So when you take your break is definitely an interesting question. It's not too important on day one, sequencing it strategically. You kind of just want to use it based on when your players need it. But sometimes, or even early on, you can already know that there's something you want to look at from another team's run. Monka, looking at their scoreboard, there's not too much that other teams have done that they haven't done. The only thing I could think of that would be really good to look at would be the Ambition 26 three-chested docks, if teams aren't already sure of a way to do that.
And I didn't follow their entire routing. I remember they had something like 80% trash heading into the second boss here, which means they have to do a decent bit of trash still in the Wranglers section between second and third boss. But I would imagine with the changes to Iron Docks coming out literally yesterday, that those Wranglers are a lot easier to do now. Remember, for high-end levels of keys, that serrated spear dot from the Wranglers was not removable by anything except for hard immunities. But they fixed it yesterday to make you be able to use your Dwarf Racial to move it off, to stone form it off. So that is a huge, huge nerf to those trash mobs, and it makes that section of the dungeon a lot easier to pull, and potentially chain pull, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious. Those Wranglers are still some of the scariest mobs in any dungeons this expansion, or I guess this season, but definitely a lot less banned now that they are, now that you can purge that with Dwarf Racial or Kyrian File as well. Although we don't tend to see a whole lot of Kyrians aside from those Survival Hunters and sometimes the Blood Death Knights. Blood Death Knights out of the regions that aren't China. China tending to prefer the Night Fae instead, as you can see Anuo up in the top left, playing that blue Death and Decay.
I believe Dorky is a Night Fae enjoyer too, right?
Yeah, so the NA region, they're a little bit they're a little dungeon by dungeon on it, but Dorky also does land on the side of Night Fae more often than Nerf from Ambition, and definitely way more often than Echo and Monka do.
I believe Dorky was going so far as to hard flame the European teams last weekend for playing Kyrian, so see how that works out for him this week.
It's a big talk. We'll see if they can walk the walk. Echo using Life Grip to buy a little bit more time for the imprisoned target on that containment cell. Pretty unlucky. It looks like Clix has been getting bullied there. You can see Human Racial on cooldown. I think just getting spam targeted by the containment cells, so they actually had to do that mechanic. You can see most people on the Echo team, that all of the eligible targets for containment cell, they're playing Human to be able to break out of that, but sometimes the same person just gets targeted over and over again, and nothing you can do about that.
So we're actually seeing a big difference in routing here from the two teams, right? You can see for Echo, they decided to use their Bloodlust on the very first pull of the dungeon on the 3-pack with the mini-boss that casts that Radiant Pulse. Monka, however, saves their Bloodlust for Zolgamux, which of course we know they pull Zolgamux and Echo does not. And I believe we had a completely different routing also for both Donuts and Despair and Ambition. Everyone's deciding to play this dungeon very, very differently, which is pretty interesting to see, because the Bloodlust timing really does matter in this dungeon, right? You pretty much want to make sure that you have a Bloodlust ready and available whenever you are about to pull Postmaster, because you really want to make sure that you can stack up those 2 Mental Bubbles plus Bloodlust and all your cooldowns with as many stacks of the Shrouded buff as possible. So using your Bloodlust early is just kind of getting ready to offset it for later in the dungeon. With this early Bloodlust, that sets Echo up for like a better interval to use that second Bloodlust whenever they want to, right? They give themselves a little bit of extra leeway. Whereas there are situations where Monka could actually go too fast and like not have their Bloodlust available for Mailroom if they're playing really well in lower keys.
It's a plus 230 for Jishu. They get that done, so we'll see where they head next. Probably into a different dungeon if they stick to what a lot of the other teams have been doing, but at least they got that 32 chest on the board, or 2-star on the board, whatever you want to call it, to come back to later.
Yeah, definitely curious to see where they'll head as well. I do think that it's time to get out of... If you're a team with only one dungeon on the board, I think it is time to start heading to the other dungeons, because we are a quarter of the way through the day, and there are, of course, 4 dungeons that we've got unlocked for the day, so let's see how that goes. Echo in the bottom left, doing the old left side movement through the dungeon, grabbing a bunch of these free infiltrators over on the left. I'm curious if they have designs on trying to 3-chest this dungeon at this level. I'd have to imagine that 29 3-chest is not extremely feasible, So I have to guess it's probably just the 2 chests they're going for, but I wonder to what extent they've practiced these dungeons at different levels and have different routes or lust timings prepared for the different levels to maximize the chances of getting the results they're looking for. Ooh, as Team Performance actually up in the top left just got a 3 chest in their Gambit. That's better than Jiju Gaming or Donuts and Despair were able to do in that key. That's tying them up in at least that dungeon at that level with Monka, Echo, and Ambition. So a great result there from Team Performance.
Yeah, that's impressive. I think a lot of us early when we were talking about who we thought the team that would be eliminated the other day was, we just kind of automatically defaulted for that second place team from China because we don't really know them that well. And looking at the straight up competition over there and their TGP qualifier for this event, like nothing really looked too crazy from them, but that 3 chest in that dungeon definitely sets them a lot higher than I thought they were. So maybe it's going to end up being a really close competition to see who gets knocked out today.
I hope so. I mean, it is a global final, so you don't want to see anybody get, absolutely blown up. But you never know. The teams are all very good that made it this far, so I'd expect good things from everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing multiple different teams, including teams, even Monka have lost, key levels against Echo, right? Like they've lost that 26 3 chest versus 2 chest comparison against Echo. So at the end of the day, we might get to a point where it's just whichever team has the most such key level losses ends up going home, and it might not even be, whichever team it is, it's going to be a team that's played extremely well in a lot of dungeons, but it may just come down to these minutes and seconds here and there as we cross over those 2 and 3 chest breakpoints.
Right.
Oh, what's Ellesmere doing? Is he tagging another infiltrator for the squad here? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, Ellesmere activating one of the portals as well, so that if they do die, they can run back and use the portals from that first boss area. Pretty nice thing to do in these keys. Makes it a little bit safer, although when you're talking about going for a tight 3 chest timer, those are the sorts of things where you kind of... Sometimes you just don't do those, right? That's like something you'll remember to do in the high key, and then in the low key, in the speed key, right? You're not as worried about it, but Ellesmere's still just making sure that portal is activated in case they need it.
And G2 taking their G2? No, we'll figure it out. Taking their first break of the day. Could be a 5, 10, or 15. We'll see. They just need 15 minutes total of break time, but a good start for them overall. They got the 30 Gambit done. Now the question is where to go next. Seems like Streets is probably it, but there's that outside choice that could choose something different. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, something I didn't really think about when it came to Sanguine and Streets is how actually annoying it is to get right in on the edge of these mental bubbles. Pod Tender for onesie there. I think he ate the frontal from that infiltrator right as it died. Little unfortunate to use that right before the dangerous boss that you've been saving your bloodlust for, but, so be it. It's already happened. He has a Warlock. He has a lot of personals available to live through most of the mechanics. And it still is only a 26 that they're doing, so they should be okay. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, like you said, the Sanguine Male Mental combo is pretty nasty, right? You can get in the edge of the bubble without being in the Sanguine, but if you're trying to stack up 2 of those bubbles, you need to position really precisely if you want to be able to set that up. So we'll see exactly how Ambition decide to do this. You can see a Male Elemental banished off over on the right-hand side as they're working on killing off these other enemies before getting into the boss. They're just going to attempt to melt this Postmaster. Nerf moving towards getting the boss pulled. There's that grip. Both Male Elementals next to each other now. Finishing off this last Infiltrator. And just a Post Worker now needs to die. There's the first bubble, and as soon as that bubble spawns, Nerf is walking right over and is going to pull that Postmaster. Life Grip comes out as well. Here's Bloodlust. Huge damage now coming out from everybody with all of these haste effects as they have that second Male Elemental banished off to the side to save for when this first one expires.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, this is the one spot in the dungeon where I prefer having the Demo Lock over the Fire Mage here. Remember, the Demo Lock from Monka here was doing 100k DPS burst at the start of this boss. That'll make this boss go down so much more quickly. But you can also see that, the danger of this boss on these lower level keys really isn't that high. You live through pretty much every single mechanic, no problem, and I wouldn't be worried about, difficulty of this boss until, maybe 31 or 32, but it is fortified, right? So you could probably not even worry about this boss until you get to the 32 or potentially even the 33, which is, I think, something that's possible for these teams.
Yeah, 100%. Especially since the fan mail's been nerfed as well, it's a little bit less of a one-shotty boss, right? It's a little bit less of a you're dead to this damage, and a little bit more of a we'd still like to kill this thing before the 4th money order, right? Before the 5th money order.
The tyrannical version of this dungeon was very difficult for teams, it seemed like. So, do you feel like this is one where we could see it push a little bit higher key level wise because it's unfortified? There's still definitely some scary trash, but it seems like you might be able to. What do you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a 5-boss dungeon, right? So,
right.
You know, those are already very rare on their own. And then if it were to be tyrannical, spending more time on those 5 bosses is not ideal, especially when trash count in this dungeon is pretty consolidated, right? You can see they're 15 minutes into the dungeon, and they already have, in the top right, look at Ambition, they already have 90% of their dungeon trash done, right? They pretty much just have to kill a mini-boss plus 1 mob. And this Infiltrator pretty much fulfills that 1 mob requirement, and they're done with trash. I mean, they're going to be killing this boss, and then they're going to go to Soasmi, and they're going to be done. They are actually so far ahead of the 3-chest timer, I think, that they're going to be hard chilling on that.
Which is interesting, because we've seen... do you think they're actually going to 3-chest it? Because we've seen some other teams not be able to do that.
Yeah, I think they're ahead
on
of it
streets.
Easily.
All right. Because Monk, I believe, 2-chested the 26. So, Ambition being able to do that, maybe NA has a chance, is what you're saying?
Well,
I mean,
let's not get ahead of ourselves
so good
here.
so far. Ambition are going to be... It's like Ambition and Echo will be the only teams that will have not missed a 3-chest on a 26 so far, right? That is
true.
Extremely good place to be. And Ambition... I mean, that's exactly what they need to be competitive with Echo and with Monka here, which... A lot of trash has been talked between Ambition and Echo over the past couple of weeks, so far Ambition are at least living up to it and are staying competitive here.
We should look at Donuts and Despair on the top left, though. They were going for the same skip when you head from the Menagerie to the Oasis area that Ambition pulled off earlier, but they accidentally pulled this mini-boss trash mob, so they're killing it right now. They're going to have to kill it later anyways, but the thing to mention, look, their lust is already off cooldown. So they're just delaying their second lust even more as they head to the mailroom.
Remember that the 3-chest timer in this dungeon is 23 minutes and 24 seconds. So,
they're only
with
getting
the
one more
timer
anyways.
where it's at now, there is only room for 1 more Bloodlust for Donuts while still making a 3-chest. Obviously, they could lust more times if they gave up on that 3-chest, but I assume that's not something they're interested in doing. So I assume you still just send the lust on the mailroom and you don't have it for Soasmi is the play in this situation, but probably. It's definitely rough for them. They would really rather get, of course, 3 rather than 2 Bloodlusts in the dungeon.
Yeah, and interesting to look at the trash count here for Ambition as well. They're still in that mini-boss plus 1 mob area. For some reason, a couple weeks ago, I thought that the mini-boss was worth 20 count. I don't know why it's actually worth 24 count, but still, they're going to need to get 1 singular extra trash mob to finish off their trash count with the mini-boss. So, let's see, they have a little over 4 minutes on their 3-chest timer, right? They should be totally fine. This boss is about to go down, then it's just travel time plus boss, pretty much.
How long are we thinking Soasmi takes on a plus 26 fortified? Probably 2 minutes?
Oh, like 1:45. It'll be really fast.
Yeah, so I think the time is okay for Ambition. It's worth noting that Echo got this done in 22:08. I think Ambition are probably going to be below that, but above the 3-chest timer. It is going to be kind of tight, though. I'm not 100% confident in there. Ooh, is that a dealer? Okay, they're not pulling that dealer. So it's probably going to be a Peacekeeper and the mini-boss that they're going to fight here. There's that singular Peacekeeper that Nerf is going to grab now. Ellesmere running ahead. He's going to start the RP with Mind Soothe, Fade, and he's going to click on that elevator. Heads upstairs, and just by doing that RP with Soasmi is going to start. And then he'll be able to hop back down, carefully positioning so that he lands in the right spot.
It's scary to watch.
And that's a blind jump, by the way. When you're upstairs looking down, you cannot see anything. There's no mobs, no friends. The only thing you can see are these puddles on the ground. That's it. So you kind of are just blind jumping down into your group without knowing what's going to be there.
Yeah, our observer actually gave us a really good perspective of how that looks, right? There's a magical Tazavesh illusion that hides all the enemies until you get down onto their level. So once Ellesmere did that jump, all those mobs appeared to him. They've done it now. They're heading upstairs, and we have 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes on the clock here for Ambition against Soasmi.
Let's see how long this last boss takes here for Ambition. Pulling it 5 seconds under the 21-minute timer. I'm pretty sure this boss on this level, even without Bloodlust, is going to take them less than 2 minutes. Those Shrouded buffs, they pretty much have Bloodlust active anyways, right?
Yeah, they do. They have 30% haste at all times with 15 stacks of Shrouded. It is exactly a Bloodlust.
Yeah, so this boss should go down very, very quickly. Oh, look at that. Even a little Curse of Tongues applied to the boss, too. So nice of you, Onesie. Making sure that his teammates can't troll and not interrupt the boss.
I mean, it's a damage increase as well, right? Like, the boss is going to spend more time sitting there casting double technique and not jumping around, losing damage.
True.
It is very good play to do.
Dranos,
Yep.
why is Nerf doing 5,000 more DPS than the Hunter or the Warlock?
Well, you see, Nerf has
DPS
Boon of
class.
the End active right now. That's a jailer gavel weapon that is for a full minute on pull. He's going to have had that. Plus, with all this haste, is going to be procking up a storm here. So that would be wise. Gavel, the first Arbiter, plus Shrouded, the main culprit for sure.
So they went into this boss without Infernal, without Coordinated Assault. All they had was Combustion and Gavel proc, and they're going to be killing this boss without Bloodlust in, I mean, look at the timer, a minute 30 on 26 Fortified.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Griefed by the teleport movement, but they are okay. Onesie eventually rejoining the team there. 22-24 is where Ambition stopped the clock. So they are 15 seconds slower than Echo in here, but more than a minute faster than Monka, and putting up another 3 chest on the board, putting Ambition at this really great spot where nothing has gone wrong for them so far today. Only Echo and Ambition can really say that so far.
Yeah. NA, you know? I mean, all I want is I just want NA teams in the final day. That's all I ask. And Ambition
I'm sure we'll have them in the final
might just
day.
be that team. You say that.
You don't want them to win?
I mean, sure, but I mean, no. I'm not biased. I think the best team should win. I don't have any sort of like, tendency to cheer for one region over another. You know me.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
May the best gamers win.
So what do you think about something I've heard being a little bit of tech for DPS players, Dratnos? What if your mage or your hunter took the drums instead of your healer?
Okay, so taking the drums, you're rooted while you're in the drum, right? So
yeah, but you can't get hit by anything.
Yeah. I guess I like the idea. I think it probably should be like the Warlock, right? Because the mages are so mobile, and I guess Warlocks are pretty mobile too. I'm not sure.
Well, apparently
about it?
apparently pets get bugged out if you're in the drums.
Okay, so it should be mage?
So that's why I didn't say Warlock.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it can't be Hunter or Warlock. Then it has to be.
I guess
mage,
it would have to be mage. Yeah, but it's also kind of annoying for mage because you have no way of canceling
your
cast
combust,
with
right?
jumping and your combust.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, healers can have the drums. Whatever. Never mind.
Exactly. Yeah, or you just put your survival. Oh wait, no. If it bugs out pet, if pets aren't happy in there, then that's that you don't want your hunter in there either. So, yeah, healer job, as you can see, most teams are indeed putting their priest on the drums. I would say healers are the drummers of a 5-player party as well. So I think it is accurate.
Usually they're just back there doing their job, but when there's a really, really good one, you do notice.
Well, if you think about it, like when you walk up to a whack-a-mole machine and the way you hit the moles when they pop their heads out of the machine is pretty similar to hitting drums on a drum set, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
True.
It's a low health player. Bang, another low health player.
Bang, yeah. Exactly.
Yep. Easy. All right, so we do have Jiju Gaming in the bottom left are working on their docks. They are making a pretty quick time in here. I don't remember what Ambition splits were, but 9:23 second boss split. I have to imagine is 3-chest pace here for the number 1 seeded Chinese team. Meanwhile, we've got Ambition and Team Performance both in 29s. It is a Streets that Ambition are running back right now, whereas Team Performance are in that Solia's Gambit. Both teams hoping for a 2-chest in their 29s. And then the teams on the left are hoping for 3 chests in their 26s. Unfortunately for Donuts and Despair, the bad news is I don't think they're on 3 chest pace in this Streets of Wonder. I think that Donuts are going to have another keystone where they fail to convert the 26 to a 3 chest, and that is another point that they are losing potentially to teams like Ambition, Echo, and even Monka that have been able to get most or all of those 3 chests.
Also, Donuts and Despair are like really far behind on trash count. Remember, they've already killed the mini-boss, so they already have that 24 count in their trash. So, like, where's the rest of their count coming from? Huh. That's really weird.
They'll just snap from, the Great Beyond or something like that.
Yeah, they'll just snap an entire trash pack on the last boss, a la MDI.
As you do.
As quick as Soasmi is, but they just don't have enough time. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it is indeed a 2 chest there for the Donuts, so bad news. Echo also passing over their 2 chest line in the bottom left, but for them that is fine because their keystone level is 29. And that is where we are expecting that to be kind of the best possible outcome. They're working on their mini-boss now. A couple of Market Peacekeepers coming into this pull as well. Once they finish all this trash off, that should be count for them, and they'll be able to head up and do Soasmi well underneath that 2 chest line that you can see on their timer.
Yeah, a little unfortunate.
In this dungeon, the 2 chest timer is 31 minutes and 12 seconds, so they are sitting at 6 full minutes until that would pass. Even on a plus 29 key, we expect Soasmi's, 2.5 minutes?
Probably
29?
That, right?
Yeah, probably, yeah. Actually, it doesn't scale too high, right? They don't have Bloodlust. I'd say it's probably a little over 2 minutes for Echo. Maybe even a little under, actually. Depending on the cooldowns they have available. But they're saving all their cooldowns. They have everything up, right? So this boss should actually get completely destroyed for Echo.
Yeah, no Bloodlust, as you mentioned, but they do have 14 stacks of Shrouded, which is pretty much a Bloodlust. So we'll see how that works out for them. Donuts also done with their trash now, heading up to Soasmi, but we can see that timer being yellow means that the 2 chest is already the best that they could do here. The 3 chest is gone. Monka in the bottom right are also in a Streets of Wonder. For them, it is a 28 keystone level, as they have, like Donuts, not converted the 26 into a 29. Monka are at least on pace here to turn the 28 into a 30, but that's going to be small consolation since Echo are doing the same thing 1 keystone level higher.
Yeah, we're going to have to see whether or not Echo can then convert that 31 they get from this into a higher level key, right? That's the real, important thing. If that 31 becomes a 33 and Echo can do the 33, that's where they're going to save a ton of time. Right now, they haven't really saved all that much time. They just have 1 free extra point on the board, but we'll see how that actually shapes up later in the competition, because we do expect both of these teams to be, some of the premier teams that make it to our Saturday and Sunday, because they played so ridiculously well, better than what we saw from NA and China in their weekend. So yeah, we'll see if they're able to convert there, but I do imagine that Echo is probably going to be heading to a different dungeon after this Streets. There's just not really a whole bunch of reason this early on in the competition to try to push 1 key level up so high.
Yeah, I mean,
so.
The other dungeons that they have available are docks and lower. I do think you want to get the lower 26 done before the end of the day, and then maybe you save the 29 for end of day as your last key of the day. So that would kind of leave docks as the other place that Echo could maybe go and match Ambition's 26 in, but I don't know. At some point, I think teams are going to run out of really low stuff to do before the day is over, and we'll probably see them coming back into these 31 level keys as Donuts do finish their dungeon eventually. That Street's going to go on the board for them. So I wonder if they're going to head back in and just start blasting the 28 in that dungeon, or if they'll head to a different place potentially as well.
Well, Ambition has gone back into the 29, so they'll be trying to get a 2 or 3 chest in there. Not too sure how close the 3 chest is possible, if they can actually play it a little better than Echo did.
I think that's probably out of the realm of feasibility. Probably. I think it is just the 2 chests you're looking for here. As you can see, Echo nearly done with this dungeon, but they are several minutes under the 3 chest bar at this key level. I don't think it was realistic to expect this dungeon to be 3 minutes faster than what Echo have just put up here, but still a great run for Echo that is going to put them at 2 two-chested 29s as their scorecard, so not a bad scorecard at all. And the question now is just what they do next. Maybe it's a break time for them, or maybe it's time to head to that docks.
Check it out. Jishu Gaming is already in the Iron Docks, too, so they've decided that
almost done with it as well.
Not what they wanted to do. They're on to the Iron Doc's final boss here. 2.5 minutes left on the 3-chest timer. No bloodlust.
Ooh.
I do not think they'll be 3-chesting this because we saw Ambition needed a little over 3 minutes to do that. So,
wow.
And they're also pulling an Infiltrator in as well, which they don't actually even need. They're already at a 100% trash count, so not quite sure what the reasoning behind that is, but they're going for it anyways. And here we go, on to the final boss. I do not think they're going to be 3-chesting those. Looks like it's just going to be a 2-chest.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Infiltrator as well. I mean, it does help you cleave a little bit, but you already have 2 targets on this boss. So you're going up to 3, which is a little bit of a single target increase for a couple of specs, but it's not a huge deal. And you do add the extra risk of those frontals and those sleepy clouds potentially causing a problem, so we'll see if that works out for them. It looks like they are even cleaving Skulllock and Koromar here so far. Not focusing damage on either of those 2 enemies, just kind of full blasting. Yeah.
Well,
Curious what the plan is here.
if they can push Skulllock in this phase, then there's no way they don't have cooldowns. Because they have to kill all 3 of them, right? So, yeah, they'd pretty much have to kill Skulllock before his next knockback to give them enough time to finish off both Koromar and the cannon guy whose name starts with a Z that I can't remember. They just don't have enough time. Zagash, thank you. Yeah, they just don't have enough time left in the key, unfortunately. 1 minute left on the 3-chest timer. Koromar, they're going to get smashed by Skulllock in about 10 seconds here.
Yeah, so it's just because Skulllock is full health and needs to die for the boss encounter to end. I do think that's going to be the problem for them. As you can see, Guardian Spirit coming out on their Destro Lock.
Smash.
Jishu also on the double Warlock lifestyle here. But yeah, this is going to be a 2-chest for them. So the question is just how many teams are going to be able to actually 3-chest this 26 Docs? Because we know Ambition did it, but I don't know how many other teams are even going to be able to replicate that feat. That looks really impressive out of Ambition. I think there's a chance they might be the only team to land that in this specific dungeon. That looked so tight.
Ambition playing pretty well today. They've definitely come out of the gates swinging as far as, maybe exceeding expectations from some of us coming into the day, but the question is, can it continue into those higher keys?
There was a lot of tasteful trash talk during European Weekend Cup last weekend between some of the Ambition players, namely JPC, and a lot of the European teams are like, oh my god, you guys got a workshop with easy affixes and you couldn't even do a 34? You guys are going down next week. And then, of course, now responded with like the whole handing down the tacos to... I forget who it was in the movie, but it was just an L.
Oh, Ant-Man.
Batman, yeah.
That was
Batman.
Batman.
Did you say
Yeah.
Kratos?
Ant-Man.
Yep. No, Batman, I think.
And then then the Hulk was like, "My name's Martha." Batman was like, "Oh, how do you know that name?" There you go. The crossover of the century.
All right, team performance here, working on Solia here. Solia's Gambit. It's going to be a 2-chested 29 for them if they can avoid wiping here. They do have 2.5 minutes to get this done on 29 Tyrannical from 60% in P2. That should be more than enough time, although this is going to be a boss fight that starts getting really long as the key level starts going up. Once we get above that 30 level, Solia is going to start just going further and further towards the end of the dungeon, where they're going to start needing to pull that boss with like 6 minutes to spare in order to still time that key. Jishu Gaming up in the top right are re-entering the Iron Docks. They're doing it on the level 28 now. We'll see if that 2-chest is still in reach for them at this key level. I'd have to assume it is, because they were so close to the 3-chest on the 26.
Absolutely is. By the way, I just want to mention, even though they put that invisible wall in on the left, there are still multiple places that you could do line of sight tech here for the foot soldiers. It's just the teams haven't had time to put in practice and figure it out.
Yeah, so these foot soldiers, the Gromkar foot soldiers, they charge and apply a bleed to somebody that's not in melee range of them, or if everybody's in melee range of them, then they'll just pick somebody at random. And it is a really, really nasty bleed. You can see it just landed on ZyBB there for Shishu Gaming. Ends up using Unending Resolve to try and mitigate the damage, but still nearly dying to it. So a tremendous amount of damage from those foot soldiers. But like you said, there are ways that you can either line of sight or make it so that there's not a path to the person that's farthest away. But one of those was sort of, there was an invisible wall added yesterday. So question is whether teams have got a new one lined up or not.
Check it out. Echo and Monka in the lower Karazhan now. They're moving on to a dungeon we haven't seen yet from teams today. And this is one of the longer ones. So are you surprised to see them starting it a little bit earlier in the day?
Not really, considering Echo is the team that decided in the European weekend to just go straight into lower Karazhan. So, they seem to be at home in this dungeon. Don't see any problems with it.
I like doing the lower 26 now or sometime during the day. The thing is, at the end of the day, ideally you'd like to be in lower Karazhan, right? When we get over the 3 o'clock Pacific mark, the midnight Europe time mark, when our keys close, ideally you'd like to be in a lower because it's the longest dungeon timer. But I don't think you want to be in a lower 26. I think you want to have pushed the key up at least once before the end of the day. So doing it now is as good a time as any for Echo. It saves that docks for potentially after their break, which I don't think they've taken yet. So I would want to, if I was Echo, I would assume that the docks 26 3 chest is something that's going to be pretty tough, and I'd want to make sure that we have our strat really prepared for that one before going into it.
True.
Okay. How's Ambition doing in this 29? Okay, yeah, in order for this to be a 3 chest, they would have to be already in the mailroom, so not going to be a 3 chest for them. They're just playing for a 2 chest, just like Echo did as well. So yeah, Monka also in the lower. Okay, interesting. Both teams from our European region going towards the lower Karazhan instead of going to the Iron Docks. Yeah, like you said, I think they're probably going to try to break down what Ambition did in their Iron Docks, try to get that 3 chest, because that is a pretty big deal to be able to get that out of the way.
Yeah. Speaking of getting things out of the way, it's good to get that lower Karazhan out of the way too. I agree. Might as well get in there, try to 3 chest it, and then just kind of save it for later for the end of the day.
Yeah, either saving the 29 or potentially a higher key for the end of the day. I mean, Echo have been making such quick pace through these dungeons. We're only an hour and a half in, and they've already got 29s on the board and 31s as their available keys in 2 of the 4 dungeons. So, if they can maintain this pace, they're going to be 3.5 hours into the day when all of their keys are over 30, and that's going to be then a question of what do you want to do with your last 2 hours of the day? I'm not sure what the answer would be. I guess it'd probably be heading over to dungeons like Gambit and Docks, starting to try and get those, maybe even Streets of Wonder, save that lower 31 as your overtime activity.
Yeah, it could be.
Part of the reason that I really like the format for this weekend is we have a lot more emphasis placed on pushing those really high keys rather than doing a lot of homework, right? It's just starting at 26 doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But it pretty much means you have to do one entire less dungeon run of every single dungeon, which over the course of the weekend is like 3 extra hours you get to push the really high keys. So we should see some pretty interesting things. We should probably see some 32s, maybe even some 33s of dungeons that you wouldn't expect. I think all 4 of our keys, except maybe the Iron Docks, could go up to that level today if they really wanted to push up and play perfectly. So we'll see what they can do with that extra time they have now.
I feel like
I agree that
go ahead.
the Docks is the most timer prohibitive one, I think. So,
Right.
Echo engaged in a little bit of a skip here, skipping most of the understudies behind the backstage area. Are they interested in Zolgamux here? No, they're setting up Soulstones now, and they're just heading straight downstairs into the backup singers. And
So-
is Zolgamux going to be joining this later, or has it just been skipped entirely? It looks like skipped entirely.
The routing
which
here...
I'd have to imagine is a 26 thing, right?
No, the routing here, if they do their high key strategy, is they're going to pull all of these singers, and then they'll pull afterwards Zolgamux with one singular understudy, just so they have a damage amp that they can then use on the mini-boss. And they do pull the singer packs one at a time, just so they have safety from interrupts. I believe that's what they'll be doing.
Okay, yeah, it is just a question of are they interested in, less shrouded buffs, less time fighting mobs like Zolgamux since the keystone level is lower? Are they interested in a no Zolgamux 26 and start doing Zolgamux on the 29? Or what exactly is the plan here for them?
Well, the thing is, right, like, the biggest problem with Zolgamux is just the time investment, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not necessarily a great time investment on higher keys. However, if you have the damage amp from the understudy, I could see reason to pull it, but with the way Echo's posturing, it doesn't look like they're going to be pulling it at all. Yep, they're going to be heading straight up to the audience, so no interest in killing that mini-boss.
Oh, wow.
Skylark actually going down for Monka. Maybe this is intentional, actually. It looks like nobody else was in combat and then getting instantly mass res. So maybe Skylark just sitting without a potion is going to take that mass res downstairs. As Monka also are pretty much at the same spot as Echo in this dungeon.
Yeah,
working on these backup singers.
The thing about the Zolgamux question is you have to ask yourself when you're pulling Zolgamux, okay, yes, we're going to get 3 stacks of Shrouded. However, the main thing that you're looking at, you're already in Lower Karazhan. You're going to have 15 or 16 stacks by the end of the dungeon, regardless of whether or not you pull Zolgamux. Is the trash count that he's worth, worth trying to kill a single target mob with several million effective HP because it's going to heal every time it casts? In a dungeon like Lower Karazhan, there is other more efficient trash to pull. So you don't need to pull Zolgamux. So I actually like the idea of just skipping it in this dungeon. But when you think about dungeons like, Gambit, when you think about what skipping of the Zolgamux trash pack means you have to do, it means you have to kill pretty much an entire extra Murloc pack, which is really annoying to do, or you have to pull the Stormforged Guardians into the first boss, which is also really annoying to do, but somehow still just as efficient trash count-wise. So these are some of the questions the teams are asking themselves when they set up the pulls for their dungeons. And I think a lot of teams are quickly realizing that Zolgamux in a lot of cases is just not really worth the headache to deal with.
Yeah, in terms of time efficiency, it's an interesting question. Monka actually have decided that they are interested in Zolgamux even on the 26 here, because the other variable about it is those 3 stacks, right? Those 3 Shrouded stacks. Even if you're not happy with how much single target damage to count ratio you have to do for it, getting those 3 stacks is a big time save for the rest of the dungeon that sort of invisibly helps you for the rest of the dungeon, and it's a huge safety increase, right, for these later bosses to just have more damage, get the bosses done faster, have more haste for them. Like it's tough to exactly quantify, but it is big value associated with pulling that mini boss. So I expect that we will see some teams starting to pull Zolgamux as the keystone level gets higher, although yeah, maybe some teams will be just off it entirely. Like you said, in Lower in particular, there's so much good count you can find in this dungeon, and there's a lot of Shrouded mobs as well if you're willing to go a little bit off the beaten path, and you can just get your stacks elsewhere instead.
Were you aware, by the way, of tech to make Zolgamux heal less? Obviously, everybody already knows about Moral Strike effects, but if you have an Absorb on you, it doesn't count as doing any damage, so it doesn't actually heal Zolgamux at all.
Yeah.
That is some
also
tech
if
that
you
can
use
do
damage
as a
reduction
priest.
effects, like AMZ as well, will reduce the healing that Zolgamux does, because all of Zolgamux's healing is based on each of those ticks of damage. So even throwing out stuff like immunities or personal defensives, personal walls, can be really good play against it. Same with, of course, the infiltrators themselves on their Vampiric Claws. That only hits the tank, but any defensive you can use against that will reduce the healing that the Dreadlord gets.
So there are actually some very useful times to use your Absorbs on Zolgamux, the most notable being the very first Blood Siphon, because if you do not use defensives or personals on the very first Blood Siphon, it's the first Blood Siphon happens like 15 seconds after you pull the mini-boss. So in a lot of situations, you almost feel like you don't want to pop cooldowns on the pull because he's just going to heal that damage right back up. However, if you pop your cooldowns on the pull, use your defensives, Dark Pact on your Warlock, barriers on your Mage. Even if you're a Holy Priest, spamming out Power Word shields on as many people as possible, even during the Blood Siphon, is extremely effective because it means that Zolgamux will not heal up the damage that you just did to it. It is extremely worth, and teams are just now starting to figure this out. I think that was a purposeful death skip from Monka there. Skylark was pulling things away from his team on purpose there, and they're just going to res him up quickly. Might not have had his invis potion.
Echo actually had the same thing going on there with Clicks. Actually, it seemed inadvertently getting in combat while Gingy was pulling those ushers to the side. Those ushers, they've been nerfed quite a bit. They're a lot less bad to pull than they used to be, but they are still not part of the desired route for any of our great push teams, so we expect to see mostly 0 ushers getting pulled, as Mode and Crims actually both falling asleep here for Monka, an unfortunate Sleepy Cloud hunting them.
Came right at him. Sometimes, it moves so slow, but sometimes that means you don't notice it too, All
right, so Zara, how are we feeling about this ambition timer in the streets in the bottom left? They're getting pretty close already to where the 3 chest would be over. Again, the 2 chest timer in that Streets of Wonder is 31 minutes and 12 seconds. So they have 9 minutes to do Mize's Oasis, Soasmi, and the last trash pull. That's more than enough time, right?
Oh yeah, more than enough. I mean, again, remember, Soasmi takes 2 minutes. Like, that boss is essentially a target dummy with extra steps. So Yeah, they shouldn't be too worried about their timer. They're doing totally fine. There's no reason to rush anything here. And it's not like they really can rush anything here, right? You're running to Oasis, you're killing a boss, then you're running to Soesme and killing a boss with, like, you know, one mini boss in between. They're totally fine on 2-chest timer.
Yeah, Donuts in the bottom right as well. Also working through the same dungeon. Also probably planning for a 2-chest outcome here. That 3-chest in the 28 not seeming especially feasible, so... that will at least put a 28 on the board for them, but again, Donuts have failed to convert the 3-chest in both of the 26s they've done so far, so they are in some danger of being eliminated at the end of the day. They're definitely one of the teams under the most pressure right now.
What's going on with Donuts and Despair's Bloodlust timer? They used their Bloodlust 3 minutes ago. Did they just use it at the start of the dungeon and then use it instantly on cooldown when they were on the Menagerie? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it. And that maybe it's maybe they're trying to 3-chest this 28, right? Because that would be the logical thinking, right? Is if we're going for this 30-minute 3-chest timer, we're not under much pressure to instantly press our Bloodlust, right? But if we're going for the 24-minute 2-chest timer, all right, we got to hit these 3 Bloodlusts on cooldown in order to make sure we get 3.
Quick little check-in with Joshu Gaming in the bottom left here. They're on to their first trash pack, it looks like, after the Grimrail Enforcers. That 10-minute, 39-second kill on the Grimrail Enforcers is very, very good. You pretty much want to be pulling the Grimrail Enforcers at about, like, 8 minutes into the dungeon. Maybe 9 if you're a little slow on your Iron Star tech, but they're doing pretty good. I don't think there's any chance of a 3-chest, because remember, they only 2-chested the 26. So they're pretty much playing off of the 2-chest timer. And in this key level, I think if you get to Oshir with about... I want to say 6.5 minutes left. They should be totally fine to 2-chest, so we'll have to keep an eye on them in the bottom left. Oh, they're actually even further along than I thought. They're on their last couple of trash packs here. This is the final trash pack before they engage with the 3 mini-boss trash pack before Oshir, so they're actually looking very, very good on their timer.
Yeah, the 2-chest is looking great for them. Their Grimrail Enforcer split is about a minute slower than it was for them in the 26, which of course they did 2-chest, so it's not like they're going faster than they were in the 26, but they're not going much slower, and so the 2-chest should still be on the table for them. Meanwhile, Team Performance, the second-seeded team out of the Chinese region down in the bottom right, have just gotten started on their own 26 docks, so we'll see if they're able to go potentially even faster and secure that 18-minute 3-chest run. Oh, it's not looking good, though, on the first boss. Right off the bat, we have a Hunter down.
You know
what,
though?
It's going to be their battle res. Yeah.
They wiped on the first boss in their first attempt on this 26 Iron Docks, so that's a rough start 2 times in a row. They actually wiped and then reset, and here they are again, struggling a little bit.
Interesting.
Surprising.
I wonder what it is they're wiping to if they're having issues with this first boss. It must just be frontals randomly from the Dreadfang, like dog ad.
Maybe just
can be pretty
luck.
nasty. Also, Savage Maulin can do a lot of damage if it goes on the same player multiple times, so... I'm not sure. It is fortified, though, so that'd be really weird. Well, they've gotten through Dreadfang, so the difficult part of the encounter is over, and now that you just have to deal with the boss himself, it's time to pull some trash on top of it. Infiltrator, Technician, Deckhands are in. This is very, very standard, making sure you AoE everything down. Of course, the major difficulty of this part of the fight is pretty much just making sure you don't get hit by any of the arrows, right? There are 2 major different types of arrows. There are these flame arrows, which have pre-visuals that are very, very easy to dodge, and then there's the second one that just went off, the Barbed Arrow Barrage. There's no visual for these, but they cast where you were when the cast went off, so as long as nobody's standing where anyone else was standing when the cast went off, you shouldn't get hit by anything. It's a little bit of like a precursor to the final boss of Mist Eterna Scythe that we had in our previous seasons.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I was thinking, do you remember on Shadowlands Beta when that boss didn't have swirlies? That was a good time.
It pretty much is that boss, except it doesn't like snapshot old positions like that boss does.
Yeah, it builds on that though, where it's like it hits where you were, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just making sure that you move to somewhere that neither you nor anybody else was when that cast finishes.
Wow, they're even going deeper and pulling even more back here. This is kind of scary because they actually have 4 technicians in on this pack right now.
Ooh, that is a pull. Whoa.
I do not like that. Technicians are probably the most banned mob in this dungeon now after the changes to everything. They cast Grease Vials on players. If you're in that Grease Vial and you cast an ability, it'll knock you over. It'll stun you for a second and a half. Of course, also the Fling Hammers. If a bunch of them get stacked up on one player, they could very, very easily one-shot you, even on a 26. But look at this. They're making short work of it. They had the Mass Grip coming on everything. Look at the Hunter taking damage from Fling Hammers. That's very scary, but able to heal him up. Man, I love this. They've got plenty of AoE CC for this too, right? You can have your mage in and pop a Dragon's Breath if too many people get targeted by one of the Fling Hammers too. You can single target stun them with Intimidation or Asphyxiate, and no problem for team performance. That looks pretty scary, but I'm not really sure how scalable that pull is.
Absolutely something I'd be worried about as the key level goes up, but still really nicely done by them in that dungeon. You know, those technicians as well. I was doing this key with some guildies of mine earlier, and they made this point that across all Mythic Plus dungeons in history, any mob that's got the word technician in its name, historically, those are like the nasty ones, right?
That's so
like,
true, actually.
All throughout history, any like engineer or technician or something like that, those are going to be the ones that get you. And definitely in Iron Docks.
I was just leveling.
The foot soldiers and the Wranglers also have a bit of a reputation, but technicians are up there too.
But
I
you're
was just leveling my
too.
DK in BC, and so the technicians in Blood Furnace, I saw them killing people in my groups over and over again. So it goes back a while. Yeah, you're right.
Even the technicians in Grimrail, that 50,000 volt cast that they do, that just stuns everyone for 3 seconds.
Yeah,
oh, man.
true.
Oh, look at
Shushu
Shushu in the bottom left here. They have the dogs out, and they are ravaging everybody. Annie's down.
Who let the dogs
One
out?
of the Warlocks is down. Can they finish the boss off, though? It looks like are they even trying to kill the wolves here? Frontal from Oshir going off. Everyone needs to dodge it. All right.
ZyBB's so low here.
Somehow still
in that
alive.
snake form.
He's a sneaky
running
snake.
away. Okay, all right, we're okay. The Sky Terror got re-CC'd, but then immediately broke out of that CC.
Not
it's
like
going to be
this.
another
Sky
Sky Terror coming out. ZyBB, great fear. That's a
Good
really
fear.
heads-up play there
Yeah.
on that. That's going to keep that one at least from breaking CC, but the other one
Just
is
cast the
still
Tyrant.
shooting those acid barrages. Yeah, we need a Demonic Tyrant so
The
bad.
Tyrant's off cooldown. Just cast it. You have to finish the boss. Your
You
priest
gotta
is
have
dead.
the
You
pets
You are
to
only
do
find
it.
the time
alive
to
with your
stand
tank.
still with these swirlies. The
Nice
Refear
fear.
coming out. And there's going to be another
man.
Demon Bolt proc. 3% on the boss.
Oh, he's
time
dead.
to
Oh, no.
feed. Oh, tremendous
Oh, no.
pain. Okay, Onwo. It all
Be
comes
the
down to
DK.
this. 2% on Oshir. The good news for Juju Gaming is they will have 5 minutes if they can kill this boss, but the bad news is Onwo is the sole surviving member of the team. There are 2 Rylaks shooting those barrages, and Oshir is about to open another cage of
Boy.
wolves as well. Here
There's
come
no
those
battle reses
wolves.
either. So
No
they have to
battle
finish after.
reses.
Oh, come
Does he
on.
live this? These
He's
wolves
done
do
it.
so much
DK.
damage if they're stacked. Okay, he got it.
Onwo
right.
has
So
killed
they're
him. The
gonna
wolves are still
release-
there? All right.
Yeah,
They're okay.
anything that
Fine.
spawns on the
He's
boss
fine.
stays alive for a couple of minutes afterwards. But like, yeah, that was really scary.
5
and that cost him
minutes.
so much on their timer. 4.5 minutes with Bloodlust, they should be okay. But like, man, that
Good
was
recovery.
scary. Good recovery.
Very good
of
recovery.
course. Onwo is a Giga Chad tank, even though Giga Chads aren't in this competition.
Ambition are going to be putting up the 2 chest in their Streets of Wonder down in the bottom right. A couple minutes to spare for them. I guess 1 minute to spare for them on that timer. That puts them on 2 2-chested 29s and a 3-chested 26 as their scoreboard. That is what Echo are hoping their scoreboard will look like after this Karazhan as well. Although Echo getting kind of close here to this 3-chest timer. And lower Karazhan, that timer is 25 minutes and 12 seconds. So they have 4.5 minutes to go deal with a little bit of trash and Maiden of Virtue. We know that Echo likes to do this spider action here, so they're going to do one big spider pull down below in the servants' quarters. This is something that very few other teams have been doing, but these mobs actually give quite a bit of count. This will be all the count they need to finish their dungeon. And these spiders, I think, actually no longer... They're a little bit friendlier even than they were last week, as they no longer will target the closest player while the tank is out of range with some of their effects.
Seems doable. We'll see if Echo can get 3 chests done. And speaking of done, I think Zyronic and Dratnos are done for a little while, as we're gonna make a caster swap here. I know, right? I got this for days, for weeks even. Tettles and Nagura joining us again. Do you think Echo can make the 3 chests? They're in the spider pool now. They gotta go fast though if they want to get this done.
I think they definitely got it. Maiden, it is tyrannical though, so Maiden's gonna take a little while longer. But they have Bloodlust, so I think it's gonna take them less than 3 minutes. I think for Maiden.
What's the
26 should be right.
what's the 3-chest timer?
25, I think.
25:30 or something like
They
that.
have a bit longer than 3 minutes.
Okay, so I feel like this is doable. Yeah, it'll be pretty close.
It's pretty close.
It's
timer, though.
certainly close. So while you and I were gone, Ambition and Echo, I think, are the two front-running teams right now, and Ambition kind of got ahead of Monka just a little bit with the 3 chest of that Streets of Wonder. It's very interesting to see just like how this is playing out. Top left, Echo about to pull Maiden. If they're able to 3 chest this here, that will mean that all 4 of our dungeons that we're going to be seeing today have been 3 chested by at least one team, which means that other teams will definitely have to rise to that challenge and rise to that occasion.
That is true. Now, Monka, if you look at the top right, it looks like they were slightly slower in comparison to Echo, but they did kill Sulgamax. I guess in the end they only managed to get 2 extra shrouded stacks in comparison to Echo.
Okay.
So they might be able to kill the boss a little bit quicker, but not too much of a difference. We'll see if they make it. Yeah, this 3 chest timer and lower looks to be very difficult on that 26. If you look at that time, Echo though already used their Bloodlust on pool. Echo likes to do that, while a lot of other teams are saving their Bloodlust for the shields, the Maiden shields. But Echo just sending it up full with all cooldowns too.
What's the general rule of thought? Like lusting on pull just a lot more boss damage, but it's less safe?
For sure. Yeah. I would definitely say it's a lot more boss damage, but less safe. But I'm at 26, I guess the shield is really easily doable even without proper cooldowns, I would say. So I think it makes sense.
We just
Monka
saw.
doesn't actually have Bloodlust, I just saw. And they have to summon somebody.
Oh, they actually don't have lust. I wonder where they lusted. Maybe skipping a face on Atumen is nice to use that lust on. It could be one of those things. They also have 3 deaths on their board. It would be a shame if Monka is not able to 3 chest this dungeon and Echo is. That would just be another dungeon. Echo is getting Maiden of Virtue down pretty low. They have I think a minute and a half before that 3 chest timer is over. They should be fine here.
Yeah, this is the last shield they're gonna get. Gingy's not actually... Oh no, Gingy's not getting broken out because he had used his Scars Trinket before. Yeah, he used it before. Gingy actually now got gripped into the zone by Zalia. You see both Gingy and Zalia have the debuff because Zalia was getting him out of that. That could possibly cost them the 3 chest timer there, unless they finish off the boss within the next 30 seconds. They might be able to do it. If they get another shield, they're gonna be in trouble.
I think that they're fine here. It's one of those things that like the nerfs to the Maiden Shield and the change recently where it won't melee while it's shielding, and so it like takes a couple seconds to cast that shield, was definitely advantageous for them. It allowed Gingy to get stunned and them to not wipe to that Holy Bulwark. Really fortunate.
The Donuts and Despair definitely are gonna make the 2 chest here, but can we take a look at Monka, because they're really close to the 3 chest time as well on the Maiden. It looks okay actually. They have a minute left. Yeah, okay, they're looking fine.
They're running triple scars.
So that's interesting because I honestly thought as well, because you see that debuff that all of the damage dealers have here?
Yes.
This is of course from the Scars Trinket. And I was thinking, once you activate the final rune, because then the debuff starts running out, but I thought it still ticks. Because the debuff is still there, right?
It's supposed to be amplified,
it doesn't do damage
right?
to you anymore.
Oh. Is it? I thought it was supposed to have like the negative effects multiplied. Maybe that's not true. I've yet to play.
I don't think that's true. You just get the versatility buff.
Okay.
But yeah, I thought while it's running out, like while it's disappearing, I thought you still take the damage from it.
Oh.
But apparently not.
Okay.
So maybe Gingy just pressed it slightly too early, or he also wasn't aware that that's not how it works. I don't know.
It's
Either
fine.
way,
Okay.
it's fine.
This is really good for Monka. Being able to get this +3 done in that lower care is very important because we did see them mess up their +3. And okay, look at the bottom left. We see the leaderboard here. It's not 100% indicative of like how the teams are, but it does show that Echo and Ambition, with the additional 3 chests, are in a really good position. Monka was only able to 2 chest that 26 streets, and so that's going to put them 1 dungeon behind on the day. Our 2 Chinese teams, they've been struggling a little bit. Would you agree with this?
Wait, who only 2 chests at the 26?
Monka only 2 chests at the 26.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was like right after we left. And then Team Performance and Jishu, it seems like they've lost the most time today, just due to like there were a couple wipes. There was also like not 3-chesting the 26 Gambit by Jishu, which ended up costing them some time as well. It seems like both of our Chinese teams in Jishu and Team Performance are, I don't want to say firmly behind, but at least definitely behind the top 3 in Echo, Ambition, and Monka.
Yeah, obviously all of those teams are incredibly good, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But yeah, I agree. Both the Chinese teams have had some issues that really cost them. And it's so tragic as well, because obviously here, like if this would be a regional weekend, then having one mistake, like not two chesting, not three chesting and just two chesting instead, for example, like that would of course mean something overall in the tournament, but it wouldn't eliminate you on the first day, right? So the fact that the competition is so tough in this global that you can't even afford to like miss out on a 3 chest, or you can't even afford to reset a key, that really means a lot. So yeah, that reset in that gambit for Jiju was definitely really bad for them. And yeah, then the Iron Docks reset we saw as well on the first boss earlier for team performance. And then I think they also had to reset a different key as well early on. Because yeah, I mean, at this point, technically the low keys are the keys that they shouldn't be resetting, right? That's where you would say, oh, these keys are easy for them. But because 2 chesting and 3 chesting is so important for those teams, they end up having the craziest strategies in the lower keys, right? Like we see 26s, and all of a sudden they do MDI strategies where they pull like trash into bosses and Sulgamax into other stuff, and it's just crazy what those teams are doing on those lower keys to make sure they get those +2s or +3s then.
I'm kind of interested to see that no team is taking the patrons into the first boss of Lower Kara. So you can actually get the patrons to put that dead broke buff, the frowny face that makes the bomb takes increased damage. You can actually get the patrons to put that debuff onto targets. I'm surprised that we're not seeing any teams electing to do that yet.
Huh, yeah, that is definitely interesting. I think
it was really good last week whenever you would get it on Tony, for NA specifically, whenever you get it on Tony and his ruffians, because those ruffians were really scary.
How does it work? Is it a single target debuff, or is it just on everything?
It puts it on everything, is my understanding. So they get the smiley face buff, the patrons do, for a little while, and then whenever that smiley face buff expires, then they'll put dead broke on all the surrounding targets.
And that increases your damage onto them?
It increases their damage taken, but the smiley face buff increases their damage dealt. So a lot of the times you'll actually just like CC them in the room, and then once they lose the smiley face buff, you like pull them in.
Yeah, maybe that's just too much effort, and then it doesn't pay off. Sometimes that's a thing, right? Sometimes you feel like, oh, this is definitely worth it, but then you have to sit there and to see a mob and like pay attention to it and whatever, and then it's just not worth it. But not sure. That is interesting. I didn't know that.
It also may not work on this boss. Like I haven't tested it on this boss. I tested it last week on the Tony and the Ruffians, and it worked on them.
Yeah, interesting.
This boss, Beautiful Beast. Okay, so basically how it works on Tournament Realm, by the way, is Beautiful Beast is always the locked opera event. It's Cogglestone is fairly dangerous, as you see Ambition in the bottom left. They have engaged Cogglestone. They save their lust for it even. And so basically once that boss activates, you're making sure to You're kind of wanting to cleave down the Silver Forks, but in reality, you're also wanting to do a large amount of single target damage to Cogglestone. This boss does a insane amount of tank damage. Just those Silver Forks, they melee really hard, and then the bleed that they apply as well is incredibly scary.
Yeah, those forks are no joke. Didn't I see a nerf to Cogglestone just yesterday as well?
Oh, did they nerf it yesterday? I actually did.
I think so.
Hold on, I will find one. Okay, apparently Dent Armor got nerfed
Dent Armor.
50 to 25%, which is the thing that's the tank killer, but it's still still pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I would say so. But definitely more manageable now, it looks like. Echo using their Bloodlust for Cogglestone on the bottom right in their 29 lower. Ambition now also in the lower as well on that 26. Also looks like they used Bloodlust for Cogglestone as well. I think that makes sense. A lot of teams doing that. Monka also trying the 29 on the top right. And then Jishu trying to get that 30 Iron Dog stun. 30 is definitely... What was the highest Iron Dogs we've seen? It was 31, right?
Yes, I believe that was... No. Ambition only timed a 30, but in the China regional weekend, they did time a 31. So the only 2 weekends ago, whenever NA had it, it was done on a 30. But yes, China has timed a 31 Iron Dogs.
Oh, they're temportling.
They did it on Bursting Volcanic Tyran.
Oh no, this is just so bad for Jishu. Tan portaling out of the 30 after 8 minutes.
That's
Another big time loss for them, unfortunately.
So they're now playing down somewhere in the order of 55 minutes over Echo and Ambition. So they lost like 20 and 25 minutes to not 3-chesting 2 different dungeons. And then they've lost now 15 minutes because they've had to Hearth 7 and 8 minutes into multiple keys, into Gambit and to Iron Docks. So they're playing down somewhere in the order of like probably like 50 minutes on the day already. That's very scary for them. They actually may get eliminated off of their day 1 results, which is crazy because they were our Chinese first seed. They beat Team Performance in the Chinese Regional Cup by 2 points, and they're base. I guess it's safe to call them like the defending champions, but they're not exactly the defending champions because they have 2 different players on their team.
Yeah, definitely not looking great for them. Echo also had some issues with their skip just now. Almost all of the teams are skipping the trash right after Opera Hall.
Okay.
And it looks like both Jinji and Now went down. Not sure if they were missing invis pots or if something else went wrong, but it's okay because the rest of the team was out of combat, so they could get the mass rest back up. So they're fine again. But 10 seconds on the timer, which I don't think matters as much on the 29. Because on the 29, there's no way they're going to 3-chest, considering how close the 26 was.
Yeah.
And I assume the 2-chest is somewhat easy for them.
I would agree, yeah.
I'm just going to throw that in there now.
I think that that's a safe assumption, is that the 2-chest is fairly lenient.
So yeah, they should be fun. Ambition, though, on the 26, they are definitely... Because we saw how close the 3-chest for Monka and Echo was.
Yes.
So we'll see if Ambition can get the 3-chest as well. So far, they got the 3-chest in all of the dungeons for Ambition. They got it in Gambit, in Streets, and in Iron Docks. So if they would 3-chest this lower as well, then they're going to be the first team, and maybe even the only team, to get a 3-chest in all of the dungeons on the 26th.
It would, that definitely like sets the pace for the other team. The other teams, like, it's not that it's really going to make up anything. So last weekend even, we saw Monka, they were the team that was pace setting. They were 3-chesting the dungeons that other teams weren't. And then Echo was able to come back at the very end of the European Regional Weekend and beat them just based off like time tiebreaker. So it's nothing is set in stone yet. But if Echo and Ambition are able to get an early advantage on day 1, that is so good for them coming into day 2 and day 3, because then they're able to, like, because once day 1 is over, if you were in a position where you are in the lead or you're tied for the lead, you're able to like kind of talk through some of your routes, talk about some things that maybe need to change, how the affixes, specifically Tyrannical and Fortified, I think are the big ones, could also potentially affect just like routing decisions. Ellesmere really struggling to get over this ledge, and then you're able to come back tomorrow and make different decisions.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It does look like Echo is still not pulling Zulgamax. We've seen... That's actually a pretty big difference in routes that we've seen between Monka and Echo specifically.
Yeah.
That Monka seemed to be pulling Zulgamax in every dungeon, and Echo so far has skipped it in every dungeon. I don't think we've seen Echo play Zulgamax yet.
And
they probably change it in higher levels, but so far we haven't really seen it being pulled.
Also, no chance they're playing in Iron Docks, so I don't think that there's any Zulgamax that we're going to see Echo playing today. That's really interesting.
Yeah,
we know Ambition were the OG Zulgamax haters. They were talking about, JPC was specifically speaking about how it's so inefficient time-wise that it never made any sense, and like on higher levels it would have something like the effective HP of 12 million and stuff like that, just with how much shielding and healing it was doing, so it never made sense for them to pull it. But last weekend, Echo and Monka were both, even in this lower tier, they were playing this Zulgamax specifically because they were playing it with the flashlight. Or the spotlight.
Yeah. I think that it does make sense for sure, because you actually get that damage increase, so you speed up the time that you have to spend killing it quite a lot.
Yeah.
And I think for sure that on hierarchies they're gonna do it, because it is tyrannical, and the bosses in this dungeon are really hard. So getting the extra shrouded buffs, I think, makes a lot of sense to make sure you get it done on higher keys. I do understand why they wouldn't do it on lower keys, though. Even though, I mean, we're in a 29, which I wouldn't necessarily consider a lower key, but they end up two-chesting it, so maybe it is for them.
Yes, 29, the lower key. Yes. Dude, Monka doing this full stage pull, Skylark just tanking all of these uppercuts is very scary. I guess it is Tyran, so it's not the worst thing, but it's Tyran raging, which, you know, if you make one mistake, you can die, but they use Binding Shot into Shadow Fury and CC the patrons doing raging perfectly. So that allows Skylark and Monka to be able to tank that whole entire trash pack at once. That's a pull that you see separated and broken up into multiple parts a lot on live.
Yeah, I've seen this pull be done by Ambition earlier, and I think Nerf procced Purgatory.
It happens.
On that very pull, so yeah.
Whoa.
I totally see how dangerous that can be.
Monka are playing triple
some ushers.
Oh.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting. So how many of these are they
I
playing?
I like it. Oh, he's just dying.
Is he? Is he just pulling through and getting
Yeah, he pulled it away.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was
been an interesting pull though.
a potion mishap. I was very confused because basically we haven't seen any team pull the ushers yet. They're actually pretty efficient count-wise relative to the amount of HP they have. But on this level in particular and higher, even if you have your back turned to the ushers, the flashlight will one-shot you. And if you have multiple pulled, so like these mobs are only efficient if you pull multiple of them at once, because then you can line of sight it. But even still, there's a lot more low-hanging fruit count, is how I would describe it. So you can get better count elsewhere.
Did Ambition just pull all? No, they didn't, right?
This whole room.
It looked like. Yeah, it looked like they pulled like everything with the boss. But I think it made more sense that they like pulled Morose and then they pulled more and more trash into it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
And now they pulled an infiltrator as well. They're just pulling a lot of stuff into the boss because Morose not that dangerous once the Ets are that, I guess.
Yeah, I would agree with that. In addition to that, like on 26 Tyran, you can probably pull a bunch of these guests into the boss. They don't really do too much. You see they have that Nathrezim infiltrator and one of those Undying Servants. It's not the most dangerous thing on a 26. On a higher level, so say like a 32 or something like that we know these teams are capable of, you would likely just be doing this boss by himself. But on a 26, it's very important that you're getting your 2 and 3 chests, particularly your 3 chests in 26, because it seems like it's doable in every single dungeon. So you have to make sure that you are able to like play a more aggressive strategy than you need to on a higher key.
Yeah, so take a look at this. Ambition on the bottom left, they're doing the same thing that we saw Echo do earlier. This is actually very interesting. So they're pulling the guests, but they're not playing it upstairs. They're just pulling it into the horses in the Ataman room, which is something that I really like seeing because the guests, they don't really do much at all. So pulling them by themselves seems a little bit inefficient.
Dude.
We'll see if Echo does the same thing again on a 29. Unfortunately, they removed.
Okay. Can we put Jishu Gaming on the big screen? This is actually super sick what they're doing. So you see, their 2 warlocks and Inuo are actually soloing this pack, and their healer and Annie are off doing the 3rd Iron Star pull. This is so efficient, at least in regards to how much time that they have to do, because they have to play some of this trash by hand because these Iron Stars are target capped.
I like this. Yeah, this definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's really fast. I'm surprised that they weren't able to 3-chest the 26 with just how efficient that Iron Star is, because most other teams are the trash pack that they have to play by hand. Actually, Ambition skipped the trash pack by hand. They just only did triple star, and they skipped some of their trash. But the trash pulls that they do by hand, normally teams are breaking that into like 2 separate events where all 5 people are doing that 3rd Iron Star, which is really slow.
Yeah, I like that a lot. We see that in other dungeons too, right? Where, like for example, in Streets, we've seen strategies in the MDI where someone runs left and the other one runs right and does this event, and the rest of the team goes into the mailroom and kills trash there, right? You want to be as efficient as possible. If any of your players ever stands around doing nothing, there's probably something else they could do that makes more sense, right? So seeing something like this makes a lot of sense, but now they have some issues, unfortunately. On Jishu's gaming side on the bottom right, some players going down. The timer at 30 is just so close. I'm not sure if they can still make it. It looks like they are gonna summon and continue. Because I didn't see a town portal being casted just yet, so summoning portal coming out for the tank for Annuo that did release.
So they only need a,
they only 30 timer's a bit close.
They only need a one chest this dungeon, right?
Yeah, I think one chest is totally fine.
So they're probably okay, assuming that like even with this mistake, I think that they're likely they've banked up enough time because they only have one trash pack, then they pull Grimrail Enforcers. I think that they're on pace to be able to one chest this dungeon. It's a question of like if a different team was able to two chest a 30 for some reason, then they could be in a problem. But like I don't think that they can afford to zone out of this dungeon 10 minutes in again. Like that would be the third time they've done that today, and I feel like they're already in a position where they're not like surefire eliminated yet, but we're almost halfway through the day and they only have 2 dungeons done, where some of these other teams have basically 3 full dungeons done.
Well, okay, so if I thought that I could do 2 chests this 30,
Yeah, sure.
then I would zone out right now.
That's a good point.
Because it would overall save you time. If they one chest this, but they could 2 chests, then it obviously would be more time efficient to zone out and then do the 2 chests. But
yeah.
we don't. Maybe they don't think they can 2 chests.
They gotta.
I don't know how easy the timer is in the 30 Iron Dogs, because Iron Dogs is the dungeon that in the TGB so far was pushed like one of the lowest keystones we've seen.
Yes.
Right? Only 30 in NA and 31 in China. So maybe +2 is not really a thing. Or maybe it's like really, really hard, so they don't care necessarily about the time that they lost so far. Oh, they're also putting trash into this boss too, I like that.
What did they grab into the boss? Oh, okay, so they have the cleft hoof. This makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The mobs that they have pulled, do they have the Wrangler in here too? Oh my. Okay, they actually have the Wrangler and the cleft hoof in this pull. That Wrangler is very dangerous, especially on like a 30 fortified. I feel like if you get comboed by Nox's gunshot and then the Wrangler bleed, you could probably die 100 to 0. But
Probably, yeah.
it seems very dangerous, but it's one of those things that incredibly time efficient, and if you're looking to do probably across this whole entire weekend to 32, it makes sense to be doing it like this.
And there we go, now Monka is done with Morose as well, and this is the pull that I was talking about on the top left. These Phantom guests, they're basically just playing them by themselves, while both Ambition and Echo pulled these guests all the way down to Atom and Trash, which I definitely like a lot more. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna cost Monka that much time. Still seems a lot more efficient to pull it down, though.
Yeah, you're only 2 chesting this anyways. Like there's room for safety plays instead of efficiency plays in the 29 lower care specifically, because yeah, the two chests pretty lenient. The timer in here is fairly lenient just as a whole, and so assuming that you don't have any like catastrophic mistakes or basically like a full wipe, I think in this charger area you're kind of okay. This charger area, did we see it last week on Tyrannical Raging? Are these the same affixes that we had last week for...
Last week was Fortified.
Was it Fortified Raging? Okay. These Raging Chargers, by the way, very, very dangerous for tank damage. I guess less so since it's not Fortified and Raging, but like, if you end up getting hit by a Raging Charge, even just one of them, your tank is probably going to die.
Yeah, we just saw a stomp go off for Echo that was Raging, it looked like. And it put everyone to like 20% HP, so yeah, definitely pretty scary. Want to make sure you have interrupts for those chargers when they're low HP for sure. Yeah, Donuts in Despair now also in that Iron Docks on the bottom left. We'll see if they can get the 3 chests. We've seen some teams 3 chests to Iron Docks, but some teams also managed to only get the 2 chests. Jishu, for example, on the bottom right, there of course got the 2 chests 26 and then 2 chests 28, which again, technically it could be the same thing, right? Because if you don't manage the 2 chests at 29,
yeah,
then what's the point of 3 chesting at 26, really? But we'll see. Maybe you can 2 chests at 29. Like, I think that could be possible. Maybe.
I mean, these pulls that both Monka and Echo are doing on the top part of the screen are looking very solid. Now Echo has engaged Atum in here. They're looking to try to get as few phases as possible on Midnight here. I think that they're likely able to do this in hopefully 3 phases. Maybe they'll have to do a 4th up phase on midnight, but this is just like an execution check. They do have 3 battle reses. Basically from here, this is a fight that you can actually end up battle resing players and you're kind of okay with it, because battle resing anybody else from here on out after this fight, you actually really hate. If you have to B-res somebody on Maiden, for example, you may be wiping. Like that is a situation where you may be actually wiping to the boss if you have to commit a battle res on Maiden ever. So even if they do lose players on this fight, which is common, it's not the worst possible thing.
Yeah, another thing I wanted to note real quick is that most damage dealers, whenever they do lower, they play that Scars trinket we talked about a lot to get out of the Maiden Repentance. But notably, Miris does not play it. I think he's like the only mage who actually steps into the zone to get the debuff whenever Ice Block isn't ready. Which seems very risky, but I guess as long as only one player gets the debuff, it's totally healable for the priest. It's also a decent damage loss though, right? Because the priest can't DPS the shield while the dot is on the mage.
Okay.
Mirror's actually proccing Cauterize on the ponies.
It's made to be used. The big thing, okay, so that Cauterize is actually a big deal. Losing that, like you were talking about, that Maiden dot is very deadly. Last weekend, in that 32 lower that they missed by a few seconds, that was off the back of Mira's potting to that Mass Repentance dot, like that Holy Ground dot, and it can become a problem. All right, so Ambition at the bottom left have also engaged Maiden. We saw that they were playing the Sun King Salvation trinket, the damage trinket that also does damage to you whenever we were doing NA weekend. It looks like a Zuna on Ambition doesn't have that Scars debuff. JPC as well, but I suspect that that's just like he'll have that in a moment. I do believe that he's probably running that Scars trinket. It would be rather weird if they have two
Zuna's actually taking the dot.
Okay.
Both of them are taking the dot.
Don't love that, but
yeah.
It's probably found on 26, right?
I think so. Also, if you look at the timer for Ambition, it looks like they are getting somewhat close, but I almost think the timer's a little bit better than Echo and Monka were. I'm not sure, because they don't have Bloodlust. They actually still have 47 seconds on Bloodlust, which is close to like the dungeon timer for the 3 chests.
Okay.
So they're not really going to get a lot of the value out of the Bloodlust here. And as you said, they don't have the dot either. We do see that JPC has Turtle available, so you can use 1 Turtle for one of the Repentances coming up. But, yeah, 1 minute left. They're definitely going to get 1 more shield.
So for the viewers at home, Echo killed this boss and finished the dungeon in 24 minutes and 38 seconds, where Monka finished it in 24:46. Both of those, of course, being 3-chested. Ambition's Lust coming up here right as Echo's timer would expire. I mean, Ambition is going to get a partial Lust, I think, on the boss. They may not get the whole thing. They're very tight on this 3-chest timer. They need to be able to push through and
they don't have
get
cooldowns available right now. They have Lust, but no offensive cooldowns.
They have Infernal.
20 seconds. They can do it, I think. The Infernal is still running.
Yeah.
17 seconds. I think they got it, but it's really close.
Ooh,
10 seconds for 10%.
I think the timer's 25:15 on the 3-chest, from my memory.
Bust is up. Alright, as long as it's not 25 minutes flat.
Yeah.
I thought it's 25 minutes flat.
No,
no it's not. Okay, we're good.
I think it's like 25:15.
Alright.
Nicely done. They got it.
Good. Very good.
Wow.
Ooh, Mace thing actually going down for Monka there as well.
As I said earlier, battle reses are made to be used on this boss. If you're battle resing somebody on Maiden,
that's true.
You're probably wiping. It's so that was really good for Ambition. They were able to they 3-chested all 4 of their 26s now, haven't they? They're the only team that's done all 4 dungeons, 3-chesting all 4 of those 26s. That is a massive feat. That puts them in a great spot. At the end of the day, basically, I think it almost 100% ensures that there is no chance that they get eliminated today. Maybe not 100%, but very low chance that they get eliminated today in any meaningful capacity. In addition to that, it puts them in a spot where they are at least even with Echo and maybe even ahead, depending on how the Iron Docks goes for them.
You know, one thing that we didn't talk about yet today as far as the NA, EU, China breakdown and all that is that NA came into their weekend a bit earlier, than everybody else, right? So they had less time to practice, less time to strat out and get used to these dungeons again. And a week makes a big difference. So what we have to keep in mind, too, is that there's been 2 weeks since then. So 2 weeks to watch what the other regions are doing, retool their routes for Ambition and Donuts and Despair. So, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be so surprised that they're coming in looking so strong today.
Yeah, I mean, I would even argue that that was probably, for the globals, I think it was a good thing for the 2NA teams to have their region as the first weekend. Because, let me try to explain this. So basically they practice without knowing anything about any other teams.
Okay.
And then they could look at the EU teams a weekend later and at the Chinese teams and kind of see what they were doing. And then they could compare it with their own strategy to figure out, like, kind of, okay, so why are they doing this? And we did that, right? They could actually learn quite a bit from looking at what the EU teams are doing. And then they could adjust their own strategy and compare it to EU strat, and then kind of like mix it all together for the globals. You know what I'm trying to
you're
say?
saying is if NA wins, it's just because EU had a disadvantage, huh?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I thought so. I thought that's where we were going, yeah.
I don't think Ambition are homework copiers. I actually think that they show their work on everything that they do.
Well, I mean, what does copying mean? If I see a team do something that is really smart and efficient, you'll do it as well.
It's
right?
more like it's more like net decking in a card
everything,
game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like net decking in a card game.
Even still, it's not super like the strategies aren't super clear as to like what's the best strategy in a lot of these situations either, because Ambition, like Zul'Gurmuk's haters, basically I've never pulled it. Echo played Zul'Gurmuk's last weekend, but they're electing to skip Zul'Gurmuk's this weekend for a lot of their runs. So it's still not even super clear like what the best strategy is. I think that the seasonal affix is probably the biggest talking point of like the differences between the teams. More than beyond that, obviously there's some routing distinctions between the teams. And like you said, if they see something and they're like, "Oh, that's smart," they will take that. That is their strategy now. Donuts and Despair bottom right, by the way, not 3-chesting this dungeon is very, very bad for them.
It seems bad, but again, for like the results on the day, it seems like you're still in a pretty comfortable position against at least not being knocked out, right? I mean, Shichu Gaming right now is the team that needs to really step it up, it seems like, or at least get a few more dungeons, a couple more dungeons on the scoreboard, but we'll see.
Here's the thing though, right? Because I think Donuts and Despair didn't 3-chest a single 26.
True.
Oh god.
I think you're right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Is that true?
The numbers line up that way?
I think so, yeah.
I think she's right, yeah.
So Jishu didn't 3-chest the Iron Dogs, but they 3-chested their... Actually, did they 3-chest anything either?
I don't think they did either.
Yeah, I don't think they did.
So it was Team Performance that did.
Yeah, Team
I believe
Performance.
so,
So it
yeah.
was the second seeded Chinese team that 3-chested the Gambit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's definitely... I think it's going to be a close competition with the bottom 3 seeded teams, as far as it looks. It looks like it's, so far at least. It really, to me, looks like Monka, Echo, and Ambition are having great days. Like, they're just, like, speeding through these dungeons, 3-chesting almost everything on 26, playing really, really well. And then we see the bottom 3 seeded teams, in my opinion, Jishu, Team Performance, and also Donuts and Despair, that all look a little bit shaky. Like, not getting those 3 chests on the 26, having to reset a key here and there. So I think at the end of the day, those 3 teams might all be really close together. We'll see who gets eliminated, but yeah, definitely has to get some points on the board to make sure that doesn't happen.
Safe to say there's a like pretty firm top 3 and pretty firm bottom 3 that we're seeing separate themselves right now.
Feels that way for sure.
Yeah.
I agree.
The Ambition, Echo, and Monka have put up an insane day one from both sides, from all 3 of those teams. Honestly, it's just like the 3 chests that they're able to do in the 26s buys them so much more time, and even to the point where we saw Monka 2 chests at one of the 26s, and we're like, oh, they're behind. And that's a crazy thing to be like, oh yeah, we just 2 chests the 26. We're behind the other teams.
Yep. Seems like Jichu Gaming is not going to be 2-chesting their 30 iron docks. It's a 30 iron docks, right?
No,
it's a tough dungeon,
fine.
but we're kind of expecting that, aren't we?
I think.
Actually, now that I think about it, because they had those issues earlier, right, that we talked about,
Yes.
where their tank had to release,
You might be able
and
to
everything.
still.
So I do think
Not
this...
now, but-
Yeah, I think this might be 2 chestable, because they're not going to be too far off. Looking at how far they are into this now.
Yeah.
So there is a question:
Echo?
does it matter? Because basically most teams are going to go 26. Like the top teams are going to 3 chest the 26 to go to a 29. They'll probably 2 chest the 29, and so then they'll end up at 31. So both of the teams will end up at 31 at some point. Obviously, Jishu is spending a tremendous amount more time to get to that 31.
Yeah, the question is what can you do with the rest of your day versus the teams that did get the 2 chests?
Okay, it looks like Echo here on Maiden on the big screen. They're looking fine. They're able to get through that shield. Plenty of time on this 2 chest. I mean, this is looking fairly solid for them. Where would you go to Iron Docks from here, Nagura? I think that their play is to go to Iron Docks and 3 chests at 26.
I think so as well. Because they also left the other keys on a 29 2 chest as well.
Yeah.
Because that sets you up for a really good like last 2 hours of the day, I'd say.
Yeah.
Because then you can really decide, okay, in 2 hours, can you do all 4 dungeons once in 2 hours? I think you can if you leave lower for the last key.
Yeah.
That'd be fast.
We have
Because then you can actually get 31 in every single key.
both Iron Docks and Gambit are both 30-minute keys. So maximum time is 30 minutes. So yeah, they can absolutely do all 4 dungeons at least one time. To run them all on 31, it would be
Actually, yeah, you can't get 31 docks.
That'd be a
Iron Docks.
crazy result
what you
for the
think.
You
first
can
day.
definitely get 31 on the other ones.
That would be very impressive.
I mean, do you think that there is any
Just
team,
for Monka?
do you think there's any team
Yeah,
that's
it's
going
easy
to
to-
end at all 31s? Is that like even a thing?
So let me think. So it's 9:30. They're gonna do the lower. Actually, they're gonna move to Iron Dogs. Get a +3,
Yeah.
and +2 to 29, which is gonna take them in total 40 minutes.
We're pretty much at the exact halfway
they
point
can
of
do
the
it,
day.
I
It's
think.
2.5 hours
18
down.
plus 24. And then they have to 1 chest everything else. I think it's doable.
I think that's totally doable.
Okay, so mathematically,
It's very difficult though.
so the best end of day performance by Ambition or Echo could possibly be all 31s in every single dungeon. Now,
That would be crazy.
I
Be
think
very
the most
impressive.
likely situation is 3 31s and a 29, or something along those lines.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we have teams going into day 2 with like all 31s, that's pretty unbelievable. I mean, I would love to see it.
Finals, bud.
I'd love to see it. But that would definitely be a global finals performance for sure.
Well, this is like one of the factors with the dungeon starting so high.
Ooh, Donuts in Despair? Having some issues? It looks like they're wiping. Yeah, they're town
Oh, that's no
portaling.
good. That theater event can just get you sometimes. There's a lot of damage flying around, and if you're not careful, it can
It's
can
really
kill a couple
hard.
people.
And if you miss kicks on Mrs. Cogglestone,
Yep.
or Mrs. Cauldron, sorry, Mrs. Cogglestone, Mrs. Cauldron's or Luminor, you can easily wipe. The heat wave on Luminor will one-shot your whole entire group basically if it goes off.
Yeah, it was only 3-4 minutes into the dungeon, so not too big of a deal, but we talked about the fact that they're not looking too great on the scoreboard right now. So you definitely don't like to see something like that. Team performance is now also in lower Karazhan in the 26. If any of the, like, quote-unquote lower, like, teams manages to 3-chest that lower Kara, 26, I think that would be really good for them. So we'll see if any of those teams actually manages to do that.
Known Zulgamux haters, Ambition pulling Zulgamux in this lower Kara. I mean, it's like you were talking about
interesting.
earlier. It makes sense with the Spotlight. The Spotlight gives you a 50% damage increase. So if there was ever a time that this mob was going to be efficient, it was going to be here.
I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think they did not pull Zulgamax on the 26.
I would have to go
So
back
I think
and
they
look.
changed it on a 29 here.
I'm not 100%.
I only looked at the stacks, at the shrouded stacks, and
Yeah.
compared it to Echo, and they had approximately the same as Echo. So I figured they didn't pull it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Makes sense. This so basically the reason that this is super efficient is because of this Spotlight. It gives you and any mob that's standing at a 50% damage increase, and so it allows you to be able to break some of the Zulgamuk shields, especially whenever you don't have like offensive cooldowns, like the first couple of sets of those shields. It makes it a lot easier to be able to just chew through them, and then you're able to send your Infernal,
or use your third combustion of the pull or something like that on the bottom 40% of this Zulgamux, and then be able to kill it off like that.
Yeah, definitely very efficient. It can also be very deadly.
Yeah.
You have multiple of these understudies though, because you see that shiny light and you know it gives you a damage increase if you step into it. But then it's so bright that you don't see any ground effects underneath.
I would never have this happen to me, of course.
It is a thing
Yeah,
to
I mean,
be concerned
I'm a
about.
Warlock. I can get hit by it and I don't die, so it's fine.
I've definitely never died to Final Curtain or Poetry Slam.
Final Curtain, what's that? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know her. Okay, so hey, look at this. Ambition is actually splitting up this patron pull into two separate pulls, like I was talking about earlier. It's really scary. These mobs do an insane amount of tank damage, and so it makes sense that if they're looking to split it up on raging, they just want to utilize their binding shot. They'll end up using infernal blasphemy stuns and like Shadow Fury late while they're in that enraging to make sure that Nerf is not going to get hit with that enraged uppercut. But we do know that other teams are looking to do all these patrons at once. Is that just a 29 phenomenon? Is that something that teams are going to be looking to do in a 31 or a 32? Is 33 lower doable on these affixes?
I think so.
Is Tyran?
So I actually think that because you play so much trash in this dungeon, right? There's so much trash that I think 45 actually slows you down quite a lot.
Okay.
Just because of the sheer amount of mobs that you have to be pulling to get the 100%. Now, the only problem I see with Tyrannical is can you actually kill the bosses? Because they become so difficult eventually that it's really hard to literally just kill them. So timer-wise, I think they're definitely going to be fine on 32. Bosses? I don't know. I don't know if they can kill the 32s. I don't know. It's gonna be really difficult, I think.
First, like the first boss or something? The opera event
Even the first boss alone is already hard.
That's what I'm saying. Just like, I don't even...
Morose as well, and Maiden, Ataman as well, with the shared suffering.
Yeah.
We've just listed
34
all
tyrannical
the
Ataman.
bosses.
Think about it. Yeah.
We've just listed all of the bosses. That's how dangerous they are.
Yeah.
That is Lower Karazhan in a nutshell, yeah. Who are the dangerous bosses? All of them.
Yes. Okay, so Jishu
For a second I thought the mage of Team Performance just ice blocked a volcanic. But I'm sure it was something else, right?
There's no way he'd ice block just a volcano. That'd
be fun though, because the ice block is less downtime than a knockup from a volcano, so it would technically be worth it.
Now, I wouldn't put it past mages, but I doubt that that's what he was doing. That is, mages are known to do some criminal activity, including but not limited to.
You have a mage in my team that purposefully gets hit by the frontal from Zulgamux, from the shrouded buffs every single time, because like he literally sees the frontal and he will not move out of it. Because he either has cauterize ready, or block, or like a shield or something, you know? Why would he move out?
Don't want to lose that casting time, yeah.
Chat.
Exactly.
You guys hear this? Okay. This is why mages and warlock players are the worst, because most people see see the infiltrator frontal and they're like, that's dangerous, I have to move out of this. Warlocks, dark pact, LOL, I'm standing in that. Mages, you know, I can go through 6 of my cheat deaths, or honestly, barrier's probably just enough by itself. I'm a real one. We know about the struggle of dying to the infiltrator frontals. These warlocks and mage players, man.
Melee life, man.
The best thing is I can dark pack the frontal damage, and then I can even summon an imp to dispel the debuff off of me in case I was in case I was worried.
I hate everything.
Yeah.
I can even have an imp, and then I can
nice
stand in the
those tools.
sleeping puddles, and I can dispel the sleeping effect off of my character too.
Oh,
how crazy
Wow.
is that?
It's pretty crazy.
my class indie is showing right now.
Yeah.
What is
I've
this?
got a-
Flick's playing a troll?
See ya. Yeah, that's a troll.
Is he actually? Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
so
yeah.
weird. Okay, so the reason, and speculatively, the reason that he's playing a troll
is I think because of the he needs the larger character model size to be able to drop the Warlock gates in some of these spots, because it's actually really difficult to get some of the gates if you don't have a toy. And so on live, you would just use like a Ganon's Braid or something like that to use like one of the Tauren character models. However, there's only one toy available on the tournament realm, and it turns you into one of these fish people. But it's on an hour.
He was using
CD.
that earlier. I saw that earlier.
Yeah, but it's on an hour cooldown. And so if you want to use it, you have one attempt. And so instead, Clix is elected to go Troll. I think.
I love that character height is actually a factor in I think you're right, because he was running around as a Jinyu earlier. And so now the swap to Troll, our cooldown on the trinket, makes a lot of sense. That is amazing.
Yeah, that is...
I love it.
I mean, if that is the reason, then I actually think that is pretty smart, right? I think that is actually really smart.
Trolls are super tall for stand up.
And also, Berserking is a really good racial as well. If you ever do any big pulls, and you have that Berserking, that's actually pretty nice.
Huh.
That's true.
I didn't expect to be talking about Trolls. I mean, you saw that first gate that they dropped. That's also one that you have to be bigger to even be able to drop as well. It's just like, because it's based on like your character model, and if you're able to see over it. And dwarves are notoriously small, and so while that was useful for something like Mist of Tyrna Scythe, it's really bad in somewhere like Iron Docks. But you would really rather have dwarf, in my opinion, because a lot of the bleeds here kind of suck.
I mean, yeah, if you don't care about gates,
that's true.
but if you want the gates, you gotta have the height.
But why not have Clix Dwarf 1 and then just have the toy off CD, and Clix Dwarf 2 and have the toy off CD, and just log in the 12 different dwarf
have an assortment of dwarves ready to go. Yeah,
that's actually true.
Can you can you make a character and then copy it on the tournament realm? Otherwise, going in and setting up every single one of those characters sounds like a huge hassle and a potential to forget something crucial.
You think that they don't have 30 characters already?
I mean, sure, but like still.
Can we go over the character limits?
Clearly not too many dwarves.
These are Sweat Lord Echo. I don't know. They probably will figure out a way.
Not sweating enough. Only one dwarf falling behind. Where's the passion?
True.
So it's making a compelling argument. I don't know. It's cool. I understand why they're playing it. It's very surprising to see them playing it nonetheless. Just because dwarf is so valuable in here.
Ooh, Mira is actually dropping incredibly low on this pool. But didn't even proc Cauterize or Pot or anything, so we're fine. Also a lot of Shadow Melts as well.
That's for Oshir. So being able to meld off the Frenzy, the time to feed, is very important, I think.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense because technically, I mean, Hunter always has Feign Death, no?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
You can feign every single one,
You're
right?
making a compelling argument. I have no idea now.
I think so.
Why wouldn't he play?
Yeah, sure you can.
I haven't played my Hunter for a while. I think so.
Well, maybe he wants to be Nelf for taller character model as well, or something. Oh.
Maybe he needs double aggro drop for like the Iron Star pull or something. Not sure about that.
you can aggro drop the final boss whenever the cannon's targeted on you. You can meld it off as well. So it's like,
oh, that also seems really nice.
You know, I mean, having Feign and meld for it is nice, but like it's. I'm shocked that Genji was electing to not play Dwarf in this dungeon. I think maybe it just means that they're not playing that many Wranglers. I suspect that that's the case, because the Wrangler bleed got changed to be Dwarfable. But Wranglers still kind of suck, so I don't know.
Yeah, look at Monka, bottom left. They're playing 5 Dwarfs.
Yeah!
So they clearly are respecting the bleed effects, while Echo has a different idea.
Wait! Where is
somehow.
Krim standing? No. Hold on. Wait. Can we get an observer on Krim's? Where is he standing? He's on top of the cannon. Does that stop the foot soldier from bleeding him? Wait! I gotta see!
Cannon.
I can't see where he was! No!
I think you were right. Just looking at the where the spell effects were coming from, that kind of thing, it looked like that was the angle. That would be interesting.
My eyes, they're too bad. I'm too old.
You know, Jurassic Park said it best. Life finds a way.
I think we should put our attention on to something else. Pedals.
Why? Why me? I want to see what they're... I need this for my keys, Tucker. I don't know about you. I need this.
As team performance is still at 26. Let's see how their 3 chest timer looks, because for all of the teams that are doing at 26 right now, which is Donuts and Despair on the top right and team performance on the bottom right, it would be pretty important for them to 3 chest this lower, but it's not looking that great, I think, for team performance. I think it's definitely still doable. The 3 chest timer is like 25 minutes. So they have like 8 minutes to do Ataman, Maiden, and 30% trash? Yeah, I don't know. They're really fast.
That's I mean, it is a lot. That is a lot of count that they have to chew through here. I think they're gonna get like maybe 5th. What are they? They have 2 pulls left. Okay, so maybe
going down for Donuts and Despair. They gotta rest. They're fine.
Oh,
it goes down again. Oh no!
Is this gonna be a full wipe? I don't know if you can.
Ooh, it might be.
I don't know if
Pot
you can
from
survive 2
Cryptics
tank
here
deaths.
as well. Yep, potted as well. It looks like Turtle being used. And a Hunter. Timber's still alive. They have 1 more battle rest, but no one that can cast it because all of the warlocks are in a pot right now.
That does not look
once
good.
they're alive, they have aggro. Yeah, that's not look
okay.
good. This is gonna be a full wipe.
Do you
They
zone
can still
out?
do it, but they're definitely not gonna 3 chest anymore.
Okay,
they
so
can still 2 chest, I think.
What do you do?
You kind of want that 3 chest, but you've already spent like almost 12.5 minutes in here.
Yeah, it's
Ooh.
like what is the opportunity cost, right? It's
Yeah.
So throwing away 12 minutes is really bad, but also if they don't 3 chest it, they have to go into a 28 as opposed to being able to go into a 29. That's also wasting somewhere in the order of 25 minutes. So they're probably wasting a little bit more time by not zoning out. But at the same point, the 3
Yeah,
chest
you're
is
probably
not
right.
assured. But the 3 chest is not assured is the problem if they zone out. Whereas they can, I don't want to say 100% 2 chest from here, but they're likely to be able to 2 chest from here.
I like your point though, in that it might save time to restart versus 2 chesting and then having to do an extra run, especially on something like Lower Karazhan. So I'm kind of in agreement now that they should have maybe reset, unless they think they can still get the 3 chest done, you know?
The problem is also that the 3 chest is pretty close, right? We've seen 3 teams 3 chest. It was Monka, Echo, and Ambition. And all of those teams had like 30 seconds to 10 seconds left on the timer for the 3 chest. It's definitely not easy to do. And we haven't seen Donuts and Despair 3 chest any of the 26s so far.
Also true.
And there were some of them that were easier than lower. So I think that Donuts and Despair, maybe they're not even banking on a 3 chest at all.
Dude.
And then it wouldn't make sense to just keep going, maybe.
Yeah.
This pull from
suppose.
Monka is crazy. They pulled all of these technicians into the bottom part of the first boss. This is a very, very dangerous pull that they're doing. In addition to that, is Skylark playing blue D&D on this Death Knight? He's the first European Death Knight player to be playing Fae, I think. All of the European Death Knight players have been playing Kyrian up until this point. I wonder what his reasoning is. Very interesting.
Interesting. Yes, I was under the impression that Night Fae is better if you have a lot of stacks from the Shrouded buff. So maybe in Iron Dogs you get a lot of stacks early on or something with the way they play, because they're 5 minutes into the dungeon and they already have 7 stacks. So maybe that's what makes it worth it. I don't know. I also maybe am misunderstanding this, or at least all of the DKs that I've talked to so far said that specific thing about the Shrouded stacks. But I'm not sure if there's like another thing to it as well. Like maybe there's like an additional reason why you want to play one or the other. And none of the people I've talked to so far knew that reason. I don't know. Definitely doesn't seem like the teams are in agreement though. As once he goes down for Ambition there on Ataman, they do have a Battle Rush available, so they get him back up immediately. Looks like they're fine. Yeah, I'm interested to see the rest of this Iron Star pool here from Monka on the bottom left. Looks like they're not doing that strategy where some of the teams, some of the members of the team are playing part of the trash, while the other members are doing the Iron Stars. It looks like they're just waiting around. Which again, ooh, perk being procced by Skylark. But yeah, again, I do like when people are not standing around and actually do things. But, yeah. Monka doesn't seem to agree, as Moth actually procs the pot here as well.
Oh, I hate that pod. That's very unfortunate. He ended up getting stomped by the laborers. Doesn't die through the pod, which... Oh, he actually does die through the pod. I made that up. Apparently the laborers damage... There's a lot of damage in these dungeons this season that actually goes through pod tender. And so, Mode getting killed off there, kind of unlucky, but they're just going to summon him. While you do see that blue square marker from Skylark running off to the side. So they're not playing Hunter in this dungeon, notably Nagura, so that means that they don't have the access to that Eyes of the Beast survival Hunter pull that we see a lot of teams doing. I wonder what Skylark is going to do here.
And I'm pretty sure, because Warlock has something like Eye of Kilrock or whatever it's called, but I'm pretty sure you can't pull anything with that.
I don't think so.
So unfortunately now it doesn't work.
Okay, so this is probably why he's playing Fae.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. This might... We're like theorizing or like theory crafting. Why would they play this? Oh, 7 stacks at the start of the dungeon. Well, that must be it. And then in the end, it's just Soul Shape.
He wanted Soul Shape so he could manually pull all of this trash because they weren't running a Serve Hunter. You know, now that I see it, it makes sense.
Makes a lot more sense.
Yep. Well, that was awkward. Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes it's not that deep.
Yeah. Well, you know, I just wanted Soul Shape. All right, sounds out. That checks out.
Alright, so it looks like Ambition on the 29, lower in the top left. They are still on Ataman. They have Bloodlust available. They're saving it for Maiden, it seems like. And they're looking really good on the 2 chest timer, so they should be totally fine. And they also have those 16 stacks of Shrouded because they did finish off that Zulgamax earlier.
So the Cleft Hoofs are super fake in this dungeon, but I've never seen somebody chain a Cleft Hoof into Oshir with all of the remaining trash like Echo's doing in the bottom right. That's
pretty low health. Yeah, it's already keeling over.
It's like one of those mobs that you can dodge all of the damage, so it's like kind of chill. And like more often than not, you'll see teams take the Siege Master and this trash and the Infiltrator into Oshir. That's not the crazy part. I've never seen somebody take the Cleft Hoof into the boss. That's a new one for me.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, especially because I guess Siege Master is the one that grips you in.
I think so.
Right? So that can be dangerous, right? Like whenever the boss does the frontal kind of swipe and you get gripped in there, surely that wouldn't be nice, but looking good for them so far. Still 2 of those trash mobs alive though.
Doesn't seem like they're too worried about it. Echo's been doing a lot of big chaining pulls today. They've been doing it well. It's been fun to see.
Interestingly enough, Monka's really slow at getting their second boss pulled. So in the 26, Echo had Grimrail Enforcers down at 10:05. Monka not getting Grimrail Enforcers pulled until 10:25. They do have a tremendous amount of count here, so they are able to skip like a lot of stuff in this back end because they did basically all of those technicians. They did basically all of those technicians and stuff that were in that back right-hand corner into the first boss, and so they don't. I think that they may only have to do like 1 or 2 packs here in total on this back half, where Echo probably had to do like 3 or 4. But even still, Echo's pace in this 26 Iron Docks is very, very fast.
Monka just lusted.
Okay.
That means they won't have lust for the last boss if they're planning... Well, they won't have lust at all if they're planning on 3 chesting. Because the 3 chest timer is 18, right?
Yeah.
Have they given up?
Yeah, they're definitely not going to get another lust.
No.
Echo saved their lust all the way for the last boss here that they're going to be doing. So Echo has 2.5 minutes left, which is not a lot for a 26 boss. Especially this boss here, because you constantly get knocked back. But I think they can do it.
Yeah, so the
2.5 minutes, I think they should be fine.
The strat on 26 Fortified is to just focus Skulllock perma. You're not on like live keys. You're going to be killing Koromar more often than not because the person that's in the cannon is very dangerous, and like you want to end up killing Koromar because it pops the person out of the cannon. However, in a 26, they really want to kill Skulllock to get as few knockback phases as possible. In addition to that, once you push Skulllock to 25%, the person just completely hops out of the cannon, and so that's no longer any more or less dangerous. We saw Ambition do something similar earlier where they just focused down Skulllock. I think that Echo is fine here on the timer. I'm not so sure about Monka. That lust is, you know? I think it could be better. I think that lusting for Skulllock damage, primary Skulllock damage, would have made more sense.
Yeah, we see the last come out of Echo now after that first knockback phase, so they're gonna be able to melt Skulllock here for quite a lot of damage. They have 1.5 minutes left. It's definitely gonna be decently close for Echoes as well, which means that looking at the splits, Echo was quite a bit faster in all of the bosses. So yeah, if it's close for Echo, might also be close for Monka. Who 3-chested this? It was Ambition?
Ambition, yeah, Ambition.
That's
Yeah, that's right.
In addition to that, we saw Monka a little bit earlier. There was some UI thing where they didn't show that they had a death. They actually do have one death from their priest. We saw it happen during the Iron Star. It's being tracked in the combat log, and it's also being tracked as part of the Keystone timer. Don't worry about it. It's just not showing up correctly on the Observer UI. So, be known.
Okay.
It's fine. It's being tracked. We're good.
Right.
40
Well.
seconds left for Echo. It looks like Skulllock is about to go down. They still have to finish off Kormar and Sagosh, but Sagosh did jump out of that cannon. So
kill
30 seconds to
Skulllock.
cleave all of that. I'm not sure. It's going to be pretty close. Sagosh is the highest HP target, so they have to focus that. We do see some of the cooldowns coming back up. Infernal in just a
Skulllock
second
down.
as well, so they should be fine.
Seems like they should be fine. Welcome
Just
back.
2 seconds.
Welcome back,
Nice.
Zyronic.
Hello, hello.
And goodbye, Tettles, for now, and welcome back, Dratnos, as well, as we make another
Bye.
caster swap at a very
One
exciting
moon
time,
come
and a very
down, one moon
crucial
come to
moment.
go.
Yeah, very crucial moment, as we have 2 hours left today.
Oh my god, I missed
You can be a
names.
warlock for this hour.
So how does the... Okay, yeah, Ambition definitely looking really fine for the 2 chests here in the 29. Yeah, Ambition
yeah.
really playing amazing. Like earlier that 3 chest in the Iron Dogs, because it was like the first Iron Dogs we've seen, I was like, oh, okay, 3 chesting, that's like normal. But then I saw Monka and Echo in that Iron Dogs, and it's definitely super close, that 3 chests, right? So Ambition really playing amazing today.
In this,
I don't think they
like,
can actually 3-chest it at all, because they're
But-
looking a bit closer in their timer.
yeah, and in this whirlwind as well, we also saw Team Performance got their lower down, but it was only a 2-chest in the 26, so just not quite on pace as the top teams. I do like that Ambition is kind of not really trying to play Scar's cheese. I don't think you really need to in this dungeon. Mage is actually pretty safe without it, because you can alter a lot of the initial damage, and then Ellesmere just has to heal up the last couple ticks. Still scary, though.
Yeah,
I
there-
like to see it on... Like, I think it's fine if only one player doesn't play it, but if 2 players don't play it, then it definitely looks a bit sketchy to me.
Still, the 2 chest coming in from Ambition, that again puts them in this position of 3-chesting every single 26 they've gone into, and 2-chesting every 29 that they've gone into. I mean, that is a crazy, crazy outcome for them, and so far that is on pace with Echo. So, looking like the 2 strongest teams, at least here in day 1, Ambition and Echo at the top of our leaderboards. However, the easy keys are running out here. There's just one last 29 on the board for both teams. It's the Iron Docks that Echo are in right now. Ambition deciding where to go next.
Take a look at Monka, because I thought their timer might be a bit close for the 3 chest in the Iron Dogs 26.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
at
it
the
is.
bottom left. Yeah, they only have 2 minutes.
No, that's
I
not
don't
enough
think
time.
that's going to be enough.
You
Yeah,
have to-
they're
you
not
have to
going to make it, I
two-phase
don't think.
Skulllock.
They also don't have
You-
Lust.
Yeah, no, they are not going
Yeah,
to.
there's no way to make it. And they're missing Trash?
They're
Oh, yeah, they can get the last Dreadlord from the boat.
Their Grimrail
Right.
Enforcers split is really slow. It's like 1150. We've seen that number be as low as like 9 minutes flat for some of these teams, so I wonder what went wrong for them. If they had some issues gathering up mobs for the Iron Stars or something. Very weird to see them go just so slow in that key. But that is a very, like... This Iron Dogs is a very, very tough key to just actually execute, right? Because the first section of the dungeon, massive trash pulls, and then you're pulling trash on top of the boss. Then second section of the dungeon is just all about finagling your way around those Iron Stars, right? Killing the exact right amount of mobs so that every single one of your Iron Stars can hit the exact right 15 targets you want. And I mean, again, that Grimrail Enforcer split, that is just extremely slow, and that's going to be the main factor as to why they don't three chest this key. Because, you know, if they were on like a 9-minute split like some of the faster teams were, they'd still have 3 minutes to 3 chest this dungeon by the time they are on this boss. Now, if they even two-phase Skull it, can they kill it? I don't think so. Because they still have to do all of Zogrosh's HP and still finish off Koromar. This is just going to be a 2-chest.
Yeah, Monka actually are going to be in this unenviable position of having 2 of their 26s go the 2-chest rather than the 3-chest way, which, you know, they're still going to be ahead of Donuts and Despair, but not by a whole lot. Definitely starting to be a little bit, you know, like the Monka name is starting to be kind of accurate here, getting a little bit worried about their ability to make it through to tomorrow. So far, it looks like Donuts are the team under the most pressure, but really anything could happen at the end of the day, and it does look like Monka, the 2 Chinese teams, and Donuts are going to be the teams that may be going home, while Echo and Ambition have just looked on such a different level.
Rare 4-target cleave on the final boss of Iron Docks with an Infiltrator in there as well, plus both mini-bosses of the boss being down as well. That's not something you see very often, but they have a great comp for it. I think this is the first time we've seen this iteration of the comp with the double Warlocks, right? We've seen Hunter. I'm pretty sure we've seen something else, too. I don't think we've seen Mage double Warlock before, though.
Oh, I was looking at who's getting the PI because they had the Demo Warlock and the Mage, and I think it was the Demo Warlock.
It actually should be Destro
At least
on 4
right
targets.
now.
On the
Sure.
4 target? Yeah,
Yeah.
it should be Destro. If you had cooldowns up.
Wow, so 3 people that won PI.
Yeah, if only we could get some more priests in here somehow.
Yeah, that would be great.
You know, Shadow Priest is actually, like, criminally underrepresented right now. I think it's actually quite good for
good.
Mythic Plus. I don't think it's, like,
Yeah.
quite same as the, you know, mega top-tier specs of, you know, Survival, Destro, Fire Mage, but I think it can definitely, you know, get its name in the competition there a little bit.
Yeah,
I think so
the
too.
Searing Nightmare buff, right? Like, Searing Nightmare's last hurrah before going away in Dragonflight is doing a lot of damage this season for sure. And you get another power infusion, although it's very hard to get a Shadow Priest to power infuse anybody but themselves. They get very mad when you suggest it.
They should just run the power infusion helm. Solve
Yeah,
their problems.
they get even
Yeah.
more mad when you suggest that in my experience.
They should be happy that they get invited to the key, okay? They should just
Yeah,
give away that PI.
they get even more mad when you tell them that as well. It's so weird.
That is really awkward, actually.
Yeah,
Huh.
I don't know why. I've tried
You know
to
what
explain all these
also-
things to them, though.
You know what also is actually something that has some interesting niche tech things that it can do? I don't know if you'd see them in MDI particularly, but Fury Warrior has some pretty interesting plays too. Because the thing is, you know how everyone's like, you know, talking about, oh man, Gavel's really good, but Jathus is also really good, and I don't know what I want to run on my my Blood Death Knight. Well, Fury, you can just run both of them and
Yeah?
have both of their effects. But there are also some really big spell reflects available in the dungeons too. So for instance, Burning Blast on the last boss of Upper Karazhan. Every single spell reflect on a high key does like 500,000 damage.
Or the Royal Slash from the King in the chess
Yep.
event as well. That is huge value if you have a warrior in that dungeon, so...
You can also
Very
spell
good,
reflect
as Donuts
stuff
in Despair.
on Medivh.
They're putting that 2-chest up in their 26 lower. The good news there for Team Performance, for Jiju Gaming, and for Monka are that it is another disappointing 2-chest for Donuts. That is now 2 chests across the board for them in their 26s, so that is a lot of points that Donuts and Despair are potentially missing out on at the end of the day. But if they can keep timing all their next couple keys, and if other teams have disasters and have to hearth out, there could still be a way for Donuts to make it through to tomorrow, but it is starting to get pretty thin odds for them.
Would you look at that? Maybe I underestimated them.
Yeah, and looking at Echo there, the 29 Iron Dogs in the top left, they're about to do their Iron Dogs, their Iron Star pull as well. We see some CC actually coming out of Sheep and a Freezing Trap as well, to make sure they get the exact amount of trash mobs into each Iron Star, because they are target capped, of course. So they want to make sure they get 15 exactly onto each Iron Star to get the total of 45 mobs done with it. And we also see Gingy being a little bit off to the side, so I'm assuming that Gingy did pull even more trash. There we go. It is walking in to now, right now, 2 of the Infiltrators. The Infiltrators don't actually take damage from the Iron Star, so they're gonna have to finish them off later on, or they carry them along. In the meantime, Mira is already damaging them, and the rest of the people that are standing here except Gingy. That's pretty efficient, right? While Gingy is gathering up the rest of the trash,
Yep.
they are finishing up these infiltrators.
I do like this. This is very nice. And remember, the only reason we're doing this is because of that 15 target Iron Star cap, right? It doesn't hit the infiltrators, and you want to make sure you deal with the rest of these deckhands so that you can hit higher priority targets, pretty much being every single mob in between those boxes where the hunter is pulling trash from. And you can see that's starting to funnel in now. So as long as they don't get any side aggro on these mobs accidentally from healing on now, they should be totally fine. And you can see this perfect view of it. The rest of those mobs are funneling towards that Iron Star. Mira's kiting them back, and once everything's around the corner, he'll just bowl them on over with that third Iron Star. But check out the timer here. They're going to be pulling the second boss about 8.5 minutes into the dungeon, and that is a fantastic time to pull the boss. You're on great pace in this dungeon.
Ah, forget it. They'll never make it past the tracks. Back off, carry off, front and center. There's some new meat for you to tenderize.
So Monka on the 28 Iron Dogs here at the bottom right.
My pleasure.
I mean, looking pretty good, but they don't want to be in that 28, right? Obviously, they would want to be in that 29, but they did miss that 3 chests, so they're gonna have to catch up quite a bit of time. Obviously, Monka is still looking really good for today, right? I don't think Monka has to fear getting eliminated because they have quite a few 29 2 chests on the board still they can do, and they got some 3 chests as well, so I don't think they're necessarily too much in danger here. But overall, for Monka, considering how good they looked last weekend, I think they surely are not too happy about their performance so far today. They're gonna have to catch up some points if they want to catch up to Echo and Ambition. But the other teams that have to catch up even more points are Team Performance and Jeju Gaming, the 2 Chinese teams that also didn't have the greatest run so far. Jeju Gaming, of course, looking really bad on the score, only 86, but that's just because they haven't done any lower runs at all yet. They're still gonna have to go there to get at least the 26 points on the board. But they did re-chest the streets, and they're now in the 29, which is really good. We haven't seen every team 2-chest the streets. It was only Echo Ambition and Jishu Gaming, right? As far as I'm aware. So and there's only 3 teams that managed to do that, so that's really good for them.
Yeah, Jishu Gaming, they're kind of middle of the pack on their 3 chests. They got the 3 chests in the streets, which was better than expected, but they missed it in Gambit, which is worse than expected. Both Monka and Team Performance were able to land that in that dungeon. And then, like everybody except for Echo and Ambition, they missed it in the docks, which was the hardest 3 chests, 26, on the board. Question is that Lower Karazhan. Lower Karazhan, Echo, Ambition, and Monka all landed that 3 chest. If they can get it in there, Jiju Gaming will probably be safe through to tomorrow if they can then run that 29. But there's only an hour and 45 minutes left in our day. All of these hypotheticals and interesting runs and, 2 chest and 3 chest possibilities that get opened up. With an hour and 45 minutes left, you only have 3 or 4 more dungeon runs potentially before the end of the day, especially because so many of our dungeons are the longer ones today with streets and Lower Karazhan that teams have got to start being really worried about making sure that they actually are getting all of these potential points on the board before the day ends.
This is a really interesting take on the Enforcer pull plus Infiltrator pull that Jishu Gaming is doing on the top right. Normally we see teams pull a bunch of Infiltrators and maybe 1 or 2 Peacekeepers into the boss room and just end up cleaving it down and then pull whatever's left with the boss, but it's kind of annoying to do that on Sanguine Week. I don't really think we've seen this type of pulling from other teams. So this is definitely different, but this is where they're getting that extra like 10% or so trash count that you always end up left over with whenever you're in the Oasis and getting ready for Soasmi at the end of the dungeon. I wonder if that's actually faster. Like notably, I guess it's a little faster because you can you get that AoE aura that makes everything take a little bit more damage. We'll just have to see what their timer looks like. Remember, like, for 3 chest timer, which you're not going to be 3 chesting at 29, you want to be done with Menagerie around, like, probably 12:30, and they're just pulling it at 11 here at a fortified key. I mean, they're very safe on a 2 chest timer, that's all I'll say, but it's about scaling this strat up into a higher level key and how easily doable timing a higher level key is. Again, I think with these affixes, Streets is probably very easily doable on 32, potentially even 33 if the teams are like really on top of their game. I don't know if I like the pull they just did in a 33 though, to be honest. That's a lot of Peacekeepers.
Yeah, that is a lot of Peacekeepers. I do quickly want to point out something that I saw Echo do in the top left. So earlier in the 26, we saw Echo last pretty early on in the dungeon on the first boss. And then they saved their Bloodlust all the way to the last boss to make sure, because in an 18-minute timer, which is a +3, you only manage to get those 2 Bloodlusts anyway. So they saved it for the last boss. But in a 29 here, they just used Bloodlust on the second boss. So they're obviously assuming they're gonna get a 3rd Bloodlust here, which Monka earlier on the 26 didn't do. So Monka used Bloodlust on pull, and then they used it on the second boss, which makes me believe that was a mistake, and maybe that was part of the reason why they didn't manage to time that didn't get the 3 chest possibly, because lasting the second boss definitely does not seem like a great idea if you only get 2 lusts, at least in my opinion. I'm not sure if they thought they get the most value there, but you have to shield, you have to stop DPS, so I don't know. Lust definitely seems more valuable than last boss to me, if you have to choose.
Yeah, skipping one of those Grand Smashes, if possible, is really big. On the other hand, skipping a Sanguine Shield cast is also really big if you can beat the timer on one of those, so
yeah,
I can see the argument both ways.
Well, I think the thing is, if you're playing the boss perfectly, Sanguine Shields actually really don't matter that much, because you can just swap to Nisa, or you can swap to whatever the 3rd guy's name is that nobody really knows or cares about. It's just the guy that does the Fire Swirl slashes. But you essentially lose 0 damage, right? Because you can still single target one of the other important mobs. I guess you lose a little bit of cleave, but with the change to that shield that happened last week, the chances of you breaking the shield are pretty low. Even if everyone's full on AoEing, you would actually have to have people pumping single target damage into it in order to break it now. So, yeah, there's really not a whole lot of damage.
Is that a challenge?
That's not a challenge. Please do not try to do that.
One Chaos Bolt coming right up.
Oh,
right,
guys,
so
I accidentally
Gaming...
havocked the shield. My bad. Whoops.
Nothing that can be done about that.
Oh no, definitely not.
Juju Gaming here, they're going to be getting a 14-20 split, 14-10 on their Grand Menagerie. Not a bad timer. Definitely feeling good about their 2 chest. Echo, on the other hand, in this 29 docks, also looking very good on their 2 chest timer. Grimrail Enforcers at that 11-11 timer. It's a pretty great time for this high of a key level. They just have 1 trash pull and then last 2 bosses. They have almost 10 minutes to do it. Uh-oh.
Having some issues as their Warlock goes down. Doing Bloodlust as well. I think they just had popped all of their cooldowns too. So that is a little bit unfortunate for them. Should be able to recover though. I think they got hit by one of the X abilities. Not sure if it was a frontal or if it was a whirlwind or something like that. But yeah, very unfortunate. Also looks like it kind of went through the pot or something after Pot had proc killed them. So I always hate when that happens, you know. And I'm sitting my pot and then like some ability, and I don't know if the ability hits the pot or not, because sometimes it's a bit random, you know. Some things that you think would kill you in the pot don't kill you, and things that definitely shouldn't kill you do kill you. So you always just pray to the gods whenever you see an ability on you when you're in the pot tender, and then it fix that.
Yeah. I can't wait for that pod tender to go away and start seeing
yeah,
Warlocks
me too,
getting what they
actually.
deserve. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's just a Moonkin I never was able to play pot tender,
Yeah.
and you always look so much worse in like progression because you die, but all the other people, they just sit in their pot tender and nothing happens to them, and then you just feel worse for actually going down, and they don't deserve it.
Juju Gaming have actually they've had one of their cages get opened here, so they have a bunch of little critters running around. That could be a problem in this mailroom area. Looks like they're not going to have any deaths as a result, but actually a pretty scary cast to let go off is that open cage.
Monka also having some issues on the second boss here in Iron Dogs on the bottom right side of the screen, as the moat procced the pods, and Crims also had to use Ice Block and procced Powder Ice as well, so definitely having some issues. They also pulled the trash on top of it, to have the Cleft Hoof and a Wrangler on a 28 Iron Dogs, so that's not easy to deal with, but looks like they have recovered at least, so they should be fine from here on out.
You know, the joke's on you when I raise up my random Dragonflight renown level to level 60 and I get access to Egg Tender.
Actually, I think the biggest
You know
joke's
what?
on us when that Warlock class tree just has 26 defensives you can talent into on it.
It actually, okay, the
true.
default Warlock tree is literally
Yeah.
all defensive talents. there are like
It
3
really is.
nodes that are offensive and everything is defensive. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, I just saw that Maestein is playing Venthyr, Dastro Warlock,
Okay.
in Iron Dogs.
Disgusting.
Interesting.
Huh.
Delivering a little bit of
What?
spaghetti, a little bit of meatballs to these mobs. Nice curses on everything. A little bit of an upside of the Venthyr. I wonder what else they're getting out of it.
There's barely any. Okay, so Curse of Tongues is really useless in this dungeon, right? Because there's like no mob that needs to be interrupted ever.
Yeah.
Except the bosses, I guess. Like second boss has some casts. But
Yeah.
That's it.
Maybe the like maybe just the impending catastrophe AoE burst for like Oshir's wolves is good. Maybe there's something like you can Door of Shadows
You march in
profitably.
my docks, and
Huh.
so brazen
Not sure.
You can Door of Shadows through the boxes, but like,
Iron Horde
you can
leads
gateway
Yeah,
through
but you
them
can just
too.
gateway through those. Yeah.
death, weaklings. Zogash,
Curious.
burn the
Maybe it's just AoE. I don't know.
Is there anything as a Venthyr that makes your character bigger? No, right?
Don't think so. You play
I
Nadia,
don't know.
right? So you got the big haste when you're killing a lot of mobs.
You play don't you play Theatar?
Oh, do you play Theatar?
Probably
Ah, okay.
Theatar for T.
Okay, that has some defensive benefits, but not as much as Pod Tender. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
It's important to mention that when you are Theatar in Tournament Realm, your T has a 3-second cooldown rather than a 1 hour
Yeah,
cooldown.
so you can have whichever T you want. So
Yeah.
That's nice.
I would love that in live servers, so whenever I switch to Resto Druid and back to Moonkin, I would still have a T.
Yeah.
Same.
That would be nice.
all right, Echo have engaged Skulllock up in the top left with more than enough time to land their 3 chests, so that is looking very good for them. Meanwhile, everybody else still looking alive for their 2 chests as well in the other dungeons that we're seeing, but still a lot more of the dungeon in the future for the teams that aren't Echo. Donut's starting a huge pull here in Morose's room. These sorts of pulls used to be so banned, but now that these Arcane Wardens have been somewhat nerfed, they're a little bit less must-avoid mobs, right? And Donuts are able to get them with 400 other guests all at the same time.
Yeah, definitely looks like they're not in danger. The thing that does the most damage to them is actually volcanoes.
Yeah.
From the
Well, you've got
So,
like
not
40
too
mobs
bad.
there, so you see all those volcanoes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Yips is getting...
Yep.
He's having a super volcano event. Hard to even see them under the table there as well. Yips doesn't care.
This ends.
He'll just pre-Dark Pact and take the damage. Doesn't care. He's
Yeah.
a Warlock.
Does decide to move out of that swirly, begrudgingly.
May as well.
Looks like Echo is pretty easily 2-chesting that 29 as well on the top left. He
Yep.
just got Bloodlust back up.
Probably sending it once
nice.
they get back up to the front here. Skulllock
He
below
also
25%
focused
health.
Skulllock on that 29 there, right?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
That is good for time. Scary for the lethality of the dungeon, though. They're going to hit the lust as soon as they get back in combat here with Skulllock. And they're going to be 2-chesting this with a couple minutes to spare. Huh. This is very fast for Iron Docks, 29. I wonder how high this key can go. I was thinking this was going to be our lowest key of the weekend, but with 8 minutes to spare, that makes you think there's some possibilities in this dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I think there was a recent change to this last boss as well in Iron Dogs, right? Didn't they make
Yeah.
the other mob like
Yes.
not leap onto
So,
the same target
The
twice or
Berserker
something?
Leap will only deal damage to each person once per cast, and it won't jump
Yeah.
on pets as well. So
It could do some really weird things. So, for instance, my live key push team that I play with sometimes, our healer got double berserker leaps, and we could not figure out why. And then we went back and watched the VOD, and it turned out his male elemental trinket summoned an elemental at the exact same time the berserker leaps were going off, and it hit his elemental and then him, and just two-shot him back to back.
That's some bad luck right there.
The fact that it can't jump on pets now is very good. It means it consistently will just jump on 4 different players, so nobody should be in too much danger. Unless you're stacked for whatever reason, which would be a little weird, because that means you're taking the Cannon Barrage Cleave too. So that was a good change. But I think the biggest change that we really haven't given enough, attention to is you can dwarf the serrated spear now. That is huge. Because before, if you ever got a double spear, you were just dead unless you had an immunity or the healer focused literally their entire attention on you. The fact that you can save your stone form for getting double spear bleeds is pretty important now, and you can much more cleanly do those trash pull areas now.
Yeah, that's why it was so interesting that I think it was Echo that didn't play like any night elves, any dwarfs. I mean, they had 2 night elves and 1 troll, or what we believe was to make sure the character is bigger, so you can put the gateways properly, but not sure.
It's interesting as well. Ambition have the same keys as Echo so far, and they're in this 29 docks as well, but they have had to do a little bit of resetting, whereas Echo have been doing such a good job of going key, that Echo have actually created something like 10 minutes despite not having any mistakes on Ambition sides beside a couple early dungeon resets. So Ambition will be hoping to tie up the scoreboard with this 29, but even still, Echo in the lead will get to decide which 31 they want to attempt first. Looks like it may be a break angle first, though.
Yeah, Monka also looking really good for the 2 chests here in the 28. But still 1 key level behind compared to Echo and possibly also Ambition, if Ambition manages to 2 chests that 29 on their side. Because of course Monka didn't... Oh, Skylark actually proccing Purg.
Ooh,
and going down as well. They have to use a Battle Rush to get him back up. Ooh, and they rolled the Infiltrator. Mason going down too.
This is getting exciting.
Oh no!
Another Cannon Barrage is being cast because no one interrupted it. Someone has to go all the way to the front.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no more Cannon Barrages that are being cast.
Yeah, you're not
Oh,
safe.
They're not making it.
That's the 3rd one.
Forced to ice block 2 millimeters into the Cannon Barrage's death area.
They just need to slow down, man. They have 3.5 minutes on the 2 chest. Just take it easy. Make sure you're lining everything. Cancel the Cannon Barrage.
That was so close.
They're okay. Yeah, notably that back right corner. Oh no, it's getting worse. Masting goes down. They do have 1 final battle res. Crim's also seeded. They're not going to push Skullock this phase. They have to do an entire extra phase with the guy still in the cannon barraging them.
Well,
it has tons
Cannon
of
Barrage
mana
will stop.
available.
Once Skullock gets to 25%, Zagash hops out of that cannon, right? So if they can just get there, they should stop that nasty cannon damage, and there he goes. And they're somewhat stable from here, in theory.
They've lost in a second, but I think they want to wait one more, no?
Yeah, next phase.
Yeah,
it's about to smash right now.
Unless they can kill Skellock. No, they cannot.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what the issue was there. That back right box is actually not safe. So if you stand all the way too far back there, there's actually flame vents that happen there.
Yeah.
You'll get hit by them, and they'll probably do half your HP per vent. And he had nothing to death strike off of, so he just purged and died. I'll bet his team was like, "Dude, where are you?" But anyways, back onto the boss. Bloodlust available, still not popping it. Come on, Crims. You're the mage. Your combust is active. All right,
you don't understand, my combust is active.
Somebody drums. Somebody drums.
Somebody's just got to notice, right?
I'm combusting. I can't press anything else right now. Hang on.
It's off the global. Press the button, Crims.
Okay, I'm out of combust.
Maybe he used it earlier because he thought it was ready, so it's in cooldown.
Oh, maybe.
And no one has drums.
That could be that
has happened.
Yeah. And nobody has drums.
That has happened to me many a time. It is pretty troll that Lust has a 5-minute cooldown, not a 10-minute cooldown.
Well, that's what makes the Time Warp ring so valuable, or what used to make it so valuable.
All right, +2 still for Monka, despite almost losing it at the end there. They've got to be pretty happy to at least get out of that dungeon with the 2 chest.
Better than not.
Shushu Gaming also looking good for their 2 chest on the +29 Streets of Wonder. Team Performance
Instant
have
was
gone
coming
into
out.
the spider area, the Echo spider
Ooh.
area, in their lower Karazhan up in the top right.
I like to see that.
Yeah, they
I
are
still think that
hard
spider
vibing
area
on
is
the
very
timer
efficient.
too. It's actually the Echo route, pretty much exactly it looks like. At least this part at the end of having 3 count that you need at the end and doing a mind control one of these mobs and kill the other one with the boss. It's a pretty cool move here from Team Performance. That's going to put them up on a 2 chest as well.
I think it's also really important to mention that it's really hard to balance these dungeons between our multiple regions, because you have to remember North America uses the Imperial system, but Europe and China use the metric system, so our balancing is kind of completely out of whack sometimes. That might be why the European teams are so much better. We'll have to see if that ends up affecting our outcome later on, but it's still too early in the game to really tell.
Isn't it crazy that America uses the Imperial system, but we're the place that hasn't had emperors, and Europe and China both have at different times?
Isn't
It's
it
bizarre when
ironic?
you think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, it looks like Annie actually took the versatility buff here in the 29 streets.
Huh. We've seen some hunters using
must have
cheap
been a
death trinkets
mistake.
as well. Yeah, it may
No,
have just
there
been an
surely was a
autoproc
mistake.
verse. Maybe.
I think. Right?
Because haste is so much damage, and you would much rather just play a cheat death trinket than play versatile shrouded buff.
Yeah, and it's a 29, so it's not like... And it's fortified. I don't think there's very many things that one-shot you on a fortified 29 streets.
Yeah, I mean the biggest example would be something like Money Order, but you have Turtle for that as well.
Yeah, I think that must
Hunters-
have been a mistake.
With their Marksman's Advantage conduit, if they just make sure that they're pressing Hunter's Mark on bosses as well, tends to not even be in that much danger of getting one-shot by boss mechanics. So it still does happen more than Warlocks and Mages and stuff, but not at a 29 level. So I think probably the versatile was not intentional there. That's just oops, forgot to get my buff. All right, Team Performance
maybe
here.
on hierarchies, but yeah. Team
Holy
Performance,
Wrath.
as you said, looking pretty good.
Yeah,
The two chests.
17 stacks of Shrouded for old Team Performance here. They are on more than a Bloodlust at all times.
We love
They're definitely
that.
actually running Kyrian, not the Night Fae that we've seen Anuo from the other Chinese team generally running. So some differences even within the region in terms of Covenant preferences.
Well, Monkey resetting their dungeon there real quick. Suppose they weren't too far in right?
Oh yeah, that was right at the start of Docks.
Yeah.
Docks is the kind of dungeon that you reset at the start a couple times, because there are some very nasty mobs right at the start there. One last Holy Wrath shield coming in for Team Performance in the top left. They've broken through it with more than enough time to spare. They'll be getting Maiden down here and stopping the clock at the 2 chest. Well played by them. Meanwhile, Ambition actually not looking phenomenal on their 2 chest timer. They're looking good for it, but they're not good enough to have any mistakes in the bottom left. With a 12-22 Grimrail Enforcers split,
They're
pressure
better
is
than you
starting to
think.
be on for them.
They've got the 3-pack in here. They've got the
Yeah.
Battlemaster, Rockra, and the Infiltrator in here. They're actually totally fine. So, again, I think the timer you want to look at is you want to have 6.5 or so minutes when you pull Oshir, even on a 29 Fortified, and they're going to have about 7. As a matter of fact, they could just chain these 2 mobs into the boss totally fine, and I think it works out okay.
Azuna getting awfully low there. No Cauterize available, but does have Pod Tender if things get a little bit scarier. And they are going right into Oshir as soon as that RP is done. And like you said, 7 minutes on the clock here for Ambition to do these last 2 bosses on plus 29. Again, I do think the 2 chest is likely for them, but it's not going to be forgiving if they have any mistakes.
Yeah, so this boss should take about, I want to say 2.5 or 3 minutes, which gives you a solid 3.5 minutes to deal with the last boss, and they'll have the Bloodlust available for that too. The main thing to look at is they have 0 battle reses here. There is literally no room for error. These first dogs are going to go down very easily because you have your Fire Mage and Combust with Shifting Power, your Infernals up for your Warlock, and of course Hunters are just going to throw bombs and go crazy. So by the time they actually get out of the Binding Shot and the AoE stun, they're pretty much going to have 0 HP. Perfect execution there. JPC does have that Feign Death for the very first time to feed, it looks like. Actually, did he? Did he just Soul Shape away from it instead? Well, either way, nobody went down to that time to feed, so they're totally okay, and once you get past the start of the fight's relatively easy, right? The only thing you're really looking forward to is the second set of dogs, and if you can get through those okay, you're going to be doing just fine. Of course, they're going to use their CC on these. I'm going to keep calling them Dragon Haunts just to piss you guys off, even though they're not.
Yeah, on the air dogs, right?
Yeah, the air dogs. Yeah.
Yeah,
Notably, everything in the dungeon is a dog. It's just a different type of dog.
I see. Ooh, Gingy is down for Echo in the bottom left. That's going to be their first battle res committed as Dreadfang's still alive and taking names there on this 31 Iron Docks that they are attempting. Very scary dungeon.
Yeah, so we've only seen 131 times so far during TGP, and it was during the China region, right?
Yeah,
so
for
this
Iron
will be
Docks
the
in particular.
second. Was it fortified as well for the Chinese region?
I want to say yes.
I also think so, but I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway, Iron Doc's definitely a key that I think, execution-wise, I wouldn't say it's like the most difficult dungeon from the dungeon pool, but timer-wise, I think it's probably one of the most difficult dungeons. Because that timer on high key seems to be very, very tight for these teams.
The Iron Docks for the China region, by the way, was Tyrannical, Bursting, Volcanic.
Okay,
Oh,
tyrannical.
Yeah.
Ah,
And there were 2 teams that finished on 31, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
Interesting.
That's it.
there's that barbed arrow barrage you were talking about earlier, Zyro. As soon as that cast finishes, everybody trying to move to make sure that they don't get hit. Clicks, ends up getting hit there. Ends up, I think... How did he clear that debuff, actually?
The hatchet
Sure.
debuff? You
Now
can,
taking
you can
so
use your
much
stone
damage.
form to get rid of it.
Yeah,
have
Clicks is
to-
playing Troll, though.
Oh, well, I made it
Get
up.
that height.
Yeah, not sure.
I currently have Shelly on the case right now, trying to figure out exactly how the barbed arrow barrage works. He thought he had it figured out, but then he also realized that if you're a mage and you blink when it comes out, it completely messes everything up. Working theory right now is that if you were to like draw an imaginary line between yourself and the boss, the way the barbed arrow goes out is it goes closer to the boss than you first, then on top of you, then behind you. So if you just strafe to the right or the left, you should be able to dodge it. But it works
Okay.
differently for classes that actually have large movement abilities like blink and disengage, and he's still trying to figure it out. We'll get back to you with more on that later, though.
Sail for Talador right now.
Discovering the nuances of a mechanic that, you know, in our weekly keys, we can just get hit by that barbed arrow barrage, but as the key level starts getting into this 31 range, anything you can do to minimize the damage taken from those technically avoidable sources, even if it requires quite a lot of finesse to avoid, absolutely is going to be worth it. Let's see how Echo handles this plus 31 Iron Star area, though, as now hops onto a very large moose mount on his very small dwarf, before hopping right off again to grab these first Ogron.
Champion courses through his veins.
So the ambition plus 2 timer on the bottom left, they should be okay, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're fine. 2.5
Right,
minutes,
yeah,
they're
okay.
fine. They're not going to kill Skolikov this phase. They'll probably kill him off next phase, or even the phase after, and they'll be okay, which means they'll have probably about a minute to kill off Koromar and Zogrosh afterwards. But this is their first phase, right? No, this is their second phase, okay. So they're at a minute and 20 into the fight. I think if they can get Skolok to like 30% here, they should be like 100% safe. What are their cooldowns looking like? Oh, they pretty much have nothing up.
Would you look at that?
They're doing a lot of good cleave damage to Koromar, though, so I think they're going to be totally fine.
Prepare Skolok. Let them have a taste. of
Yeah,
In
2
the meantime,
minutes
Donuts
left
and
on the
Despair.
clock.
Igniting the cannons.
On the bottom right, they are about to do Maiden, and they definitely look also pretty good on the two chest timer as well. They have Bloodlust available, only Maiden left. They have some of their Scars Trinket decked up. Missing one on the Hunter and the Warlock, but worst case they can always step into the light to make sure they get the debuff. But yeah, I think they're good. Ambition, let's take a look. Scarlock, I think they get one more smash, right? So maybe it is a bit close actually for them.
Yeah, little dangerous here, like 3% on Skolok. Are they going to be able to get it
Before
killed
smash?
before?
I mean, even if they get the smash, they're fine.
Oh.
They have an entire
Alright.
minute to finish off Zogosh, who has like maybe 2 million HP. They're fine. They have combustion up. They have PI up. They will 100% two-chest this key, no problem.
That's a lot of confidence coming out of Zyronic.
Yeah,
Will-
with
I
that
know the
Brawn
power
dead,
of the combustion.
Oh, okay.
Koromar's still bladestorming
He's
around. Nerf trying to set up a situation where those two mobs can get cleaved, but to no avail as Koromar just has no respect. Will eventually be rejoining Zagash here, but they're just going to single target down Zagash for now. Finally, that Bladestorm. That Bladestorm is
He's
still
still
going.
going.
It's still going.
Oh
Koromar,
my god.
Koromar, you got to chill.
Beyblade.
All right, they've finally taken it out.
Yeah.
30 seconds to spare. Well played by Ambition. Putting that two-chest at 29 on the board, and again, tying things up with Echo. They are a tiny bit slower on their overall dungeons, but not by much. And they are going to be trying to now put up a 31 as well. We'll see where they decide to run.
So see,
Sweet
Maiden
logo.
of Virtue, just a really big dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big dog.
Comes the
Rude.
Mass Repentance.
Instantly broken out
Jailer
by
Trinket.
Scars or Volcanic, maybe both.
Yeah, didn't
why
even
not?
need the scars there.
True.
Just trigger a volcano.
Yeah, so I think the notable thing, even though this is a high tyrannical key, this shield has gotten nerfed so many times over the past month that it's usually a non-issue for teams that have, people that are able to breathe consistently. I think is the requirement to break this shield. The thing is, the shield's gotten nerfed by 20% 3 times. And then also, the other major thing is there was a slight patch note that was put in that said something along the lines of fixed a bug where Maiden of Virtue would sometimes melee a non-tank target after casting Mass Repentance. And what that actually did is it made her just delay the shield. So watch what happens here. She finishes the Mass Repentance cast, then delays like 2 seconds, and then casts the shield. And it used to just instantly cast the shield before, so there was like a couple seconds where you were just in the Repentance waiting to get broken out by damage ticks. And now you properly have time to set up damage for the shield, which means it's a lot easier to break now.
Yeah, definitely you still want to assign some cooldowns generally to each of the shields, but by doing that, you'll have enough damage now, which is nice. It didn't always used to be the case. Sometimes it used to be that you were hoping for some good crits, hoping that the tick for damage would break you out earlier rather than later. Now it is much more a case of, look, if you've got some cooldowns well allocated, that will not be too much of a problem anymore. Although, that being said, as that key level starts going up above 30, that may again start being a big challenge. Echo
Certainly
going to
will.
be putting up a reasonably okay Grimrail Enforcer's time here, especially considering this is a plus 31 key, especially considering that they are bringing some trash in on this as well. A couple extra targets, don't mind if we do.
That Cliff Tooth covers a lot of the
committing-
traps, too. That's tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gingy going
He's
back to his
committing
roots
the
as a ranged
berserking
DPS
ritual.
here.
Oh, yeah.
He's not in melee. Throwing some bombs.
I
and,
wouldn't want to be there either.
Yeah.
I mean, survival hunters just basically do a lot of pointing. That's what they do. It's like, go attack that. That's it. And once
It
in a while they
actually
throw a
does
bomb.
look like that.
Yeah, most of the time you
They're
look at a
on range.
survival hunter, they're just pointing. See,
Ideally,
point,
it's point, bomb, point, bomb, point, bomb. That's how you know a survival hunter's happy.
Point, point, point,
Yeah.
point.
You will burn!
Go attack it. Attack it again. One more time.
The pet's like, all right already, I get the idea. Yeah, attack the boss. Got it.
Look,
Thanks.
you got me a proc. Good pet. Let me throw these bombs real quick. All right,
Now
go
that I
again.
think about it, the hunter pets must be like not very smart pets, considering that
Well, we
you
know
have
that.
to give them.
Anyone who's
You have
played
to
a
tell
hunter
them
knows
so
that.
many times what to do, and they still don't do it by themselves without you telling them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Also, it's called
Yeah.
kill command, but it doesn't actually kill things. It just does damage to them. So it should be just called like
Right.
damage command.
Try to
It
kill
kind of
command.
it kind of just tickles them a little bit.
Yeah.
yeah.
These are just a
Hurt
couple of
command.
small issues that I've noticed.
That's right. Fix, please. Unplayable.
Ooh, Jishu Gaming finally in that lower Karasan. They're the only team who haven't done every single dungeon yet, so they have the lowest score on the board, but they're not actually like they just looked like they were the lowest score team because they haven't done all of the dungeons yet. So once they have finished this 26 Lower Karasan, we will have a much clearer picture of where the teams are going to be standing overall on that score, and which teams are going to be the ones in danger to get eliminated today. We'll also see if Juju manages to 3-chest this 26, because a lot of teams did not manage to do so.
Well, it's important to mention as well, they've pushed up 2 of their keys to a 30 already, which no other team has done. So if they're able to get this 26 down right away, that'll put them at 115 score, which would actually catapult them into 3rd place right now. And it would put Donuts and Despair on the chopping block, who are still 1 point behind Key Performance. So, I mean, we're still looking at pretty much like a 3-man race right now, or should I say a 3-dog race, for who's going to be eliminated today.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom of our leaderboard it's definitely getting intense, and teams are running out of dungeons that are, you know, gonna work on the first try almost for sure, right? We are getting to the point where teams are gonna have, you know, an hour and 15 minutes from now to finish their last keys, and they're sort of running out of time here. You know, Donuts and Despair in particular, they got to be feeling a lot of pressure seeing the way this scoreboard has worked out. Again, Donuts and Despair didn't manage to 3-chest any of their plus 26s compared to Echo and Ambition, who 3-chested all of their plus 26s. That is so many points that they are missing.
So here's where Echo's decided to go into. I mean, obviously they've been in there for a while, but what do you think about the 31 Iron Dogs being the choice versus the other keys, you know, the lower, etc.?
Yeah.
I think you do all of them, all 31s.
Yeah, I think you do eventually, but this being the first one is kind of surprising
today.
to me. Oh, today?
You think they have the time?
Well, so when this finishes, they'll have another hour and 5 minutes to start 3 keys. Yeah. I think the time is just barely there for that to be possible. It'll be really close, right? You probably need... Yeah, I mean, it'll be really close. I think it's more likely they'll probably only get 2 more dungeons done after this.
Because you can do Gambit pretty quickly in, like, I don't know,
yeah,
like
but
28
then you have streets
minutes.
And lower
then you have Streets or Lower, which is both really long, right? So I guess you can only do one. So I guess it would make more sense for them, like, instead of trying to get all 31s, they should probably do 31 in Iron Dogs and in Gambit, and then try a 32 to then do another key at the very end, right? Like a Lower or something.
Maybe, yeah, or maybe you just do the Streets and the Lower, and that way you've done 2 long dungeons with your time.
Sure, yeah, that would also make sense, yeah.
They're going to use a gateway to get through those boxes there. That may be part of the reason we're seeing Clicks play Troll, is to have that line of sight over that particular gateway. So they've skipped some fairly annoying enemies here, getting themselves into position for another pull as they're nearly done with their trash count. And I wonder, so Zyro, they have 8 minutes left in the dungeon, they're at 80% count. There's no way this 31 is 2-chestable, right? Or, unless. No. No, unless.
Unless? No, unless?
Perhaps.
I don't think so. I think they're actually going to be like 4 minutes under the dungeon timer, but 2 minutes over the 2-chest timer, which is still blazing fast for a 31.
I think you're okay with that on a 31, yeah.
I don't remember the exact count values here. If all they need to do is pull the next 3-pack into Oshir, maybe. But you would actually have to pull the 3-pack at full HP into Oshir, which is quite dangerous. So we'll see. They're finishing off both of these Wranglers. They still have the one Cleft Hoof alive. That is a very large dog. Azalea Pod
Everything's a dog
here at the
today,
end of this pull
apparently.
too. Everything is a dog, Doa.
I guess.
So, what do you think about Monka's 32 chest though? Because if Monka manages to 2-chest a 30, they would technically be even again with all of the teams that 3-chested the 26.
Dude, I don't know what's going on. Oh, I know what Monk is doing. Okay, they're doing a no Wrangler strat. Look at this. They're at 90% trash count already right after killing Grimrail Enforcers. They're doing a 0 Wranglers, like actually none. This 1-pack and they're done. So they're actually on like really good pace.
You mean Monka or Echo?
Monka. Monka's killing like 0 Wranglers.
Okay.
Look at their trash count.
Look at their Grimrail Enforcer split,
true,
right?
true.
15 minutes, that looks awful, and then it's like, oh, wait a second, they're already done with trash and about to be pulling Oshir, and it's only 17 into the dungeon, so... Yeah, it's not impossible here for Monka.
This trash they're killing right now is the last trash they're going to be killing in the dungeon. They're going to be invising past the next 2 packs and just going straight into Oshir. And I think that if they pull Oshir by like 17-15, they could definitely two-chest this 30. Echo, on the other hand, I don't see them two-chesting this. I would say 6 minutes is like the minimum time I'd be comfortable with for a two-chest. And even that's pushing it. So they're just going to be going for a one-chest. Monka still on the table, though.
Also, Ambition in the bottom left, actually in a 31 streets. And did a little bit of an issue here as Ellesmere procced the pot tender. They were also pulling trash on top of Sofex here, which is pretty crazy on a 31. Especially crazy when you get an overlap with some other mechanics. But most of them are playing human racial to get rid of that containment cell. It's already on cooldown for 2 of the players though. Only one left on 1C on the Warlock. They also have another Ice Block available though, and they also have Turtle, so they have a few things to get rid of it. The boss still on 44% HP, so I guess if they're a little bit unlucky, then they might actually get one of the containment cells. We'll see.
Monka did not pull off their death skip very well, had several players go down. Their window to two-chest this dungeon has significantly shortened. I don't quite think it'll be possible. Also on top of that, their Bloodlust timer is not ideal. They will be bloodlusting like the last 40 seconds of the two-chest timer. I do not think that they'll be two-chesting either, which is really bad because that was going to be like the great equalizer for them with Echo. If they got the two-chest here, both them and Echo would be able to complete a 32 afterwards, and that'd make me feel a lot better about their chances of, you know, having a lead going into day 2.
Yeah, I think Monka, they're not in any danger of really being eliminated at the end of the day today. It doesn't seem like, unless they were to deplete this 30 that they're in right now. But, like you said, they're definitely not going to be coming into day 2 with the lead. However, with how high our keys already are, we're not going to be seeing day 2 be about pushing the keys through the mid-range, right? Day 2 is already going to be high key pushing, so any team that makes it to day 2 can absolutely come back by just succeeding in those low success rate keys that other teams will certainly be having wipes in.
For sure. Since we've seen every key done on in the past couple weekends.
Dropping fast.
It is, but like again, they're so time gated in this high level key. Like when you get into the 30s, the bosses start having somewhere in the range of like 13, 14, 15 million HP, which means they take quite a while to get through. I mean, that's about what this Oshir has for Monka here, so it's going to be about a 2.5 or 3 minute boss encounter. And considering Skolik is also phased, where you have these, guaranteed 15-second downtime phases, where, sometimes you can hit Koromar if you're lucky and he blade storms to the back of the room. But you can't hit Skolik, and that's the notable thing, right? You're doing nothing for 15-20 seconds. It's really difficult to kill the boss very quickly. I think our kill time at a 29 fortified this week on live with low 300s level gear was like something around 4 minutes. They have a little bit better gear, but those forced downtime phases are still there, so it's going to be, it's probably just going to be a one phase for Monka unless they have some ridiculous damage output.
So, team performance on the bottom right, they're actually in a 31 gambit right now. And I just realized, so it's pretty smart for them to go into this 31 gambit, because they can get 2 points in every single dungeon right now because they have 2 chests everywhere. But the highest key really matters when it comes to the tiebreakers at the end of the day for the elimination. Now, the one thing I just noticed though, if you compare team performance with Donuts in Despair, Donuts in Despair has a 32 chest in Gambit because they missed the 3 chests on the 26, while Team Performance did not. So that means when Donuts in Despair gets to 32, they would actually win the timebreaker against Team Performance if they leave the Gambit at 31. So that means that Team Performance, if they one chest this Gambit, should they go into the 32? Or would it make more sense to them to get 2 points somewhere else, right?
The 2 points are at least as good, maybe better, depending on what the tiebreaker situation is. Donuts, on the other hand, though, I think you bring up a really interesting thing. Donuts absolutely should go into the 32 Gambit today so that they can get those 2 points plus tiebreaker. That's definitely their best hope of staying uneliminated at the end of the day. So the 28 Docs definitely makes sense as the highest success rate key left on their board to head there first and just get those points. They need all the points they can get right now. They are the team that is under the gun right now, having failed to 3-chest any of their 26s.
Nothing will stop the Iron Horde, least of all
Echo about to pull the last boss here with 7 minutes on the board. This 31 docks, they've got to be feeling really good about this one, but they've got to avoid wiping on a very high incoming damage boss. Meanwhile, Monka have the boss at about 65% with 2 minutes to go, but Crim's going down. You have 3 battle reses.
They're looking okay, though, on the 2-chest timer, right? They've last in 40 seconds. Like,
yes.
It's close, but I think it's doable.
So they're going to have Lust, PI, Tyrant all lining up coming out of this next Grand Smash. I don't know, though. 90 seconds to do 50% of Skullock's health and kill Skullock. And kill
Zagosh.
Is the Lust going to line up well with the Phase, though? It might. Okay, it actually is going to line up pretty
as well, right?
Yeah, the PI isn't going to be perfect, though. Who are we PIing? We've got 4 targets now with this Infiltrator. I guess we're PIing the Destro Lock.
You're PIing whoever has their cooldowns up.
Yeah, we don't have Infernal. We're only getting 1 more PI if we're going to try and 2-chest, right? So we may as well hold everything for it. I guess we've got to just hit Lust and PI right now, though.
No, you have to kill Skullock.
Yeah, so we're hitting
Lust
PI.
Though. They didn't get it.
It looks like RX maybe pulled it and got gripped there.
Yeah, if they don't have the Infiltrator here, they're definitely not going to make it. They're gonna have to solo it after.
50 seconds. They have to kill Skullock here, right? That is what it comes down to.
I don't think they're gonna beat this next Grand Smash. This is looking rather sketch. That Infiltrator is walking in.
That's close.
Look at all of the imps alive. Oh man.
Oof. RX is doing so much damage.
The Warlock army is popped.
Oh, so
5%
close.
on Skullock. Here comes the Grand Smash.
Finish it
up.
up.
Dang, 3%.
Rip.
They would have had to do way too much.
Crims can finish it off. Look at Crims. Look at Crims.
Wow.
He's gonna sit
Wow,
here.
he altered back up, didn't he?
What a Giga Chad.
We got him.
Oh, he killed his mate.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Okay, we do have a B-res. Skylark lands a taunt and a death grip to get another taunt effect. Doesn't need to taunt Koromar because Koromar is busy blade storming. Because Skullock died during a cannon barrage, I think Koromar is just going to keep blade storming now, so they'll be able to try and cleave a little bit. Koromar going a little wild out there.
Does that blade storm actually even do anything? I think he just ran right through 3 people and did 0 damage.
It does a little bit, I think, if you're close to it. Yeah, look at people
They
dodging.
took no damage.
Well, they got out of the way. It's a fairly small AoE. Yeah, dude, they were running away from it. You could see they were scared.
He's going way back there. Goodbye.
Like, honk, honk,
I must go. My people need me.
Yeah.
Well, meanwhile, Echo also on the 31 on Skullock, nowhere near the 2-chest timer, so not as much drama.
Look at this though. They have also just pushed Skullock, not killed Koromar, so they are not worried about leaving Zagosh in that cannon. A lot of live key groups, especially before the nerfs to this encounter, would focus Koromar, right, to get Skullock or to get Zagosh out of that cannon. But Echo are saying, you know what, Azalea's just going to heal us. And if one of us dies, we're just going to blame him.
Healer problem, yeah.
I've noticed that it actually doesn't really matter which of the 2 you do either way, because you're going to spend a majority of the fight cleaving 2 mobs down anyways. So burning Koromar, while it might be seen as potentially slower, I don't actually think it's really that much slower, because you're still going to be, focusing down Skullock after the fact, and you'll still be killing Zagosh at roughly the same time as Skullock dies anyways, so I'm pretty sure it's just as fast just to burn down Koromar, regardless.
You get more smashes if you... Right? If you don't
maybe one more? Maybe one more? It's really not that much slower. I don't know how it works out that way, but it just does. Because your team isn't in constant threat of dying.
Yeah, is there... Because, okay, so the cannon fixate from Zagosh, it almost seems like it stops after the first smash. Is that true, or did I just imagine that?
It definitely seems like it cast sequence is slower, but it still goes off and still does damage.
In a way, Donuts in Despair on that 28 Iron Dogs on the top left, they are now on that second boss. Bloodlust is being used. They also pulled the trash on top of it as well, as we've seen most other teams do as well. This is a pretty important key for them as well. They need to make sure they get the +2, maybe... Nah, +3 is probably not going to happen since they didn't even +3 to 26 either. But they definitely need to +2 to make sure they get some points on the board. Now, technically speaking, I guess +2s are not even that important anymore, at least not for today, because they can't actually get those 2 extra points anymore in some of the keys, right? So
yeah, they already have 2 chests in their other dungeons, so either way they'll be able to go run keys after this that give them 2 points. But like you said, for tomorrow, right? You really want to make sure you have that 2 chests on your board. But Donuts in Despair, they're kind of getting in a spot where tomorrow may not come if they're not careful here. They've got to make sure that they get not just this key done, but probably 2 more good ones on their board before the end of the day. Even then, it might not be enough.
Uh-oh.
Oh?
Tuttles, if you are
Nettles is trying to talk.
Hello?
talking, you are currently muted.
Oh.
Muted!
Broadcasting fun.
Oh,
Hey
I'm
everyone,
muted.
it's
I'm
time to
not
bring
muted.
Tuttles back.
I think I'm
well,
muted on our productions in. This is not me.
sure. Well, anyway, with EU's, status, it's looking pretty safe here in day number 1. It's time to say goodbye to Nagura. Nothing more for her to worry about today, it seems like. Any final thoughts before you head out?
No, actually, no.
Oh, okay.
I think Teddles will cover everything perfectly. So
All right. It's only day 1, sure. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Anyways, as I was saying...
Okay, welcome back, Tuttles.
So Jishu, after they finish this run, they should be at 115 points. Donuts in Despair, after they finish this run, should only be at 114. The most likely situation for Donuts in Despair is they either end at 116 or 118, but Jishu Gaming can pretty easily end ahead of them. And I think that Donuts in Despair, assuming that Jishu doesn't make a mistake or end up depleting one of these keys, should be able to eliminate Donuts in Despair from this position. So I don't think fate is in Donuts in Despair's hands anymore, unfortunately, for them. This is a tough position to be in.
Yeah, so that they're a point behind Team Performance, right? And both teams are working on getting 2 more points right now, but...
Correct.
If Team Performance just have 1 mistake, especially Donuts, they have the option to go get a 32 Gambit, right? They could go get that tiebreaker there.
So how Donuts
they
gets
still
to...
just need... They need Jiju or Team Performance to, to deplete a key, right?
Pretty much, yes. They need one of the 2 teams to deplete a key, and they cannot deplete anything. The issue for Donuts is they have to be doing... they have to go 32 Gambit into either 30... they're basically having no easy key that they need to be doing as well. And if Donuts makes any more mistakes, I think that basically solidifies their elimination today.
Yeah, 116 is going to be the point total that Donuts could realistically get to, right? They can finish this key, they can get 32 Gambit done, and then they could start a 30 lower or something. So the question is, can Team Performance and Jiju Gaming both get above 116? And the answer is yes, without mistakes. But 1 mistake could cost either of those teams and have Donuts instead make it through to the next day. But yeah, Donuts are definitely under the gun.
Well, Donuts could technically get to 118 from here, right? Not just 116. So they get 114 from this. They do one more, they get 116, and they start an end-of-day key, probably the lower key.
Yes, okay, sorry, yeah, so 118.
Yeah.
But Team Performance can get to 119 in the same time, and Jiju Gaming can get to 120.
Yes, see, this is the issue, and I'm looking. That's when I started doing the math, and I was like, oh no, Donuts is not in a great spot.
It's just about if Team Performance and Jiju Gaming can both do 2 more keys after this, like Donuts can, and if they can avoid wiping in any of their, avoid depleting any of their keys, right? If that's true, it is going to be Donuts going home, and that makes sense, right? Donuts 2 chested all their 26s. Every other team 3 chested at least 126. Donuts were unable to, so it does make sense that they're going to be the ones with the lowest score at the end of the day if all else holds equal.
And then Team Performance is, I would say, the most safe out of the bottom 3, and then Ambition, Echo.
Are they? I mean, they have 1 more point than Donuts and Despair. I feel like it's Jiju Gaming that are safer actually than Team Performance here.
I think the thing to focus on is the fact that Team Performance is going to have to do 30s or 31s in every single key. They're in the 31 right now, but there's definitely a much higher failure rate in those 30s versus the easy 2 points that Donuts and Despair are going to slap up on the board here in this 28.
And
they're going to be 2-chesting this, by the way, looking at their timer.
Annie down for Jiju Gaming there on the bottom right. That's going to be one of their 3 battle reses. All right.
I mean, it's
okay here.
Oh,
it's
by the way,
Ottoman. What do you expect?
I think that the route that Ambition's taking, I believe that there was a chance for Echo to end 2 points ahead of both Monka and Ambition on the end of day, because Echo's able to sit in these 30-minute dungeons, where Ambition is in this 39-minute streets.
Yes, but getting extra points from their shorter dungeons today and leaving longer dungeons for tomorrow versus getting the points from the longer dungeons today, leaving shorter dungeons tomorrow, that'll somewhat even out, even if the points don't reflect it overnight.
But you would rather have... It still is like something in the order of like 15 minutes or whatever that you'll be able to... Maybe a little bit longer.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, 15 minutes to be able to save because you don't have to go into the streets or you don't have to go into the lower care or whatever.
It is going to be an exciting finish to the end of our day. These key levels are starting to get very high. Jeju Gaming not going to be 3-chesting their 26 lower as well. So after this, I wonder where they'll go. Maybe 32 Gambit? Maybe 31 Streets? Or maybe you just run the 28 lower, although... Yeah, I mean, you've got time to do the 28 lower and do another key afterwards, but you got to start being a little bit worried because you really do not want to go home, and neither of the Chinese teams are safe from Donuts and Despair. If either of these teams loses one keystone, Donuts will be in a position to capitalize.
I think you have to run the lower again, right? Because they've got 30, 30, 29 in their other 3 dungeons. So at least that would put them ahead of Donuts and Despair.
They could technically run any other 2-chest dungeons and it would effectively be the same value.
Yeah, the 32 Gambit I think would be another good option, although it's a much harder keystone.
That's the thing, yeah.
And the tiebreaker.
It's quick though, I guess.
I think technically they should go like 31 streets into 29 lower for their end of day. If you're
well, it'd be 28 lower. They're only 2-chesting the 26.
Yeah. 29 streets into 28 lower. And I think that maximizes like your time investment on the last little bit because they're only getting 2 more dungeons, and so you'd rather do the 2 longest dungeons, but you want the ones with like 0% failure rate. I don't know if any of these actually are. 31 streets, 32 Gambit. I think 29 lower is probably the highest chance for them to time the key, though.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. This is getting very tense as Donuts and Despair are on easy 2-chest pace in this 28 Iron Docks, about to pull the last boss.
Have they 3-chested a dungeon today?
No, they have only 2-chested. They have been in even-numbered keystones only.
I mean...
that is rather odd, isn't it?
In fact, it's not that at all. It's the opposite.
It's even.
All right.
Do you get it? Because
it's even.
Because even's the opposite of odd.
Yeah.
I'll explain it later. They're into the boss here. There were 5 minutes.
I appreciate that. It was a great effort.
I'm so glad that neither of you said anything.
I just wanted to let this play out, see how it would. Not about as expected. It was good. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Did you guys see all of the Echo Warlock gates in Iron Docks? Dude.
Yeah.
Are they playing Troll? Maybe one of you two knows.
I think it is potentially why you're seeing Troll from Echo in Iron Docks is literally for line of sight for some of those. Yeah.
Yeah, for height. Literally just to make his character taller to drop the gates.
The tallest race, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
Happy birthday, anonymous chatter who's asking for a happy birthday wish.
Oh. Happy birthday indeed.
Tettles, I cannot believe you're reading chat mid-competition. That's so unprofessional, man. Unbelievable.
Is it really
These
unprofessional?
casters SMH.
I wouldn't recommend it most of the time. This event is maybe an exception, but we'll allow
a belated happy birthday to World of Warcraft Legion came out 6 years and 2 days ago.
Fantastic expansion.
Artifact weapon's pretty cool. I liked it.
We've got 2 of the dungeons from that expansion, although those didn't come out on release, of course, the Karazhans.
Yeah.
A couple months into that expansion.
Yeah, they did come out in 7.0.5? I actually think they came out in 7.1, but that was when the numbering system was very different. I actually think it was 7.0.5.
6.1 was when the base Karazhan dungeon came out, and then it wasn't put into Mythic Plus until 6.2
Wait, was that 6?
7, yeah. No, 6 was WAD. 7 was.
Oh, 7.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
7.
I was like,
7.1.
Is it 6? I was like, oh my. I was like, oh gosh.
Wow, Donuts are just doing so much damage here to Skulllock. No demo lock needed for them. Yips with the power infusion on the 4 targets there for a while. Having a great time.
Hey, Dratnos, I have a question. So how have you been feeling about the blue D&D versus Kyrian Death Knight debate? So basically, now and Skylark have played Kyrian in every single key except for this one where Skylark plays Fae, likely for Soul Shape. How have you been feeling about the distinction where all of the, like basically Dorky and Anuo are playing Fae in every single dungeon, and the nerf swaps around between the two, depending on what he wants?
Yeah, I do think it is a dungeon-specific thing. So we've talked about this a little bit, right? Kyrian, it gives you runes, which gives you rune weapon uptime.
Okay.
Especially, you need it to be AoE for that to be true, but it's especially helpful while you're low on Shrouded stacks. But the Night Fae is really nice. First of all, just on single target, Kyrian's not doing all that much, whereas Night Fae is just kind of always good.
Yeah.
And by the end of the dungeon, you have so much haste from Shrouded that you don't need the help with your rune weapon staying up. So I do think going dungeon by dungeon and thinking like, hey, is Soul Shape good here? Do I care more about the end of this dungeon or the start of this dungeon? Like, where is the hard part in this dungeon? And also, is the hard part in this dungeon something that has multiple targets for me to spread my Kyrian Shackle the Unworthy around in? Or is it going to be a little bit more small number of targets where, you know, maybe Night Fae will just do better?
It's really interesting to see. It's like not clear cut. Obviously, tanking is more about survival and like practical application, and less about like stark numerical differences between the two.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it is a open question for sure as to which is better in these high keys. As Jiju Gaming putting up a 2-chested 26 lowers. Very interesting question is going to be where they head to next. Very important as team performance. Also, we'll have a similar question here soon if they can take out this last little bit of Solia. Things are getting a little bit hectic, though, towards the end of this encounter. Plus 31 Tyrannical Solia. Not an easy fight by any stretch.
Really? I saw a DK solo it last week.
Oh, yeah, true. I forgot about that.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's not too tough.
It's long. It's not like the.
You only need one person alive to do
ever.
it.
Those I mean, the stars and they do a lot of damage. The dot that it puts on players it hits pretty hard.
What are you talking about? You just heal.
Yeah, the combination of all the mechanics that do relatively high throughput plus needing to dodge the projectiles. It's usually the projectiles that get you, right?
Is that a Tauren H-Priest?
Yeah.
What?
Indeed it is.
Oh, Shweeb would be so happy right now.
Well, the Tauren, you know, it's not bad. Like, War Stomp is a nice stop in this dungeon.
Yeah.
It is capped at 5 targets. What are you War Stomping?
That's fine.
It's 5 targets you wouldn't be stunning otherwise. Yeah.
Tettles?
Huh?
Is Bulrush target capped?
No. No.
Extra
So High Mountain
stamina?
is just better than Tauren.
Well, Tauren gives you HP.
Find any...
Doesn't High Mountain give it to you as well, though?
High Mountain gives you, like,
burst.
versatility.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
You find... you play Torn, you find any herbs on the map, you can herb them a little bit quicker than you'd be able to with
true.
other races. Yeah.
Literally
maybe
can't
it's,
argue with that.
Maybe
Important
it's
stuff.
something where, like, Hilbrand, the additional stamina from Tauren is enough. Maybe he's just RPing, you know?
I'm not sure High Mountain can be priest as well. Not 100% sure.
Maybe he's just RPing. It's unclear.
How would one RP as a Tauren goes? Do you have any examples?
I've been expecting you.
You sit against a wall in Ouroboros for years and don't move. That's the Torn RP in Shadowlands.
You hear that? That's the sound of a Tauren
I did
priest.
hear that.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Nobody does.
Bane Bloodhoof demands it.
I can't believe none of us said holy cow.
Well, that name's taken on every server.
Oh.
I feel like you were supposed to you're our resident dad joke guy, though. You were supposed to
Am
get
I?
that.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
bad.
you
Like
are.
you're supposed to.
You know, back in original Wrath of the Lich King, my Tauren Death Knight was actually named Cow, because it was somehow not taken on that server. Yeah, it was amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Ooh, onesie having low health moments here. JPC
No health.
even lower though.
why are these
This is not good.
Why are these enemies here?
Why are these
Okay,
mobs
I know
here?
why these enemies are here.
Well-
so these must have been trapped and then skipped past.
Oh.
And the trap, the feign must not have come through, right? Or poly invised.
That is
Either of those things must not have
Alright.
worked properly.
You can
So
still
here's the
finish
deal.
this, right?
They
They still
have
have time. They still have time.
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah.
intentional?
No, they're 100% count. So there's no way those
never mind,
mons are
there's-
supposed to snap up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awful. Can they time this key?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
They have like 7
The boss is
minutes,
like a-
right? Yeah.
The boss is like a 3-minute boss. They didn't even have their bloodlust committed there. They're fine.
Okay. So they're fine.
Meanwhile, for Monka, apparently Skylark may have disconnected in the top right, so they are also in a bit of a holding pattern here, waiting for him to get back.
Oh, please
Pain.
come back!
Luckily for Skylark, didn't DC 2 feet further forward and pull the boss, so there's a silver lining
He's back!
for Monka. He's
Yep.
back.
Let's go.
Good.
All right. Time to do it. Yep.
Okay, good.
Streets of Wonder, a little cursed place. According to Sierra, Monka were discussing using Voidwalker to tank for a while, but luckily Skylark has returned, so they're going to be okay.
Once I IRL disconnected when I was tanking Scarlet Monastery, I fell asleep at the keyboard and just like ran straight down the aisle and pulled the entire thing.
Okay, so bottom right, Ambition totally fine on this timer.
Wow.
Title's just
Hang on, sorry.
Not interested.
I'd like to hear some more about this Scarlet Monastery thing. So how did your group respond? And how did you know what happened when you woke up?
They were all in the same room as me actually, and so I just like woke up being yelled at. Oh hi. Very tired.
I was trying to get us
They're
past
fine.
this Scarlet Monastery,
boss-
fell asleep at the wheel.
This boss is gonna die in
Hey.
like 2.5 minutes. They're not gonna
Yeah.
pull trash up here. They have their lust up now. They're totally fine.
When Mythic Plus
Like-
Scarlet Monastery comes back in Dragonflight,
Oh man.
I'll be ready.
Ambition also ready for Soazmi to port all over the place. Cast this double technique.
Oh, that's a bit of a high
Done a
roll.
good
They don't even
job
have the
of getting back in range here.
They don't even have the divide up yet. They got the first double
Yeah.
technique. This is really good. Like, you want as few of the circles as possible, and you want as few of the divides as possible. You want as many double techniques, and it's really unclear how the boss cues these abilities. You don't. It's really weird. I think it's one of the things that if you push the boss faster, you get more of the double techniques and less of the shuris just generally. But it's still pretty inconsistent.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I think I know what happened to Ambition. So
Here, run some
because
by
we
me.
have Europe, in the in the tournament this weekend, we had to normalize all of our things on Tournament Realm to meters instead of yards, and that slight difference made it so that Ambition
Here we go.
didn't quite get past the pack, and they accidentally got in combat with it. So that's why they wiped on the boss, just EU's fault.
It's
Okay,
fake
and
news. Don't listen to Zyronic.
why did Skylark DC?
I
Zyronic
don't know.
pulled his
He's
Ethernet
just-
cord.
He's Australian. I feel like that's just kind of normal for him, right?
But he's living in the U.S. and playing in Europe. He's Mr. World.
Okay,
that's
so
just
Ambition is
confusing.
at 15% on Telasma.
Can we go back to the Scarlet Monastery discussion, or is that?
Yeah, so I woke up and everyone was like, "What are you doing, Doa?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I just fell asleep while I was tanking Scarlet Monastery.
Oh my gosh.
It's Cathedral."
It's a compliment to your healer, right? Letting them know that you feel safe enough in their healing
Yeah.
to just doze off.
Just
As Ambition,
sleep through the
3
key.
minutes under the timer, even with a wipe on last boss on 31 Streets of Wonder, makes you wonder about the possibilities in that dungeon. About 32, 33.
I mean, you certainly got time
44?
apparently.
Yeah, I mean the timer was looking unbelievably good for them. So curious where they'll go next. There are only 42 minutes left to start the last key of the day for everybody.
So-
Ambition have time to do 2 more keystones, but they got to be quick about their decision making.
Or one lower Kara, all the way to timer.
Yes, that would be a very bad use of time.
So-
Yeah.
Where are you picking if your Ambition from this point forward? I think that for me, I would probably pick like the 31 Gambit or
You know what?
I think the
The
31,
31
Gambit makes
lower is
sense.
actually not a bad call, right? Because you're not going to need all 42 minutes of the timer.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you go and do the 31 lower, and it finishes like 2 minutes before the end of the day, and then you can start another key.
Well, we're pretty much 42 minutes away from the end of the official time. So yeah, I'd say jump in that lower care and do it.
Can we get a clock check?
Could be fun.
Pretty close. I'm looking at my own PC clock. We'll see how tight it is compared to the official game clock for the day. Maybe. Oh, that was Scarlet
hang on, we're
Monastery.
going into
We're going to
Scarlet
Scarlet Monastery. All right, great.
Huh.
All right, let's do it.
Why are we going to Scarlet Monastery now?
We're luring.
Gotta be
Noah to
cathedral.
sleep.
That's right. Yep. That's.
Yeah.
Is that one coming back?
Oh, there we go.
Flight? Oh,
Yeah,
yo,
it would have
look
been
at how-
42 minutes if we would have swapped it right away.
Unrelated.
You
Look
gotta
at how
reminisce.
Shishu Gaming is doing this poll. So they ended up killing off the singers from the first pack, and then they ended up pulling the patrons that were at just like 20% HP or like 40% HP, and they ended up pulling them into the next singer pack as opposed to doing this all in one pull. It's dangerous to do it like this because if you don't calculate your stops on the singers, you can't have the Firelands portals go off. But it just, I think with the ability to be able to have things like Mass Grip, okay, they use a great DB there. They also have Infernal Stuns and Blasphemy Stuns. It's looking really good for Shishu Gaming.
Slight tangent here, very relevant to Lower Garrison. Did you know that all of the singer mobs in these 2 packs are part of a group called the Medivas?
Really?
Did you know?
What?
Did you know? And it's a little bit more related. The singers will actually try to cast Purify before they try to cast Firelands Portal. It's a higher priority after you interrupt the Firelands Portal once, and so you can interrupt the Firelands Portal. Make sure you have dots that are dispellable on them, and then they will cast Purify, which will buy you some more time, and then you can interrupt Firelands Portal again.
Wow.
Interesting.
All right, Juju Gaming now grabbing Zolgamux, bringing it down here with those extra beams of light for some more damage. Breaking through with that understudy.
Shout out to Medivas.
Yeah.
The spotlight is
looking good here. They are going to be going up to 117 points off of this, and then the question is just, is there going to be a good way for them to get to 119? Because we don't think that Donuts can get above 118 by end of day, so 119 is safety. If Performance and Shishu Gaming can get to 119, they should be okay for the end of the day, but Donuts, you know, they are pretty likely to get all the way up to 118 and make things very close at the end.
Bottom left, Ambition actually going into Gambit. This seems like this makes a lot of sense for their routing just on the day. I have a question. I haven't had a chance to talk to you guys. How have you guys felt about the choices between pulling Zolgamux versus skipping it between the teams? Because it seems like Monka is playing Zolgamux in most of their runs, but Echo and Ambition are electing to skip it in more runs more often than not.
Zolgamux bad.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Dreadnoughts, thoughts?
Zolgamux good. Back to you, Tettles.
Good conversation.
So, great analysis by both of my co-casters, and then they throw it back to me. So now we see Ambition here electing to not pull a Giant. Any more Giants inside of Gambit? Great decision, in my opinion.
Giant's bad.
Is ironic? Do you care to weigh in?
Agree. Giant's bad. Good count, but don't want to pull them.
Uh-oh, Fish Stick bad. Ambition.
Oh, move away from Fish Stick. Very good.
Why is this the bit that we were doing? Why is this the... I don't like this bit. How about the
All right,
roar?
they've stopped the Fish Stick at least.
Is the roar also bad?
Flashback
Everything
to when
else
we had
is-
2 Method
is
teams
fine.
fighting each other, and we would ask Sloot, "Hey Sloot, which team do you think is going to win?" "Oh, I think Method's going to win." And then radio silence.
How do you think? Do you think Zolgamux wants to go back to hang out with Sire Denathrius? I mean, if Sire Denathrius made all the Nazrazine, yeah.
That's the word.
Think they ever want to go home?
I don't know. I think that we were the baddies in that instance.
Who?
In Castle Nathria? Yeah, I think so.
In
as
Castle
well.
Nathria, we were invading their home. In addition to that, we have Zymox's charity cash next weekend.
Yeah,
Make up for
Zymox,
it.
just a charitable broker trying to give away these relics and this wealth to the needy, you know, and we're just coming in and beating him up in not 1 but 2 raid instances this expansion.
I mean,
Kind of unbelievable.
needs
if
to
you
stop
ask me.
getting in our way, you know.
My
Literally,
artifacts
all
are
you have
too
to do is put
powerful
some
for
purple
you.
items on somebody, and we'll just go hunt them down. It really paints a damning picture of us as players.
But we can
here.
see Sire Denathrius and Castle Nathria next week.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be pretty exciting. We're going to have multiple Fated powers active on each boss as well, more than just the one. Should be pretty fun. Donuts in Despair having a Dorky running back around. Oh, okay, yeah, so because they'd pulled all those mobs already into the stars. They're getting ready to go into Grimrail Enforcers with 12:41 on the clock. in this plus 30, so looking reasonably good on this dungeon timer.
We are in need of
It's grouping things up with a little line of sight.
I like the grouping of these mobs on the corner. It's actually very annoying to play this boss as melee, and so making sure that all 3 of these mobs are stacked as quickly as possible for Spin and Dorky to be able to do as much stacked cleave as possible is super nice. Yips is gonna, I was gonna say, stand to that bomb. That was very questionable. Good job soul shaping out of that, out of those traps as well. But just making sure that these mobs are stacked up, it allows this boss to get cleaved down as fast as possible. It's something that we don't see on live. We see teams kind of end up killing off Emberblade last more often than not on live. But I swear, if you're able to just cleave all of this trash, they're even grabbing this Cleft Hoof and Wrangler to this pull. This is going to be super efficient for Donuts and Despair if they're able to get through this.
Well, this is the thing I was talking about earlier, right? Is even if you're full AoEing, I'm pretty sure that it is very, very difficult to actually break the Sanguine Shield.
Okay.
You can see it's coming out here. Now, technically, they could interrupt the Blood Bolt and move that mob out, but they don't even feel the need to. And check it out, that shield is not really moving at all, so they're going to be totally fine. And like you said, it's already really efficient, too.
It makes sense. In addition to that, how the blood barrier works is it actually goes on the lowest health target, which Nessie and Nox ends up having lower total HP than Drugru and Emberblade, just generally. So if Nox is like close in percentage HP, you can actually get that blood barrier baited onto Nox pretty easily. But it looks like it's going on to Drugru for Donuts and Despair on the big screen here. This is very dangerous, dodging this Cleft Hoof while also trying to run away from these traps.
I wish the traps would trap the Cleft Hoof. Why doesn't it? I know there's small traps, but there's enough of them, you know?
Well, they're powerful enough to kill my tanks and my melee whenever they walk into them, so I don't know why they're not powerful enough to kill this Cleft Hoof.
It's a very good question.
The Cleft Hoof actually has a ton of HP compared to the rest of the mobs. It's like almost double the health of the Wranglers. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, but the thing with the Cleft Hoof, just in general, is that it doesn't really do anything. Like, you can chain this Cleft Hoof, kind of similar to the Rylax. So you can chain the Cleft Hoof in the Rylax into most of the packs, assuming that the Wranglers are killed off. The Wrangler is almost always the most dangerous mob in these trash pulls that are in the back half of this dungeon.
Also, I'm not sure if you guys were aware of this, but this doesn't seem to be very widespread information.
Okay.
The bombs on this fight, these little bomb squad dudes, they do no damage. You can just stand in them.
Yeah, we've seen a couple players just tanking those. It's the fire waves and the traps, really, that'll kill you on this fight, right?
Yep.
Everything else, and I guess that Cleft Hoof if it rampages on top of you, but Yips doing a good job there with the soul shape to evade that.
They're not very quick, at least.
Yeah.
No. Enough of that, though.
So well done there by Donuts to take out that second boss. We'll check back in with them as their dungeon concludes later. Meanwhile, though, we have our two of our top teams at the top, Echo and Monka, working on their Streets of Wonders, 31 and 30 respectively.
I think this
and then
makes
on the
sense.
bottom side, these are the two teams that are hoping to eliminate Donuts and Despair at the end of the day, and by doing so, avoid elimination themselves. These two teams need to put up 4 more points, we think, by the end of the day to be safe. And each of these dungeons are part 1 of 2 of that plan.
Where did Ambition go? Did Ambition also go to Streets? Let me look.
Ambition appear to be in a Gambit currently.
Ambition did their 31
that's
Streets
right.
first.
They were
Now
in
they're
Gambit.
doing the Gambit.
You're right. That makes sense. Because they did we were talking about the giant pull. That's the only way that they would have even been in the Gambit.
Giant
I mean, they're looking pretty good here. So one of the notable things is that they're clearly skipped Zulgamux just with this Hillbrand pull time and looking at their stack account. It seemed like the teams that had skipped Zulgamux, at least in the earlier stages of this dungeon, were having a better time with their timer once it started getting to higher levels. Of course, once you start getting pressed for the timer, it becomes a lot more beneficial to have the 3 stacks of that haste buff on things like Hillbrand and Celia. But at the same point, the effective health of Zulgamux goes up a ton, so it's one of these things that I'm not sure if teams are going to elect to change their route to where they pull Zulgamux once they start to get to 32, because that doesn't really make a ton of sense.
I have a sneaking suspicion Ambition will not be changing their strategy, and I think they might be onto something, because I remember last week, even though we had slightly more difficult affixes in the Gambit, normal timers for teams to finish off Hillbrand in the 31s and 32s we were seeing were somewhere in between like the 12 and 13 minute mark, and Ambitions appears to be on probably like a little over 11 minutes right now in this run.
Yeah, you would expect Zolgamux to cost you early and pay you late in the dungeon, though,
Sure.
right? Like, so you'd expect a slightly faster Hillbrand time, but then a more lethal and a slower, time cap and hooktail and Solia split. But I agree, this is such a short dungeon that maybe those stacks really just don't pay off in the way they do in some of the longer dungeons.
It's also one of those things, too, that, like, unless you're skipping a full phase, like, if you skipped a full phase on Solia, then Zolgamux is definitely worth, right? So, because the intermissions on Solia, that's going to end up costing you somewhere in the order of, like, 30 or 40 seconds. Whereas, like, so if you can skip that with just a couple more stacks or a few thousand DPS, you would absolutely elect to play Zolgamux on that point. But it's also difficult to cost you major damage breakpoints like that. Like if on Hillbrand, for example, if somehow the 3 additional stacks could get them over the 25% damage hump here, then they would have gotten it. But it's not that much DPS. It would only be at 22% or something.
Yeah. I just don't know really how I feel about Zolgamux, right? It's only 6% more stats that you're talking about, so how much faster can that really make you? Like, how much DPS are 6% stats worth if
It's
you
like
win into like a sim
4,000.
thing?
Sounds
it's
like math.
4,000 group.
Like
it's 4,000
group
group
DPS?
DPS. Yeah, it's like 4,000 group DPS on patchwork single target. Which, I mean, that's a lot, right? Like that is a really like a large amount of DPS.
I mean, it's a fifth of a Bloodlust, right? Pretty cool.
Okay, we gotta stop talking about haste as being a percentage of bloodlust, or else people are gonna be like, "Oh, I love haste on gear. It's like I get a little tiny bit of bloodlust when I put this."
Hey,
piece
that's a
of gear
good point.
Yeah, sure. It's like a little bit of bloodlust every time you miss that haste.
Ever since I started wearing gear, my damage has gone up. You can't argue with that.
The Stratus
like
guy is
Bloodlust.
making a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every circle has its center.
Maybe we just take it out of the
Honestly,
game.
too, since I put on 35% haste, I just feel like I'm permanently in Bloodlust.
Okay. Well, actually, it's not quite 30% haste because it's actually a multiplier on your given haste value. So if you have more base haste on your gear, you're actually getting more percentage haste from the Bloodlust buff.
Ooh. So haste is even better, you're saying?
Yes.
Who let a Twitch
Yeah,
chatter
so-
into our voice chat?
Actually, pushes up glasses. Nerd emoji.
So Echo here are going to be showing us what the Streets of Wonder timer looks like without a wipe on Soasmi, unless they wipe in the next minute or so. And that is 6 minutes to spare in this plus 31. Kind of a crazy amount of extra time. And that's the sort of time that makes me think not just 32, but 33 and 34 are on the table in this dungeon.
Wow,
Depending
34.
on how much time our teams have in here. I mean, maybe. The 34 isn't a stretch goal, but the 33, I think, with this timer is looking very, very doable.
I think the 33 is doable. There is an issue where the first boss becomes a lot longer because you're going to get more containment cells.
Yeah.
However, they are playing a lot of humans to be able to break out of those containment cells, so it's a little bit less dangerous. And they also have unhindered passing potion, so they have multiple outs. But in addition to that, at some point the mailroom boss becomes just the money order damage becomes insane. I don't know how you live that on a. Maybe it's livable on 33, 4. It was livable on.
I mean, you immune or B-res the roughest ones, and you
That was
just
fast.
power through.
Teams were timing it on 31 Tyrants, so I guess there is precedent for them to probably be able to
Yeah.
kill that boss on 33 Fortified.
It's just a question of like if you have the time to attempt that keystone, or if there's easier keys that are in your list of keys to do.
That's kind of what we ran into last week when we were watching the European finals. It's like Workshop teams at the end of the day were in Workshop 33.
Monka?
There were other 33s that were
They're
doing
committing.
Fine.
Oh my god.
The hard commit.
Oh boy.
It dies.
It is the hard commit. If this boss
6%
runs
though.
away right now,
Oh
we are going
my
to be in
gosh.
tremendous pain.
Oh my
Turtle?
goodness. They got it, I think, but
Mode takes a debuff.
that was close.
Alright, we're fine.
That was close.
That
That's
is
still
an ethical commit there from Monka. I love to see that.
that was
They only
nearly
one
3
chested
minutes
that.
shorter.
Ah.
Or 3 minutes longer than
There's a 30.
Echo. Yeah.
So, but
Eh,
here's
I
the
suppose.
deal. If they two-chested that would have been great for them to be able to catch up from
Yes.
not three-chesting the 26 earlier.
I love this comment. Sounds like a new Imperial unit. This item is going to give me 1/4 of a Bloodlust worth of haste.
Yeah.
I hate this.
Americans will do anything to
It'll-
avoid using the metric system.
Like 3 quarts of haste is how many cups of haste? I'll take. it's approximately 3 tablespoons of haste.
The Europeans will just come in with some kind of unit that's like, oh, how much haste does 1 cubic millimeter or cubic meter of water get, per 1 degree or whatever. It's like, okay, nerds.
Lol, nerds.
Uh-huh.
And also, the month always goes before the day. Hate to say it. It's the way the dates are meant to be written.
Just makes sense.
All right. Anyways,
Bigger
let's
Michael,
see how
that guy.
teams are doing right now. Like, okay, so here's the thing, right? Donuts in Despair. This 30 is going to give them 2 points, but they're still in a very bad position when you put them up against Team Performance and Jushu Gaming, right? Like, they're going to
be
behind
advancing
unless one of them make a mistake.
They're advancing to 116 points, but they only have 25 minutes now to start their last key. So, I mean, they have enough time. They're going to be able to get to 118.
Yeah.
But the problem is Team Performance and Jeju Gaming can both get to 119.
Performance can get to
not
120, can't they?
They can't, right?
No, you're right. They can only get to 119. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, so 119 is possible for Jeju Gaming and for Team Performance, but 120 I think is off the table. It's just 118 is how Donuts in Despair can do. That's the best they can do. It looks like this 30 is going to not be a 2-chest for Donuts in Despair, but that is not surprising. They're just happy to get this on the board. And then I think they actually need to go... Well, it probably doesn't matter what they run, because they're going to win. If they survive today, it's going to be because 118 points is good enough. They're not going to win on tiebreakers at 118, right? Because Team Performance and Jeju Gaming are either going to get to 119 or 117, and Donuts will either get to live or die based on that. So they actually don't need to worry about doing the 32 gambit for a tiebreaker.
It's going to be wild that a team with probably 3 30s is going to, or at least like some 31s, may get eliminated today.
Yeah, Donuts in Despair have looked good, but their 26s were their big weakness. They've looked so good in their 28s. They've looked so good even in their 30s, but the 26s were all 2 chests. That has cost them so many points.
It's just a tough situation because, so Ambition and Echo 3-chested all of their 26s, right? And so then Donuts and Despair were playing on the back foot by only 2-chesting all of their 26s.
I mean, that's kind of minus 4 points, right?
Exactly.
You can see it on the board right now. Like, look at the Ambition score and the Echo score and the Donuts and Despair points, right? There's the 4 points that we're seeing as the disparity, because it's not like any team has really depleted dungeons. It's just been those extra 3-chest points.
Yeah, and then for Shishu Gaming, they 3-chested 2 of their 26s, I believe, but they depleted 2 keys, both of them 15 minutes into the dungeon. It was like the Iron Docks, they depleted it to the Iron Star Pole like 11 minutes in, and then they wiped in Gambit like 9 minutes in or something like that. And so that ended up costing them so much time that they're not really able to get back. So that's how they're in this spot. For a lot of people,
that being said, it's not over yet because both Jeju Gaming and Team Performance need to time this key and their next one as well in order to actually punish Donuts. So Donuts do have hope, but it's not in their hands, right? It is in the... They're hoping that the dungeons defeat either Jeju or Team Performance.
Yeah. My wild card.
Yeah, your wild card is indeed, as is tradition, looking very suspect.
Wait a second, dude.
Well, we went back to the Dark Horse name this time. It's not Wild Card.
Oh, yeah, true. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Wild Card was
sure.
too ambiguous. Dark Horse is, you know,
That was actually me, by the way.
what all the MDI casters are experts at, yeah. We did a poll earlier, or I did a poll earlier, as far as knowledge about the definition of Dark Horse, and Tettles didn't come out too well on that one.
At some point in that poll, I think it was 100% of people said that Tettles did understand it.
I can't
pretty
believe
sure.
how fast Tettles hit. Whoa! I had to dodge I had to dodge a Iron Star there going through my apartment, but luckily it was okay.
Dang, that was coming in fast.
Well, the good news is in Iron Docks, the Iron Stars don't hurt you. It's only in Grimrail Depot where they do, so you are safe for today at least.
You hear that? It's the sound of Ambition going through this gambit.
Yep.
Indeed it is.
That's right.
I mean, they're already in the last boss room here with 11
NOS
minutes on
kicked
their
in.
clock.
By the way,
Perhaps a JPC Wicked being put in the chat right now?
1820 Hooktail In last weekend, we had some teams kill Hooktail at 20 minutes, and they were barely obviously they were barely timing that, but like Ambition is on great pace with this 18-20 Hooktail split. With it also being Tyran, you can pretty reasonably pull some of the trash. That's something that we see is pretty common. It's not going to be a Starseer, but it can absolutely be like some of these ritualist pulls.
Ooh, team performance getting so low on that money order. Grievous ticking as well, but they've gotten through Postmaster. That is the scariest boss in Streets of Wonder, and team performance now are looking very good in this plus 30 key.
Nagura and I were talking about it a little bit earlier. We were speaking about how it's crazy that these teams, both Echo and Ambition, are very close to ending day one at 431s put up. Both these teams are likely to end their day at 331s and 129 two chest, which, dude, it's going to set us up for a crazy day two. We're going to have progression keys pretty early where teams are. Obviously, we have to go through the mystery dungeon first, but then the teams are going to be back in these dungeons doing 32s and 33s, probably what? 2 hours into tomorrow?
Well, with the keys starting at a higher level than before as well. I mean, we're going to get back to those progression keys even quicker. So I think we're going to see some pretty amazing finishes in some of these high level keys this weekend. Should be great.
Yeah, and that sort of means that the advantage that Ambition and Echo have built for themselves in terms of having extra time for day 2 and day 3, that could evaporate pretty quickly because they're going to be on these really high push keys really early into day 2. That's going to be something where it's just all about those low success rate clutch keys. Coming in big on your first try on keys like that is going to be a lot. But for Ambition here, we're actually having a pod on 1Z. Last boss, Solia here, may end up being tough for them if they run through too many of their cheat deaths. You can see Azuna has also used Cauterize.
Do you think that there is any team that has like a distinct advantage, like pushing the absolute highest, like doing those progression level keys?
Obviously, I think the top 2 teams that we can think of are Echo and Ambition. I think when you get into those super high progression level keys, it kind of starts to really emulate what a live, like, mythic raid progression team looks like. You have to literally work your way through the dungeon, figure out what works and what doesn't work, and you really have very little leeway in order to actually time the entire dungeon. You know, if one thing gets offset a little bit too much, a death here or there and cooldowns, everything else is messed up for the entire dungeon, and you might be reset. So I think those 2 teams specifically, they've been playing with the same players for like the past 2 years for Ambition, but like 5 years for Echo. They have so much synergy built up and they know what needs to happen that I think it really favors them if we do get to those extremely high level progression of keys. You know, the 32s and the 33s.
It's also one of these situations where I think if we see a team that's able to do +1 on a key that other teams are not, kind of similar to what we saw from like Sheesh and the other side, or like Echo and Plaguefall, that kind of situation, it will set these teams up to be able to win this tournament, because we saw the European finals, it was so close. They were, both Monka and Echo were down to progression running a workshop at the end of the day. So if any team is able to do +1 over the other couple of teams, it may that may make the difference across this whole entire weekend.
Yeah, especially if it's one of the highest level keys and you're getting a good tiebreaker off of it as well. It can be a really daunting prospect to overcome.
Say it's not like an Iron Dock. Say it's actually like a Gambit and you're able to do a 34 and everybody else is stuck at 33 or something like that. That would be... Obviously, that's crazy. I don't know how you do a 34 Gambit, but hypothetically, of course, if you, instead of Iron Docks, it was like a Gambit, you get the tiebreaker. That'd be big.
So it looks like Viju Gaming here are going to be getting this 28 2-chested. Worth noting as well, up in the very top right small screen, Echo taking out Zolgamux, which Ambition chose not to do in their own 31 Gambit. So slight difference in plan there between our 2 front-running teams right now.
Monka did opt to go forward as well. They are pretty much the last of the Zolgamux enjoyers, so...
It's Ambition are the Zolgamux haters, right? And everybody else is somewhere in the middle?
Not so certain.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out for these 2 teams. There are 17 minutes left in the day to start your next keystone. So Echo are looking good on the timer. They're not going to beat the 2-chest timer, right? But the question is, are they going to beat the start another key timer in this 31, right?
So 18 minutes left? There actually is a possibility.
it's going to be really close, right? It's going to be fun to see whether they can get another key started after this one. It's like halfway between the 1 chest and the 2 chest timer is where their start another key timer will expire.
Oh, 16:37.
They're going to have to speed through
26:30 is
That's
going to be
be
the timer
tight.
they need to beat.
I feel like this is a 27-minute dungeon. Let me go back.
26:30 is almost that, so it'll be close.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is I'm pretty sure it's like a 27-minute dungeon. Let me go look at
Ambition's
the
time going to be here? Because they're blazing fast.
They are
they're 31.
hard vibing.
They're already on phase 2 Celia.
But they're
Up by the scoreboard.
Yeah. Even they are going to be in some danger of being above that 27-minute mark, right? This is a tyrannical 31 Solia.
So hear me out. Echo in the last weekend, they were in Tyrannical Sanguine Storming Gambit, and they did it in 27:37.
Okay, that would not be enough time for them to start another key.
But it is Sanguine, so I do believe that there is a chance that they are able to make it. Let me see if anybody did it in like 26:30.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There is maybe a chance. I think that the 3 pods and speed team put up a crazy time in Gambit from memory. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
27,
Echo
but it was
27-12. If Echo can start another key, they will have points over everybody else in the weekend. But if not, then Ambition will actually be able to tie them up at the end of the day, which would be very good news for Ambition.
I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier. I thought that Echo was going to be able to get the 2 points over Ambition coming out of the day, which would be a huge... okay, it wouldn't be the biggest deal in the world, but it would be a pretty big deal. If they're not able to actualize these points off of, 3 minutes difference, it would be kind of sad.
Yeah, it all comes down to those breakpoints. Mythic Plus, especially high keys, all about the breakpoints. Those in TGP in particular, that 2 chest timer and that end of day timer, really big. Which side of those timers you land on? Oh, scary, scary dodges there for Ambition. AMZ used as well by Nerf during the AOE damage. 26:30.
JPC could have gotten 2 hits there, but he only went for 1. The cowardly but safe play.
It's I mean, they're gonna get another intermission, so they probably don't have to do this last star at least. Well, maybe they can if they want to be safe.
Maybe still do the star, just don't wipe.
The star doesn't explode for
star is about to come out here.
It doesn't explode for like 40 seconds from this point, I think.
Yeah. Okay, it's a fragmentation first. All right, so they probably have time.
I don't think that they have to hit it, but they got to pump. Elismir is really too. I don't think you can. I think you commit to killing the boss. I don't think
you literally just ignore the sub 15%. I would say never do a star that starts sub 15%.
Yeah, what is he even healing? There's no way they ever hit this star. Okay, this
He's
is literally
just casting Smite.
Yeah. Yep. Why is he even phased
here?
He should just go. He should just go Kyrian. He's booning.
Dude.
All right, 27:24 is the timer for Ambition. So if Echo can be a minute faster than that, they can start 1 more key at the end of the day, but it would be unbelievably close. I think they probably won't be able to beat that timer, but we will be paying attention to that as our keystones close in 13 more minutes. So
I saw a tweet. It's from Cryptix. It says, "Not practicing 3 chests was a big mistake."
It seems so. Wait a minute.
Seems that way, yeah.
Wait. So I'm thinking of something. Doesn't Echo actually have like a slight extra amount of time? No, never mind.
Do they?
I'm stupid. My brain is not working with delays. We don't have a delay.
Well, because the metric
Stream
seconds,
has a
right?
Yeah, the metric seconds. Okay. So they actually have a little more time to time their key and start a new key. So yeah,
their minutes
the
are
whole metric conversion in my head is really messing with me.
Yeah,
to my
so
knowledge, no team has extra time or anything this time around. But of
we
course,
have not been informed as such.
So I think it is going to be accurate to the timer that we show whenever our timer's up, which right now is at about 12 minutes until the last keys can start.
Maybe we can get the timer again. Look at Echo here. They're 14 minutes into this. They killed Hillbrand at 12:33. I just don't see a world where they're able to get this whole entire dungeon ended before.
Okay.
So 12 minutes from now. So yeah, their timer is going to need to be 26:27 So it was literally a minute faster than
They got
ambition.
they got to get to the other. They got to get to the dungeon too. I don't. I
Well,
don't
we-
know
so
what the
We
rule
give
is.
them
We do
extra
give
time
people-
if they
yeah.
declare they're starting the key. We'll give
A little
them
bit of
a
wiggle
minute
room.
to get into their dungeons, but I don't think we'll give them the extra time if they're still in the dungeon when that timer
Yeah, if they're
goes
still
over.
completing a key, that's not how that works.
Yes, but
Okay,
but
so let me
ultimately
pose a
that's up to the
question
admins,
to you
of course.
guys, which I was thinking about, but it was also just asked by a very knowledgeable member of the Twitch chat as well. If
Okay.
Echo doesn't look like they can complete this key before the end of the day timer, do you think that they ever town portal out and go to lower Karazhan instead, effectively saving them about 10 to 15 minutes of time?
No,
Yes.
no, because this is
I don't know.
no, because this is a
Maybe.
31. If
So
this
would the
wasn't
lower
a
Karazhan be?
well, no. That I don't think you bail on. I don't think you bail on a 31 gambit that you look like you're gonna time. Is the thing. Like, sure, you are gonna save yourself something in the range of. It's not.
I think they
it's not
should.
15. It's only 12 minutes because the difference in the timer is it's 42 versus 30, so you're only saving yourself at worst 12 minutes. But like, I don't think it's. I think that in reality you just continue in this 31. It's unfortunate.
You know,
though.
the funny thing is we were talking earlier in the day about how Echo is taking longer to get into dungeons than some of the other teams in the tournament were, and like now we're in the situation where like those few minutes might make a difference.
So what Doa is referencing is Echo took 3.5 minutes to start a Streets of Wonder when Monka actually got into Streets of Wonder in like a minute and a half and started
Yeah.
it. And you know, those 3.5 minutes, we were kind of joking about them, but they actually may be relevant now.
Seems like a pretty important amount of time now.
Mark me down as on team they should hearth out and go to lower. I actually do think that is just optimal for the tournament. I think their success rate in both 31 lower and in 31 gambit is high enough that they should just take those 10 extra minutes.
Fair enough.
Maybe. I don't know. I think that it makes sense in both directions. I don't know if I would want to, because like if they ever end up making a mistake in the 31 gambit that they run back, like you're super salty about it, right?
I think you don't want to worry about like the impact on morale or like try and make plans for like if you make a mistake. I think you want to assume like, hey, it's a 31 key, like we are gonna get this, we can do this.
Just do
we
this dungeon in
believe ourselves.
26:30 then. Just do this dungeon.
Yeah, I
in
mean,
26:30
if you
then.
can, and I definitely think they should keep this dungeon running for at least another 5 minutes and see if they think they can start another key. But if they decide they can't, I think they should hearth out and go to lower.
It would be such a weird play.
Ooh,
Donuts in Despair.
Okay,
Might
so
be.
Ooh.
they're gonna start another.
All right.
They'll
Restart.
That's
Yep.
good.
Yep.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
kind
you
of a
gotta
free
do it.
reset for them.
That's
Fine.
But
you
Just
weren't
make
gonna
sure
get
they
another
to
opportunity
118.
anyway. Yeah.
And then it's just going to be a question of do Zhizhu Gaming and the other teams that are low on points, including Monka even, if any of those teams have huge disasters, Donuts might be able to stay in their tournament. 8
What's
minutes.
Team Performance up to? They're starting a 30 lower Karazhan, so if they're able to time this, that will put them at a 119 scoreline, which will literally just knock Donuts and Despair out of the competition. I mean,
well,
Donuts and Despair...
unless Monka or Zhizhu Gaming fail their keys.
Oh, I guess
There's
that's
still a
true.
lot of room for error, yeah, between a lot of the teams. Like one wipe, one big mistake could send you out of
Taking
the
a look at
tournament
the
if you're three different teams
tiebreakers
right now.
As well. And Donuts will have the tiebreaker over Monka if Monka deplete this keystone. So Donuts' win condition mostly lies with the Chinese teams. If either of the Chinese teams deplete their keys, Donuts will have more points, assuming Donuts can do one of their keys. But
Yeah.
they technically will have the tiebreak over Monka if Monka gain no points. And
It's-
Donuts are sitting on 30, 30, 30, 28. That would be better than 30, 30, 29, 29.
It's crazy because Donuts, they've seemed technically very good, and they haven't made too many mistakes. Obviously, that Streets, they had a mistake. Their biggest mistake is that they didn't practice 3-chesting the 26s, which is coming back to bite them hard. Like, that is how they're so far behind.
Well,
they've only
correct
made
me if I'm
one
wrong.
mistake.
The teams didn't even know the 26 was the starting point until yesterday, right?
I believe that is correct.
Or
Yes.
did they even not know until today?
I don't even know. I don't know how much we've told them about key levels. I don't even know what anything is. All I know is that at 10 a.m. Pacific, everything gets revealed.
Well, let me see.
I think they knew that it was 26 yesterday.
Okay, no, they received information today about key levels, so yeah. No,
okay.
yes, it was yesterday. It was yesterday that they learned.
Okay.
Yesterday
So, yeah,
they were
practicing
all
those-
told. Yeah, they would start at 26. And today
Practicing
they were
those 26
they were
three
told
chests
more.
were big. Absolutely. It's a big, and Donuts in Despair, they probably only needed 1 3 chest to be pretty safe to tie up Jeju Gaming at the end of the day, but with all of their 26s being 2 chests, it's just so much time lost.
The artifact belongs in a museum.
Yeah, that's really rough.
Only
I
the
mean,
withered and dead belong in museums.
we were talking about, in our past weekends, in our qualifying weekends, we were like, oh man, the fact that these teams just missed one of their 2 chests and they 1 chested instead, that's what set them behind and got them knocked out today. For Donuts in Despair, it's going to be the fact that they didn't get any of their 3 chests. They 2 chested everything, which is great, but they didn't get any 3 chests, and that's going to knock them out of the competition. That's wild.
I think Monka is in a similar situation to Echo, right? There's no way that they're able to finish this and start another dungeon.
What's our timer at
Well,
right now?
wait
About
a second.
6 minutes?
Hold on. They actually just pulled Solia. Wait.
All right, so they are going big.
They're going for it, yeah. I think Echo needs to go for it, too. I think Monka are actually in a better situation than Echo is.
Well, they just pulled the boss. This is not a 6-minute boss. And it looks like they have count, so it looks like they have one of those accomplices still in this pack. So once that dies, they will have 100% enemy forces. I think they're in a better position than Echo to be able to get this dungeon done under the threshold they need. They need to be able to do this dungeon in like 25, 30, and they probably can get out of here.
Well, it's even more important for them to get that dungeon done because they are behind in that Iron Docks, right? They only have the 30 down instead of the 31, so getting this extra dungeon in would catch them up to Echo and set them up for a great spot to be in tomorrow. And just overall and score for the weekend. So that's huge if they're able to pull it off.
It basically nullifies the oopsie daisy on the Iron Docks, right? It basically nullifies that whole entire thing because then they're able to go and get another point or 2 points elsewhere and then come in tomorrow on even footing in regards to like total amount of dungeons completed.
What's our official timer at? How much time do we have left right now?
Remove these pests.
Oh gosh. Let's see.
Echo
has
just pulled
now
Solia.
pulled Solia.
This is going to be
gonna
right
be
down to
very
the
close.
wire. Are they going to have enough time to start another key after this one or not?
I think this boss is under a 5-minute encounter.
So
about
on
that,
plus
yeah.
31 tyrannical?
Yep.
I would take the over on 5 minutes, I think.
I think it's like 4:30.
Okay. Ooh, I mean, especially with all this trash in here as well.
It's not going to be easy.
I think they can 2-chest it.
It's a hard 4:30. It may be 4:35 or something, but like this is going to be this is going to be right down to the wire for Echo. For Monka, I'm feeling pretty comfortable with where they are. They're now phasing Solia into the second phase. They're really good on this timer.
Donuts.
I don't know what's going on.
Donuts.
Wipe here at the start. This is a go again.
Wait, they went
Okay.
They got
I don't
time
like
to
the
restart.
I don't like this
Doing
gambit.
Gambit?
There's no reason to do a 32 gambit right now because there's no situation in which they're going to be able to tiebreaker with high dungeon because if team performance times their key, they'll be at 119. The only way this 118 matters is if Monka fails their key or if the other team that has 118 points also fails their key.
It's just Monka, yeah.
Is it just Monka at this point? Okay, well that's not going to happen. So there's no tiebreaker for them to win by doing the 32 gambit. They just need to get 2 points on the board and then hope that something goes wrong for one of the other teams.
Absolutely what they need right now. It is such a scary spot for Donuts to be in.
Did that just happen for Jishu? Did they have to reset? It looks like they did.
So there's still time to start another run, though. These Donuts need Jeju Gaming to have a wipe, but they need it to come in after the keys are locked, not before. If it comes in before the keys are locked, it's kind of a freebie. So all these teams jockeying for some position here. Team Performance also near the start of their lower Karazhan run. And Donuts going back into the 32 Gambit with a Giant in their first pull. Dorky's Purg. Use on pull, basically. Echo have entered Solia P2.
Dude, Monka and the top right are vibing. So they're not actually pressed against the dungeon timer itself. This is an easy one chest for both Echo and Monka. They're pressed against that timer in the bottom right. That 2:45. They got to get out of this dungeon. I think Monka's fine. I'm pretty sure they're killing Solia by 2 minutes and 30 seconds from here. Echo have their lust available in just a second. I think they're okay, but I'm not positive.
It'll be very, very close. I think when you get to the second phase of Solia and this high of a key, with practice from this week, you need a little over 3 minutes to finish it. There's too many immune phases that take so long to get through. So you have to you end up having these windows where you do no damage to the boss and you just are bleeding time out. Monka's totally fine though.
Monka has to. They're going to be out of here in
basically less than a minute. They gotta get onto whatever characters they want to log into and get to the dungeon that they need to be on. They gotta speed run their menuing. It matters here, and this is going to make up for the accidental 2 chest in that 26 iron docks from earlier. And instead of 3 chesting it, it will make up for that error. And they are going to be in a great spot if they're able to get this dungeon done under timer. Not under timer, but under the day timer.
Yeah, they're looking good here as they start this last little bit of Solia. Echo, on the other hand, 68%. The timer is running out to start a new dungeon.
Hurry!
They are popping Bloodlust, though. No power infusion available on this Bloodlust, unfortunately, though. It is a Bloodlust with just a combustion, and there is coordinated assault available. Gingy's going to send that, presumably, on his resonating arrow soon.
Not going to get a lot of lust off of that, though.
Well,
This is kind of an awkward lust, for sure.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
He'll have
A
resonating
lot of
armor for the
cooldowns
last
not
10
going to be
seconds of it.
lining up with it. Hey,
What did they not have? I mean, they just didn't have arrow on pull. But
they had
like,
no PI as well. And
Okay. Well,
yeah,
PI with lust is not even like the greatest thing to stack all the time. It's it just depends on when your cities are up. To like,
How much time do we have left in the key on the timer? I mean, this might end up being really, really close. They might be able to pull this off.
if it says 1
Donuts in
minute,
despair
they're
restart.
40 seconds? No.
2 seconds.
They do not
I think
have
Echo
this.
are going to not be able to start another key. We'll see, though. Of course, it'll depend on the admin's adjudication of the timer, which does sometimes depend. So that our timer that you see in
Sure.
the bottom right will get
Unofficial?
a final ruling from the admins. But with the boss health looking like it does, I think it will not be enough for Echo.
He just went immune with 15 seconds left on the timer. It does not look like they'll be able to start another.
There's
That's not it.
there's no
Where
chance.
Monka?
No.
Monka's already
Monka
in
started,
Kara.
yeah, Monka are going to get another key.
Wow.
They are doing
Monka
character
fast.
swaps, getting their summons in, and they're going to be able to start that key right before the dungeon closes.
Ding, 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 ding.
But Echo, 12% on Solia, 26, 27. That is the timer. I think that's right now is the timer just gone over when the keys are closed. So we'll see which teams get a grace period, because I think the Monka are in their dungeon ready to start the key. I
think
should
Echo
be
can
able to
do
get theirs
it.
started, but I believe
Maybe.
that Echo will not. They're casting
Town
town
portal
portals, though,
immediately.
so we'll see what the admins rule on this one. Does look like there's 30 seconds of pad time, perhaps. Maybe the ruling.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do.
We've heard that there's 30 seconds, 60 seconds of pad time
Okay, they're
if the
good
team
for the next
communicates
key.
right away. Yeah, okay. So yeah, they got it done in
Okay.
time. Barely got it done in time. That's big.
30 seconds of pad time. That was that they got lucky. I will admittedly they got pretty lucky that there's 30 seconds of pad time. Or
They are getting right into that Karazhan Feaster down, and they'll be starting their last key, and now all of our keys are going to be the last ones of the day, all the ones you see here. So very
Locked
big for
in.
Echo that they are going to be able to get another one going there. And there it is, the last keystone of the day starting in the top left. Monka just 20 seconds ahead with their key in the top right as well. And every single run now is vital for these teams. Donuts and Despair in the bottom left, now over on the middle right, are the team that is likely to be eliminated unless either Team Performance or Jeju Gaming are unable to complete their keys. If both of those teams complete their keys, it will be Donuts going home no matter how their own keystone goes.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just out of their hands now, right? Like that's
Well, they
the
still have to
rough
time their
reality
own
of the
key. That's the
situation.
thing. If they don't time their own key, they're just gone regardless. But yeah, they also need things to go wrong for either of the two Chinese teams.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Echo, Monka, and Ambition all jockeying for position going into day 2. Echo at 122 points. If they can get this 31 lower done, they'll move up to 124 and be clearly in the lead with 31s across the board. Ambition and Monka, on the other hand, are hoping to have 2 or 3 31s apiece. which is
Still a
not bad
strong
either.
day though. Yeah, I was gonna say not a bad day one at all. If Echo is 3 chesting day 1, I would say Ambition and Monka definitely at least 2 chesting, if not close to the 3 chest / star themselves on the day. Donuts in Despair though. This is I think they reset this twice, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, this is the part that has gotten them in the past.
Oh, 4th try we're being told. Yeah.
Good news is if they can get through this pull, they're going to have a lot of count early in the dungeon.
And you got to do it. They have to swing big if they want to, do something to stay in the tournament right now. It's kind of do or die for Donuts and Despair. It's a lot of alliteration, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, it's go big or go home, and these players are already at home.
That's true. Go big or you don't come back tomorrow. That sounds harsh. That's the way of it. This is a global finals.
Absolutely. Okay, looks like they've handled the Murloc pull that's gotten them at least the past couple times, so that is the good news for Donuts and Despair. The bad news is the rest of the dungeon is still pretty rough, and they still need something to go horribly wrong for Jeju Gaming or Team Performance.
Yeah.
So things are getting
Honestly,
rough here.
I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like every time I run Gambit, the first 5 minutes of the dungeon are the hardest part of the dungeon.
Oh,
Once
yeah.
we get past that, we'll finish the key. So if I'm Donuts and Despair, I'm feeling pretty good about this key right now.
Well, if they can get through the first boss, I think they're chilling.
Sure, okay.
But again, the problem is still just like their fate is not in their hands, right? Like they are banking on Team Performance or Jishu Gaming making an error and not being able to complete the dungeon somehow, while they also have to time theirs.
It's gonna be rough. Let's see if they can do it. I thought I saw Angel form for a second, but it was just the Infiltrator's wings sticking up above the Murlocs and stuff. We need like alternate Angel form activation glyphs or something, you know?
What does that even mean?
Like when you go Angel form, you look different.
Like what?
Like a Nathrezim or something, or a dragon. Hey, we're going into Dragon Flight. Get a dragon one.
I see.
Oh,
Or
Donuts
Ghost.
and Despair are joining the Zolgamux Enjoyers crew.
Well, this makes
Ooh.
sense. They have a demo lock. It makes sense for them to pull it with a demo lock, right? I feel like if you're looking for a composition to pull Zolgamux just in general, I feel like the compositions with like Demonology Warlock, they're normally going to be pretty good at killing Zolgamux off.
Right. I suppose it makes the rest of your dungeons safer too. You have those stacks.
It definitely does. I think that this is a dungeon that you end up killing a lot of infiltrators just as a general rule in this key as a whole. So like you don't necessarily need the stacks. It's more about like how much count you need in the first area, and so you have to do a couple of pulls that aren't great.
Ooh.
I will admit, and
Danger.
this is sometimes one of them.
Yeah, this is
Extreme danger.
such a sketchy place to fight Zolgamux as well, where it lives in this dungeon. But, you know, you get those stacks for the rest of the dungeon, and on a 32 Tyrannical, I think you're kind of looking for all the stacks you can get to make the boss fights more doable, especially when you're playing this composition with the double Warlock. Your Warlocks love those haste stacks so much, right?
Yes. And I think at this point, like, so since Demonology ends up playing the dogs build, I think more often than not, you end up like PIing and fairyzing the demo lock because they're able to get mini burns, and then they also are able to get like the big tyrant on their Grimoire every single time, and so they end up beating a lot of the external buffs like that. I really like this double lock comp. I'm kind of sad that more teams aren't playing it. It seems like it's super good.
If only
seems like it's
Affliction
better.
was strong, we could have the triple lock comp.
Not that double lock. Hold on, not that one.
No, we could have triple lock. That's what I'm talking about. If Affliction was viable.
I mean, Affliction is not bad. It's no Destro or Demo, that is for sure.
No.
Those specs are something else.
Don't tell people that spec is okay. It's not okay.
Well, I did hear that Venthyr Affliction was not that bad, Zyro. Have you tested it?
I'm gonna spit.
Have you tested it?
What does that have
Just
to do with Warlock strength?
The Venthyr Aflock can be applying all the curses, and that way the other Warlocks never get told to do it. You know? Ooh. Monka, though. Having a death here for Skylark.
Oh,
Down to
that is
battle
not
us.
good.
Oh,
Crim's also going down.
That is not good.
Coggle's
That's
getting
it.
34% here with no battle res, and I think Monka are going to be wiping to Opera Hall here on plus 31. The question is simply, do they have enough time to still do this dungeon? Because they can't start another key, but they just wiped 3 minutes into Opera. Maybe you have more than 3 minutes of dungeon timer to spare in here. We'll see what they decide to do. Mode coming out of that pod is going to do the mass res here.
I think you go for it.
Maystein did release, but everybody else didn't. Unluckily, Maystein is the person with the summoning stone, so they might wait for Maystein to get back. They are going to keep this one going, but that is going to make their timer unbelievably close.
Well, it's still timeable, but man, that's a rough wipe to pull off. They already committed their bloodlust, like you mentioned too, so this is going to be very, very rough. Now, we did see Echo actually time a 31 lower last week with 13 deaths, so they're not out of the playing field yet. And honestly, like, it's not like they have anything better to do right now. The timer's up. They can't start another key, so you may as well try to make do with what you have. We'll check back in with them later, because that's not really the important story right now. The important story today is who's going to be going home at the end of the day. Is it going to be Donuts in Despair, currently last place in the competition due to only getting 2 chests in every single dungeon? Or is it going to be Team Performance or Jishu Gaming, or either of our China competitors? I mean, it's going to be close.
Okay.
Hard to say at this point.
As one of the teams that seemed like they were going to be a part of that top 3 coming out of the day, how bad was that for Monka that they just wiped there, and that's probably going to be the end of their day?
Well, I don't think it's the end of their day yet. I think they're still alive in that keystone. We'll check back in. Oh, actually, maybe they have hearth. Okay. Yeah.
That was the hard thing.
I see.
Yep.
That was them leaving the dungeon.
They're going fast.
Yeah, I thought they maybe still had time, but I guess that's the end for them. Okay, so they'll be at 120.
All right. They'll be back.
Say it's a save mental log off for end of day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're plenty well set for tomorrow at this point.
So they'll be at 120. Ambition can get to 122, and Echo can get to 124. So that is 4 points behind Echo going out of the day. If
That's
Echo can
pretty bad.
get this 31, but now procking Purg on the start of this Singer pull.
But
Scary pull.
even if they full wipe to this, they don't deplete this key instantly. The issue with Monka's wipe is they wiped 3 minutes into a boss that they blew Bloodlust on or whatever. You're like, what do I do now?
Fair point. You go do some live keys. You just chill. That's what you do. Take a break. Go outside and touch grass, as the kids say today. Yeah. Enjoy the outdoors.
Okay, so if you're a Donuts in Despair fan, you are really hoping for something to go wrong for Team Performance in the bottom right, or Jeju Gaming, who we don't have on screen right now. Unluckily for Donuts in Despair, Team Performance are on 0 deaths through the hardest part of their lower Karazhan. They're at 14 stacks of Shrouded now, heading to Ataman's room. So Team Performance likely are going to be able to get their points on the board here. Once they get to 119 points, that is safety and a guaranteed spot in day 2 for them. Then it'll just come down to Donuts and Jeju Gaming, who we're not sure how Jeju's run is going yet, but we will get them on the screen once it is getting closer to the end of theirs. They are in a Streets of Wonder right now, so also a fairly safe keystone, although it is at the 31 level, so scary.
I actually think that Donuts in Despair, if they're able to get Hillbrand killed off here, they should be looking pretty solid to time this 32, which is it's a very impressive key to be able to end on for the day. But unfortunately, like we talked about, their fate not necessarily in their hands based off the lack of 3 chesting those 26s. Cryptic's made a pretty good tweet about it.
Spend down for Donuts.
Oh no.
Timber
Dorky
in the
getting
pod.
low Timber in the pod. They do have
res.
3 people who can cast Battle Res, and they use one of their 2 reses on Spen here. Another one's still available.
Okay.
You gotta finish off these little ads now so they can deposit these runes.
Yeah. It's going to delay things a bit.
12:34 on the timer, though. I guess they're still okay on the dungeon timer, but it's starting to be a little bit worrying.
I think if they're done with this boss by a little over 13, like 13:30, they have time still to complete the dungeon, but it's going to be tough. And, dude, again, it's not even in their own hands, right? They need both Team Performance, or just actually one of Team Performance and Jishu to not be able to complete the key, so...
Now has gone down on this huge patron pull. Beautiful binding shot from Gingy is going to do its best to try and save this pull, as now tries to get threat back on all these mobs, but I don't know how you're going to get threat off of Clix and Mirez here. I guess Mirez can invis, and so now does have threat once again, it looks like, as they use the Frost Nova to keep these mobs controlled and now kiting around in the side. Really well done. The Wraith Walk even being used to help keep those mobs from connecting while they're raging.
This is scary.
There's
This is a
gonna
scary
be one
pull.
death, but well done by Echo to recover that after Now's death.
In addition to that, the tournament administrators for the timer thing, some people were talking about it. Basically, the tournament administrators were monitoring the global timer, and Echo entered and started their final dungeon of the day with 20 seconds left on the official tournament clock. So that was the official ruling.
All right.
Well, that was the same thing that allowed
Again
Monka to
for
start their key
Donuts?
last week too, right? So there is precedence for it.
And there is a consistent ruling being applied by the admins looking at the atomic clock somewhere.
Okay, but this is actually really unfortunate. And the top left,
Yeah.
Donuts in Despair, have gotten another intermission phase, and they have to kill off these purifiers.
no.
So
Oh no!
this timer is not looking good for
Now.
them. It's going to be like a 14:30 kill for them in here. Now has died again, but I'm pretty sure this isn't.
This is just a skip for them.
It's
Yeah,
just
okay.
a skip death. Yeah,
Yeah.
he pulls
That's
everything
fine.
inside so they can get through. No belt routes here.
Is
This is the mass
Okay.
res.
Yeah, Master
Yeah.
is
Yeah, I
going
see
to be
it coming.
coming out. They had to
The
delay
Mass
it
Res
because
was
Clips
inted by the
coming out
pod
too.
tender for a bit there, but they are good now.
Yeah.
The res
Donuts
does
in
land.
Despair. They killed Hillbrand at 14:37. It's pretty slow, but I think that they can still time this key. I think last weekend, whenever we saw teams in the 32, they killed Hillbrand at like 13:30, and they were pretty pressed against the clock. With seeing teams kill it at 12:30 and being like 6 minutes under, I do think it's possible to get this dungeon finished with a 14:37 Hillbrand, but I don't think it's looking great. They do have Zul'Gurmuk stacks, though.
Yeah, they need to really play aggressive here. Like that's all they can do. They're definitely still in timer, but 0 mistakes can be made from this point onwards. No deaths, max DPS. They've got a good comp for it, but it's going to be rough for them to try to get this key down. And I mean, I understand the decision to go for the 32 gambit, right? Like, you know that it's kind of out of your hands to move forward in the competition, so why not try to go for the harder key right now, so that if you do somehow make it to the next day, you already have that hard key out of the way and can focus on the slightly easier keys the next day to try to catch up and score. I think that's the thought process that Donuts in Despair is going through right now, and I think it's a smart play just in terms of the competition.
Yeah. I think it makes some sense as well, although I think just to maximize your chances of staying alive to day 2, you want to pick probably the easiest 2 points on your board, right? But, you know, it's a question of how much do you want to maximize your chances of getting to day 2 versus your chances conditional on getting to day 2 of winning the tournament, right? And that's a tough question to answer. Also, it's tough to be thinking about those things when you need to be starting another keystone very quickly at every time for the last 5 hours. All right, so things are getting very bad for Donuts, not necessarily in their own run, which has had some small problems in it, but even more so the fact that Jiju Gaming and Team Performance are on 1 and 0 death runs, respectively. That is not what Donuts in Despair needed. They needed something to go disastrously for either of these teams. And as of right now, these teams are through most of the hard parts of their dungeons. Mailroom Mayhem coming up soon for Jeju Gaming. Going to be the last really hard boss for either of these teams to get through.
We'll have to see how it goes for them. Donuts in Despair have triple lusted their trash pull, triple trash pulled with lust, going into Time Captain Hooktail. For them to time this key, they probably need to have this boss down by before 21 minutes on the timer to give themselves enough time to deal with the final room in the dungeon. So we'll have to see how fast that boss goes down for them. If there is ever a spot, like you said, though, where Jishu Game is going to have an issue, it's going to be in the mailroom, which is where they're about to be. But Team Performance has had a death.
Okay,
on
that's fine.
Atman
We
the
had
Huntsman.
3 B-Reses.
Plenty of battle reses, plus the lust coming up. They'll probably save that for Maiden.
Yep.
Man,
You seem to always be
this is
saving your
looking-
reses for this fight anyway.
You could literally just hit the Lust now and get it back on Maiden anyways. Like in just AFK before you get to it.
Uh-oh.
Angel detected,
Another one.
though, for Team Performance. They are going to be going down to just 1 battle res after recovering from that one. 2 Soulstone casts coming out from the Warlock. The first Soulstone is a battle res. The second one is a, you might need this later. I've seen how you
it's a lot of
dodge these
horses.
horses. You may need this.
Just in case.
You
Yeah, I
never
mean,
know.
this is the boss that you want to B-res on. It's like really difficult to B-res on Maiden just in general,
Yeah.
and so if you're gonna burn battle reses, it should probably be on this boss because like if you B-res on Maiden, more likely than not, it's to like the Mass Repentance dot, and if you die during the Mass Repentance dot, the Holy Bulwark cast is probably going off anyways.
So A nice play there by Team Performance. Their mage blunk in and used Ice Block.
Blunk.
Yeah, Blunk. That's the past tense of Blink. Under the
Wouldn't it be
shared
blank?
suffering there to have the damage on the tank. Next one is going to be AMZ and a bunch of defensives as the tank is just going to solo it, including with Guardian Spirit. Very scary mechanic to deal with, that shared suffering.
Blunk in.
Yep. He blunked well.
Oh, this
Blunk
is really
doesn't
scary.
make any sense. That's
These-
two past tenses in the same word.
This horse placement is really sus. Where is Elismir? Is he standing on the hay bales? in the
He's being
back?
zoned. He's being zoned. He
So
was,
wait,
he was run out
hold
of
on.
town by those horses.
No,
He's
no,
coming
no.
back
He was
now.
he was Was he intentionally standing on the
No,
hay
I
bales?
think
Dude, he
just
was
zoned
He had to
by
get
the
out.
horses.
fleeing, man.
Yeah, I think he just had to run for his life.
Oh, okay. Never mind. He was actually just playing
Yeah.
horse simulator.
Horse simulator?
Yeah, he had to go
Being
clean up
the horse?
He had to go clean up the manure.
Well, horses don't clean up their own manure. That's like horse.
Exactly.
That's like
That's
stable
why
hand simulator.
That's okay. So okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Stable hand simulator. There we go. My bad.
Hey,
The
you got all
manure,
weekend to get it right. Don't worry.
Karazhan's a really big tower. I think just calling it a manure is too small of a word. More of like a big mansion.
What?
I don't get this joke. Maybe I'm just. I feel like it's a lack of
Like
intelligence.
Waycrest
but I don't
manure,
get it.
right? That's more.
Oh,
of an appropriate
Oh no!
No way. He
I thought
just
I
said
was
that.
bad.
No way. He actually just said that.
Uh-oh. Speaking of bad, Team Performance losing another person.
Oh!
Oh,
this
that
is
is
going down.
bad.
No,
Oh,
battle
no, no,
res.
no, no,
Oh dear.
Oh my God! This is gonna wipe.
Donuts in Despair.
It's over.
This
I
is
mean,
almost-
it
this
might
throws
be.
The ball back to Donuts
It might
and Despair
be.
for sure.
No. Wait, no. Team Performance can still time his key, right?
They can still
Yes.
Yes.
It's gonna be really
Possibly,
close.
yes.
But they have no battle reses. They'll actually have one when they get
Look
back
at how
down.
low Ottoman was. That is a long fight. That's a bad time to lose in that fight.
Pain.
What was that wipe?
What?
Well, the
It
tank
was just
died.
people dying. People just die in that fight. It was a
what?
DP. It was a hunter dying, and then it was the tank dying, and then it was everybody else dying.
Man.
They will have one battle res for the next attempt on that, but they
Guys.
need to be really careful.
80. Dude, I don't think
Do
they
you
have
remember? Do you remember the timer that I told you guys Donuts and Despair needed to
Yeah,
kill
21
Time
minutes.
Tail in? 21
Look at
minutes.
that.
They just hit 21 minutes as the boss goes down.
Ooh,
I
okay.
don't know.
Okay.
By the way, I don't know if Performance can kill Atumen, get almost 13% trash count, and then pull Maiden with
Well,
12.
That is
They
the
almost
do
question.
11
like
isn't
minutes
it?
the
left.
Echo Spider pull, so it's just one trash pull, I think. So it should be doable. They're going to pull the boss without wasting any time. Do you hit the Bloodlust here?
Bloodlust.
I think you
Hit the
should.
Bloodlust. Hit it
you have
right
to hit
now.
it right now, and you'll get it right at the end of Maiden. Okay, they're not interested. They're saving it for Maiden.
Not doing the math. Okay.
They can technically save it for like 20 seconds and
You
try
gotta,
to get a little
you
bit
gotta
of it
just
on
press that
Ottoman
thing on
burn.
pull.
Okay. Meanwhile, Donuts in
Okay,
Despair
press it right
on the
now.
last room.
Gotta press it. Press the button, Team Performance. Press it now. Come on.
Press it.
I mean,
Press
performance is a neutral word. It doesn't
Bloodlust.
necessarily mean
Okay,
good or
we go.
not.
they're
There we
pressing it.
go.
That's in time.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
in time. They will get another Bloodlust right at the end of their timer if they don't have deaths. If they have deaths, that's going to push their Bloodlust over the Depleto timer at the end of it. Meanwhile, Donuts and Despair up in the top left. They are working through the last trash room here. 8 minutes on their clock. They need to time this key, and they need Team Performance to deplete their key.
It's a big ask, but it seems more possible than it did 5 minutes ago, at least.
Oh yeah, I mean, things have gone very
So-
well in the past 5 minutes for Donuts and Despair, but the problem is their dungeon is not looking super fast. This 32 Tyrannical Solia is not going to be a quick boss fight either. They need to pull that
Well,
boss in the
They
next
have
minute
gone
or so.
for a bear pull. They have pulled one of the
Dorky.
Starseers plus the 5-pack Patrol plus
Wow.
another 3-pack, and they have chained it into the second Starseer. This is what they need to do to have a chance of timing this key. That's how far behind they were. But this Pulsar is murdering their team. They have to get it down. It's put Timbermaw into his seed, but no more damage is going out on the group, and he'll be out of that seed by the time the next Pulsar comes out. So it looks like they've kind of stabilized just a little bit here with only a few trash mobs alive.
I think they're
I mean,
fine.
they're not out of the woods yet. They have to pull these next three mobs as well once these go
It's going to
down.
be tight.
It's going to be very tight, and I think they probably need about 5 minutes to kill the boss here, so you have to keep going. There's that second Pulsar. Do they have damage for it? They have no personals on anybody.
They've got the Pulsar dead. They've got a lot of casts coming through now, though. An Unstable Rift cast is... Oh, my goodness, the
Whoa,
fear.
that was close.
Beautiful fear coming out to interrupt that. And now they have an AoE stun here. That Starseer is nearly dead, but it's about to cast its next Wandering Pulsar. They need to kill it before that Wandering Pulsar cast, and they've done exactly that during the cast. Wow.
Sick fear on the reinvigorates as well.
Dorky has
They're going to chain
saved,
this into boss. Yep.
He's
there it
saved
is.
his Purg somehow as well on this pull. He got to like 1 HP, but did not Purg. Unbelievable gaming coming out from Dorky there. And there are now
Reinvigorate
6
went off.
minutes.
That's okay. They're going to spell steal that. But they don't have a spell steal.
Nope.
Huh?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And that's the
Second one?
purging
Oh,
test.
no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is scary.
Second one
Yeah,
went off.
Jailer Weapon still active for a little bit longer here, but it's not one of the defensive ones, I don't think. He's starting to take a lot of damage here from these debuffs.
Blood DK currently doing more than the Demo lock.
Yeah.
It's ramping up. He's ramping up, all right?
HPS by a lot as well. There is a Demonic Tyrant that I see, though, that is potentially going to fix that
Another
soon.
Reinvigorate goes off. A third one goes off. They're letting these accomplices heal so much.
Is it
That's
intentional,
fine. It's
or-
AoE
Yeah,
pad.
So it may be intentional for Inferno cooldown timing, right? Like you also get Mechanico's CDR for the Hunter as well. So I mean, it may be intentional.
Timber went in and feared that one, and they've Shadow Fury'd the next one, though. So that doesn't. It looks like they are now trying to stop the Reinvigorates, as these
they don't want
Cartel
the-
Assassins are coming in as well.
Seems
5
intentional,
minutes
yeah.
on the clock now for Donuts and Despair against this boss.
Oh no, I mean, they're okay on timer. They're totally okay on timer. They will kill this boss before the 30-minute mark. They just need to make sure they live.
Is performance okay on timer in the bottom right? Like this timer is a real concern.
that's
for them.
the question.
They still have 13% that they have
So
to get.
here's
Like,
the thing. They do one spider pull, and then you need about 3 minutes for Maiden. A little more, maybe 3:15. So I think they might be okay on timer, but they cannot have any mistakes on their spider pull, or it's just all she wrote.
But there's only one team in the world that does the spider pull, right? Like, is this team going to be doing the spider pull?
Did they do it in
Yes.
the 28?
Yeah.
They did.
They do
At least one of the
like
Chinese
it,
teams was doing
right?
it. I think it may have
Okay.
been Performance, but we saw
Okay.
at least one of them doing the spider pull earlier today.
So maybe the spiders. Okay, if they only have to do one pull, I was worried if they were gonna have to do like 2 or 3 pulls, then they would be in bad shape.
Yeah,
But
I
if
mean,
they
also
only have
that
to do
spider
one
pull
pull-
on a plus 30 is not an easy pull by any stretch, especially if they've only been picking it up in the past few days. So we'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, we do have Ambition getting close to the end of their 31 lower. It looks like that's going to be a success for them, despite the 6 deaths on their board. So they'll be pretty happy to exit today at 122 points, but that is not where the drama is. The
Pretty big.
drama is the top left and the bottom right here. Donuts and Despair and Team Performance getting right near the end of their timers. Donuts have 4 minutes to deal with Phase 2 Solia. That is enough time, but not enough for mistakes.
Okay, team performance. I think if they have any errors on this spider pull, by the way, they will be in a bad spot. They're still 1 point ahead of Donuts and Despair. So everything is contingent on Donuts and Despair timing this key in the top left. But Team Performance can't sit around and wait. They have to do the spider pull. They need to be
Look
timing
at this
key.
pull, man. This is scary. You get hit by any of those frontals as the tank, you are dead on the ground. I guess you have Purgatory for the first one, but like, oh boy, I think it's going to be very scary. If they pull this off, though, they will have plenty of time to finish off the key. It all comes down to this pull for Team Performance. Looks like they're pretty safe so far. The tank's going to start to have backpedaling a little bit just to make sure he dodges those frontals. You can see every time he gets hit by a one tick of that web spray, it's doing a ton of his health bar. Very scary pull. Looks like
The
they're pulling
Nathrezim
it off, though.
Infiltrator's been taken care of. Just a few of the spiders left as they enter Raging range here. And that is going to be a good time for the tank to not take any more autos. Binding Shot has been used to help facilitate that. AMZ also, though, it looks like the tank is just standing in this, taking this damage.
He practiced cheat death.
This
drinking
doesn't
earlier?
count.
Sheet Death was used on Atman. So,
Why is there a Spectral Charger in this pull?
so this one was MC.
They've been keeping it
yeah,
CC the whole
it's
time.
broken.
Yeah.
Target. Okay.
This
yeah.
still doesn't count. This still
This
doesn't
doesn't
count.
count. I think they probably pull the 2 guardsmen in front of Maiden's room and pull
That's
them
not
in.
enough, though.
That's-
This is going to bring them up
that's
to
still not count.
406, right?
Yeah.
406 out of 420?
Guardsmen
47 out of
are
420.
5
3.
each, right?
The
They're
sentries
3
are
each.
3, I think.
Well, they're pulling guardsmen.
Can Donuts and Despair finish off Solia with about 2 minutes left at this point?
They have Bloodlust.
Yes.
They can.
They also
Oh,
have a
okay, yeah, I
demo
didn't see that.
They also have a
list
demo
still.
lock. If you bring in a demo lock through this whole entire dungeon and they're not carrying you on this last boss, something's wrong.
Yeah, those damage numbers include a lot of the AoE on pull, but just the single target part is going to be so phenomenal here for Yips with these Tyrants. They're probably going to hold this Lust for their Power Infusion and Tyrant, which will be coming up in about a minute. And that'll be their last
they'll
big
probably
damage
no,
phase.
They'll use it coming right out of this immune phase because you need to make sure you have
Oh,
full
yeah,
usage. Uh-oh, 2 players going to the same star. Can Timbermom make it to the other one? Oh, the gateway from Gibbs. Does he get it?
Uh-oh.
Does he get it?
No.
Another drone's coming in.
Oh,
Cricket's
okay.
in a
We have
pod.
It's not
Tender.
good.
Oh,
and
Oh,
it's
Spin's
going
dead.
Spin. A Soul Stone
Okay.
instantly is going to come out.
he's in the
Okay, They have
pod.
the Lust. They're good.
Is their timer okay?
I was gonna say
kill the
that
boss
adds
in
some
space?
seconds on, doesn't it?
I
Yeah.
don't
Boss
think
is
they
going
can
to
kill the
melt.
boss.
The
70
boss is going to
seconds.
melt.
Nobody can get hit by this stuff.
Yeah, you have no room for error here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Team Performance has made it 2 Maiden to Vigilance with plenty of time left.
A lot of mobs
Oh,
being killed
man.
under boss, though.
Okay.
They have the
That's
time for
true.
this. They just have to not wipe to those mobs. The question is, are Donuts and Despair going to be able to get this boss done in the last 45 seconds that they have here? 20% on the boss health as Ambition are going to lock up that 31.
Not
I
bad.
don't think Donuts is going to do
They're
it.
going into another phase. They have to.
They're getting another immune
phase
phase.
here. Oh
Yeah.
wait, hold on. They just tyranted. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe. I don't.
13%, 30 seconds here for Donuts
Tyrant
and
does
Despair.
not do 1.2 million health of damage, unfortunately.
So
they're
Leah
going to get
about
this
to teleport.
I
There it
don't
is. There's the
know.
teleport.
Oh no. Oh no, Donuts in Despair.
10 seconds left. Timbermont goes down.
That's going to be all she wrote.
They
Everyone's
land
dead.
the interrupts on
The timer is
Solia, but the
over.
timer is now gone for Donuts
Wow.
and Despair. That
That is
depletion
rough.
is eliminating them from our competition. Even if Team Performance were to wipe from here, which it doesn't look like they will, but they might. This is still a
They still
tough
don't have
boss
count.
fight they're on.
Are they gonna
Yeah,
need
they are 1
Wrath for the
point off
second
on count.
shield? Are they gonna need Lust for the second shield, rather?
No,
They
they
shouldn't.
should be okay.
No?
They have
Their
an
Warlock
Infernal
is
that
sitting
looks
on
like they're holding
Infernal.
on. Yeah.
Okay.
However, their priest has just pod tendered from a holy shock, it looks like.
They got a res.
Not
hate
ideal.
that.
But they
We
have
don't
scars
like
on
this
3 of
very
their
much.
members, right? So their priest really doesn't have to do much healing in this fight. As long as people don't stack for the holy shocks, they're going to be okay.
It looks like on the right side of the screen, Jishu Gaming are about to finish their Streets of Wonder as well.
Here comes that Master Penance. Jailer Trinket breaking out the damage dealers. Shadow Word Death breaking out the priest.
I mean,
Get
it's
through this
all
Holy Wrath nice and easy.
academic at this point. I mean, Donuts
Yeah, I mean, they
and
do still need to
Despair
get
kind
count
of.
at the end of this as well. They only have 1 minute and 50 seconds. It's not
Yeah.
a foregone conclusion, but the thing is, even if they deplete here, they're through to tomorrow because
Exactly.
of Donuts' wipe. So
Exactly,
this
yeah.
is no longer for making it to day 2. It's for making it to day 2 with enough points to stay alive into day 3, which is already sketchy for Team Performance. Even as day 1 is ending, they got to start worrying about making it through to day 3. There's our scoreboard. You can see Donuts and Despair eliminated already, having less points and done with their dungeon.
Feels bad.
Rough to
Sad
see.
day
It's-
for the Donuts.
It's always so sad to eliminate teams on the first day, especially when the teams like in the global finals, they're getting eliminated with 230s and 228s up on the board, which is like those are crazy high numbers. They got
Yeah.
they were in a 32 gambit. Like that is a hard key.
I mean, it's tough work to get to like this point in the competition anyway. So
Performance doesn't have count.
Yes, they
Yeah.
do need to go kill one mob
That's
after
true.
Maiden. The question is, do they know? Do they know they need a point to count? Because they should probably pull that mob now.
I don't.
This is
think
this is the part where you
do.
meme and
Look at the
say
Death Knight. The Death Knight is heading over, though, towards the edge of the room. I think he's going to go and D&D the 2 Nathrazim infiltrators that are just through the wall.
oh,
Okay,
there
here
you
comes
go.
the Holstus. All
Yep.
right, so that's been pulled. Nice.
so
They have 30
they're
seconds
gonna get their
here.
shield.
Oh, they're not
That
timing
can
this.
bust.
The boss is
Uh-oh.
not dead. The boss is not dead in 25
Uh-oh.
seconds.
Oh.
That
It can, it can.
It is dead. It is dead.
Well, the
Is this
question is
Hostess
the trash
20
mob.
seconds.
Are they going to be able to kill the trash mob in time here?
I don't think they
They just got Infernal. They just got Infernal.
I think they got it.
10
I think they
seconds
got
is
it.
going to be
Should be
really
done.
close. The Hostess
They're
is
Oh,
the
man.
problem
full
here.
cleaving right now. They're full cleaving right now.
It's at 50% health. 5 seconds on the clock here.
Touch death.
Maybe
You gotta
goes
pump! Do
down
more
to
gotta
the
do it.
touch of
Come
death.
on!
It is depleted.
No!
Wow.
Oh no! Oh no!
3 seconds.
Oh.
Oh my
3-second
no.
depletion for Team Performance, and oh my goodness, Donuts and Despair so nearly made it through to day 2. But a
Yeah.
heartbreaker at the end. Team Performance, even with the deplete, will be able to secure that spot with
Okay.
117 points.
Braun's
That
still
just
healing.
leaves
It's okay.
Echo in
Jishu
their
Gaming time their
31.
streets.
Yeah,
Jishu
Jishu Gaming.
time their streets. So we have Looks like Echo at 122, Ambition also at 122 because they were able to get their lower Kara finished off. Monka at 120 off the back of not being able to get their lower Kara done. Jishu Gaming finishing their streets, so they're at 119 and Performance at 117 currently. Oh, dude.
Yeah, Echo looking good in this dungeon as well. Even though they have 4 deaths on the board, importantly, they still have 2 battle reses. And also importantly, Ataman is dead and Midnight is almost dead. So they're going to be able to go after this and do the spider pull with 2 whole battle reses on the board. That is really, really good news.
You know, honestly, I still don't dislike the way Donuts and Despair played at the end of the day here today. Because even if they did just go to an easier key and 2-chest that, they would still be so far behind going into tomorrow, knowing that they would have to pull off things like the 32 Gambit in 31s and other keys, that tomorrow would just be really difficult for them. And again, it's not, they would have to play 5 hours of knowing that they are full on behind and are just hoping for other teams to make mistakes regardless of how good they play. So I like them kind of just going for broke at the end of the day here, setting themselves up for what could be a good day tomorrow if they still make it through. You can't be upset with the decision they made. I think they made like a really interesting decision based off of just trying to place well overall.
Yeah.
Definitely, like, with the benefit of hindsight, their best bet, like, they would have made it through to tomorrow if they had played their easiest possible plus 2 points key. But like you said, you know, it's not just about maximizing your chances of making it to day 2, right? You want to maximize your chances of making it to day 3 and then of doing well on day 3. So I can't blame them for how things went today. Definitely sad to see them go, but excited that we have 5 teams of the quality that we do making it to tomorrow. Especially, I mean, goodness, Echo are going to be coming into tomorrow with 4 31s completed on their scorecard. Absolutely amazing setup for their Saturday.
That is an incredible day 1. All 4 dungeons in the 30s, all of 31, and I mean, yeah, I guess tomorrow you probably just push up the new one right away and then see what you can do. See where the 32s can come in, and we know this is possible. So,
if they do all of their dungeons on a 31, that means that Nagur and myself were right whenever we were talking earlier, saying that they could get all of the dungeons done on. That there was going to be a team that had all 31s in all 4 dungeons.
Congrats.
It was a long shot. It was a long shot, but it's looking pretty good here for Echo, assuming that they're going to be able to kill Maiden.
I mean, they're gonna like town portal as soon as they hear you said that, though.
Yeah,
we gotta make them wrong.
They're getting ready to run along here. You can see nobody has any of the Jailer Trinket debuffs on themselves yet, because they're gonna Invis pot first, and then they will affix that 4th rune to themselves and get that bleed stacking up.
Yeah.
Soul Shape into Invis for the team here. This hallway has been a very unpopular amount of trash. Like, most teams are not interacting with the Maiden hallway trash much at all, except for either the guardsmen or the sentries at the end of the hall. I actually think those mobs can spawn as either guardsmen or sentries. Not 100%.
Right now
I feel like I've seen sentries there.
Right now it's double guardsmen.
Okay. Yeah, so now it's going to mind control one of those and bring the other under boss.
Yeah, a lot of this trash, the issue with it is not necessarily that it's like the most deadly stuff, but it's difficult to pull a bunch of it at once, because then at that point, then it becomes like really deadly.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other trash that you could get.
They're also just worth
free.
less count than most other mobs throughout the dungeon. Aside from like the guest pulls, this count is relatively inefficient here, so... You can see they're going to pull Maiden of Virtue, though, with more than 6 minutes left on their timer. So this is literally just, can we beat this without wiping? All the DPS have that 4th rune now stacking up on themselves, so a little tiny bleed that will tick them out of the Mass Repentance. Much nicer than standing in the Consecrate.
By fire,
a nice cancel on his hard cast there by that Volcanic, doing him a service.
The righteous have nothing to fear.
Convenient.
Yeah, it was very convenient.
Wow. Motorcycle driving through your apartment.
You know, I was just
they finally got there.
They drove past your house and they just high-fived me on the way by.
That is a fast motorcycle. Jeez.
No kidding, yeah.
That's that trinket from Junkyard, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The remote
guy.
guy.
Did you cast that on your enhancement shaman on Tettles?
I did. I actually have that trinket on my enhancement shaman right now.
Oh man.
No using of the remote guidance device, please.
By fire, be
no more.
cleansed.
67% here on Maiden.
They have less than
First
30.
shield has been defeated.
This is pretty chill. Like,
Yes. Good.
I was gonna say they're just kind of going through the motions here. They're probably gonna get like, even if they got 4 shields, assuming that they properly allocate their damage cooldowns, they're not really worried about the timer. It would be difficult to go through 4 shields just healer wise, but they have the scars trinkets. Like they can continue to just play pretty safe here. Nothing should be too cumbersome for them.
Yeah, they depleted a key in the EU weekend because they used their jailer trinket and got rid of the bleeds because they didn't think they were going to get another shield, right? And then they got the next shield and they wiped because of it. As long as they avoid doing that and they just make sure that they keep those scars trinket debuffs active on their DPS, you know, it's only Clix that needs to do it because Jinji and Mirez can both immune if they need to. But just making sure that nothing can go wrong here, making sure they're keeping the spread as well. You can see everybody's making sure they're more than 6 yards away from each other because that Holy Bolt does chain, and it does increasing damage each time it chains.
Did you
They're
know?
doing a really good job here. Look at how well they're doing the edges of the room as well.
Yeah. What I was about to say is that it expires after some period of time.
Yeah, so they are looking great on the timer. Here comes that Bloodlust on the Master Repentance. Now is actually let that Phantom Guardsman be released from MC to have a Havoc target for Clix, then re-MCs it.
Not bad.
Yeah, a little bit more soul shards. No big deal.
Step into the light, mortals.
You take those.
They are blasting here. No more shields probably as they are in this Bloodlust.
Really? I think they're gonna get one more.
Nah, no shot.
Because like about the
dead on
time
my
that this
screen.
lust expires, they should be about getting another one. Yes.
Nah, no shot. 0% chance.
It's
very low percent.
Dead. Are there 2 more Sacred Grounds or 1? I think there's 1 more Sacred Ground, right? If there's a Master Repentance first,
Oh, there you go.
I'd like to change my answer.
Shot.
They're good.
You're welcome. Yeah. Well, they're fine. Like I was saying earlier.
As I was saying, no more shields from this point.
Look, their sacred ground is also despawning around the their sacred ground is despawning around the room. So the fact that they dropped it super clean, it just means that they have more room here. It wasn't an issue of like damage versus the timer because their timer was always free. It was always about playing it super clean. Really good job by Echo here, being able to time this 31 though.
124 for Echo at the end of day 1, and yeah, they are the front runners coming out of the first day of the global finals. And you know, I feel like there's a finals buff for Echo when the pressure is on. Maybe it's just a pressure buff. They seem to always bring that little bit extra that gets them to, you know, performances like this.
Look at the timers as well compared between Echo and Ambition, right? Echo 3 minutes faster in Streets of Wonder, a minute faster in Gambit, a minute faster in Lower. Although Monka's Gambit is even fasterer at 24:19 in that plus 31. Very nearly two-chesting the plus 31. That is a crazy timer for Monka in that one dungeon, but Monka quite a few points behind in the others.
Echo's solidly in the lead going into day 2, you would say?
Oh yeah, Echo have a huge lead here, but it's worth noting that lead doesn't get you all that much because there's not too many easy keys left, right? It gets you an extra hour of push keys, but the push keys are still going to be really, really hard.
Right.
So with how the key starting on 26, what it actually ends up doing is it gets us to like progression key mode pretty early in the day tomorrow. So probably around halfway through the day, maybe in like hour 3, you'll see teams start to really butt up against those cutting edge keys. I'm really interested to see where teams are going to be going. So we'll likely see some teams trying to progress like a 33 Gambit, a 32 Iron Docks is probably a prog key, a 33 Streets maybe, and something like a 32 or 33, probably like a 33 Lower Karazhan. And so I suspect that we're going to start seeing those pretty early tomorrow, and that's where teams like Ambition, Monka, Jishu Gaming, and Team Performance can make up a lot of time, is if Echo kind of gets and stalls a little bit on these progression level keys.
You know, I kind of hope we don't get Workshop this weekend, honestly.
Why?
Yeah, Junkyard. Because I want to see the progression keys sooner. I don't want to see the go up to 35, although they can go farther than 35, so that might be kind of fun too, but I'd rather just see teams do really hard keys, you know? Instead of having to spam Junkyard. What do you think?
Yeah, it's one of those things. So what Doe is referencing is the scrolls on the tournament realm now go past 35, so we could potentially see Junkyard as high as it can reasonably go. I don't know how much past 35 it realistically could go. What do you guys think if we do see Junkyard in the next 2 days? What are you feeling? Like a 37
40.
probably? I don't know about
38?
It depends on the affixes, right? Because when we had fortified Junkyard on the first weekend, right?
Yeah.
Teams were really brushing up against that 35 timer. So I'm not really sure how much higher that could go, to be honest with you. Now, however, on the Tyrannical Junkyard over in China, they two-chested a 35. So I think it really depends on the affixes, and of course whether or not it's actually in the competition at all. So
That is true.
Zyro, I don't know if that's because of Tyrannical versus Fortified. That's just because the Chinese teams are built diff.
amen.
Well, maybe not different enough to, get to the final day. We'll
Okay,
see. I mean, one of them might, but rough performances by both of the Chinese teams today. They made it today too, but only just.
Well, mathematically, at least one of them will be making it to the final day.
Can't argue with
Thank
that.
you,
Yeah.
Tuttles.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I would like to see all three regions represented in the final day, so.
That seems very likely. Ambition would have to have a pretty rough day to be eliminated
Yeah.
as the sole remaining North American team, but it isn't impossible. Again, a lot is going to change tomorrow, and even though these teams are separated by quite a few points right now, there's going to be a huge catch-up advantage for the lower teams tomorrow, as the points on the board for them are so much easier than the next points for teams like Echo to pick up.
I feel like Ambition and Echo are pretty far ahead of Monka, though. Even still, so just like looking at Ambition, they have 331s and then a 29-2 chest, where Monka have 231 chests and then a 29-2. That feels like it's way further behind, right? What does Monka have to do to be able to kind of catch back up? Because Monka was leading the Europe regionals for 13 out of 15 hours. I don't know. They're kind of.
I think the best
early
thing for
today.
Monka is they might have the better ceiling in some of these dungeons, right? So like maybe it takes
Okay.
them a bit longer to get there, but look at their gambit time, right? That gambit time in the 31 compared to Echoes and Ambitions, that's the kind of thing that says, you know what? Maybe we had a little bit of trouble in our 29s and our 30s, but we can take our gambit a level higher than you, and at the end of the day, that is going to win the tournament if we have enough time to do that, which I think they will with the higher key level starting.
Okay, so let's take a look. I found this tweet earlier by Cryptix, a member of Donuts and Despair, and he was talking about not practicing 3 chests being a big mistake. This is kind of like this is one of the most important parts of how this TGP format works. Not practicing the 3 chests in like the 26, and then not being able to 2 chest that 29 is very, very important, and that ultimately was the reason that Donuts and Despair ended up getting knocked out today. Could they have had a higher ceiling than some of the other teams that are still in the tournament? Absolutely, but it's unfortunately like one of the situations where their efficiency on day one is going to end up costing them, and that's the reason that they got eliminated today.
Kind of seems like one of those moments before disaster images, doesn't it?
Well, he tweeted.
Well, this was moments after disaster.
Oh, okay, all right.
You can see the timer there, 2:41 p.m. I'm pretty sure that's Western,
that's-
that's PD time too, Pacific time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
true.
That
That's
was,
true.
That was 30. That was about an hour ago.
Still before the official timer was over, so technically, I don't know. There it is. Well, and there's the day. Day number 1 in the books for the global finals for the Great Push Season 3. And, I mean, Sunday is already... I know we got Saturday coming up still, but Sunday is going to be absolutely wild. The level of keys we're going to see, I wouldn't be surprised to see some 33s, some 34s in some keys we didn't get to see out of EU, which was our farthest pushing region so far. So, could be fun. Could be pretty interesting.
Is 34
controlling
doable?
us?
I'm pretty sure only 33 is doable. Why is there background junkyard?
Why are we in a junkyard?
Hey, I mean, sometimes it's applied, sometimes it hasn't. So don't read too much into it. It hasn't been accurate every single time.
Dude.
Do not want. Oh well.
Send me
Any final thoughts from any of you before we close out the day?
Show me the train tomorrow. I want it.
That would be
like-
fun.
I-
I do enjoy the Grim
I
Rail
like
Depot.
watching Grim Rail. I don't know what it's something about it. It's like really fun to watch.
It's fun. You're on a train. What's not to love?
Well, the first boss is the most fun part.
The first boss is the scariest part as well, right? Especially if we give it on Tyrannical. But
Yeah. That last
Sick.
boss is going to be...
yeah, I don't even know which dungeon I'm rooting for. I was kind of hoping to see some upper Karazhan, but I guess we've had that the last 2 weekends, so...
Yeah.
The dungeon
We'll
that
see.
I
I like Upper Kara,
most,
though.
I want to see Fortified Workshop the most because JPC was...
Yeah.
He was saying some words on Twitter about our European teams last weekend. Something like,
All right.
wow, you guys got really easy affixes in Workshop, and you couldn't do a 34 LOLEU. And then they were like, yeah, we still did hierarchies in you.
I have a quote from JPC the man _ in Twitch chat. In all seriousness, today was a blast, and tomorrow we will crush the Bat team. Parentheses Echo. Close parentheses.
There you go. All right. Well, on that note, that's going to be it for day number 1 of the MDI Great Push Global Finals. Join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time for day number 2. 4 teams remain. Another one will be eliminated. Tettles is broken. We've lost him. We've lost the sanity from Tettles, so hopefully he'll be able to regain that, I guess, tomorrow. I don't know what he's laughing about. Anyway, we're going to end the day. Thanks for watching, everybody. Be good to each other. Play some World of Warcraft. Maybe level a DK. Wrath of the Lich King pre-patch is out right now. So that's fun, too. Until then, though, see you tomorrow.